provide anything.
I know, that was great, dude. It was hilarious. Show us the picture. Show us the DMs.
Yeah. So, who is it that, like, obviously you have a nice set of scripts you're working up, AJ, but who is it that provides Witsit his scripts?
I have no idea about that, whether he claims to do it all himself, but
Like he talks pretty fast.
Because like, because when I was watching,
know it to a certain extent, yeah, you still got to understand what you're reading. You've got to have done some research into it. He seems to be rattling it off quite quickly, so I'd say he's looking into it himself.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure. He's not a Dave Farina type of script guy.
No, and I'm writing stuff out for myself so that I've got something to follow, but it's stuff that I'm researching and finding and reading into and understanding, and then going, yep, cool, got that. Boom, put it on a Word document. Next time it gets brought up, I know what I have. You know what I mean? Someone needs a citation, whatever, it's just there at hand. I can just grab it and throw it straight in the chat.
Yeah, but I think there is... Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, if you watch QE, though, that's all the QE does, yeah. He doesn't actually debate back and forth. He doesn't speak about anything. He just drops a citation, reads it out, and the debate's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. But he does make them squirm. Like, there's no one that can really rebut his, like, questions, right?
No, and if you talk to him around the traps, he's actually a good dude, yeah? And if you need anything, you hear him say anything and you want the citation, just message him and he'll send it.
You're talking about QE?
Yeah, QE.
Yeah. You know, I wish...
QE, one of us.
Say that again, brother. Sorry, I'd opened my trap.
It's all good. No, when you meet Calm QE, he's just one of us, right? He's just chill. But, you know, obviously he's got to get into his arena mode, and then he flips the switch.
Yeah. The one thing I really wished was I did not like QE muting Witsit. I did not like that. QE was right in every way, and I'm the last thing I'm going to do is take exception with anything that QE said. I just wish he hadn't continually muted Witsit in that debate.
It was 4 years of built up stuff, so it was granted, and like the whole point of him muting him, like he didn't mute him at some points, but when he was muting him, he muted him because he wasn't giving. He'd asked a direct question, and he wasn't giving the answer that was
sure
on the table.
Yeah, and then what was happening? They were both mods, so QE would mute him, and then Witsit would unmute himself, and then QE would mute him, and Witsit would unmute himself. So it wasn't QE muting and unmuting; it was Witsit doing the unmuting.
Sure. I would just say that I didn't appreciate that part of it, but by the same token, I'm certainly not being extra critical on QE, because ultimately QE needed to dress Witsit down a little bit, I think.
Yeah, well, it was only happening because, like Neil said, he just wasn't answering the questions or addressing the questions. He was running off onto a big tangent about something and not directly answering. And when you're dealing with QE, there's no tangents. You either answer the question or get muted.
Yeah. It was great. I mean, they could go into an arena one time with a moderator, but I don't think Witsit would do it, and then B, like, you would get destroyed if there was an actual moderator in an arena, right?
And C,
100%.
And C, I wouldn't want to be that moderator.
Yeah.
What you would have to do, and this really isn't a debate, the only thing you would be able to do is have some sort of automatic timing system that turned on the one microphone for a few minutes and then turned it off, and then turned on the other one after a few seconds, and then that's really the only way you would be able to have a and ultimately, at the end of the day, that's not really a debate. That's just giving two people a soapbox, alternatively.
Well, what AI was saying the other day in the 24/7 Discord is they have an arena and they have a bot and they have rules and stuff, but he was explaining them. Sounded pretty interesting. Like you get 3 strikes or 3 like interventions or intervenes, and after you've ran out of 3, you can't like intervene to the guy's point. And they get like challenges kind of. But I don't know. It would be interesting to see that.
Yeah, I agree. But I'll tell you what, though, Huey's show yesterday, man, that sure was dynamite. Holy goodness.
Great. I was in my car. My phone died like 5 different times, but I kept on replugging it in. Yeah. What was it? David, is he David Weiss? Is that the guy's name?
Yeah, unfortunately, I fell asleep listening to that. I woke up and there's no one left in the room. But I just seen another post from David Weiss, actually. And because this thing's going on with this 24 Arctic sun, I think he's shitting himself a bit. And that's why he's not claiming flat Earth now, and he's saying what he's saying, just in case they see something that he can't explain.
He's dumb. He doesn't know that it's not possible.
But the next video that he's just put up is a US patent for an artificial sun that's been created. And he claims that it's the artificial sun that's been created that's in Antarctica. But I just went and read the document, and that's not the case. Well, it may be the case, but the document doesn't state that anything about Antarctica. So they're just assuming that that must be what's going on without any evidence of it again.
We
Makes everyone look silly.
Last night for like 3 hours, and we went through every single possible theory that could happen, whether like they're gonna go to a different location or they're not gonna go at all, or some Matrix had bets on they're all gonna die on the plane crash. But I think personally, I think they're gonna go to Greenland. They're gonna either go to Greenland, B they're gonna go because apparently they're all flying from Chile, right, from the bottom of the map. So they can go to a glacier somewhere near Chile and then just edit the footage. But if they really want a 24-hour sun, they would go to Greenland. And then Rainbolt would come out because he works for the CIA, and he'll just claim that it's in Antarctica, and everyone will believe it.
Well, it doesn't really matter in the first case because it's a non sequitur.
Yeah, it's not a
They've
real
got
experiment.
issues with correlation versus causation. They're affirming the consequent. It's just a plethora of logical fallacies.
Yeah. Oh, sun equal globe. Yay. Like
Yeah, affirming the consequent. Yeah. If Earth a globe, 24-hour sun, 24-hour sun, Earth's a globe.
great. That's why I don't know. That's why David's so dumb. He's shaking of this thing. I couldn't believe that yesterday. 25 different times before he finally answered if the Earth's flat or not, and he says it could be one of 2 things. It could be number 1, it's flat. Number 2, it's a million times bigger than we think it is, and it's a globe. Like,
Well, no, it's not, because that's not possible.
that killed me. I can't believe that came out of his mouth, though. That was like, oh my gosh. We had a belly laugh at that for like 10, 15 minutes. Like, he just blatantly got stuck on the spot and made it up.
Yep.
Who is this? Who is this JSP or who's the guy he debated? The black guy.
Jesse Peterson.
Jesse Peterson. I'm gonna see this guy.
I didn't know who he was either, but have you all heard any of Drace's AI shows or is AI music?
Yeah.
So he came up with a character, Father Balls, that sounds exactly like this Jesse L. Peterson, but I don't know who Jesse Peterson is, though, other than just seeing him this one time.
Yeah, it's like 500K followers. Pretty impressive.
Hey, Twadwazzle, how are you?
We are in the company of a hero, gentlemen. T-Dub,
Yeah.
sir.
He saved
I
lives.
I love the name Twadwazzle.
Yeah.
I've been calling my dog Twadwazzle now, my Kelpie. A great name. Yeah, sorry about the other day. I was reading the chat and I didn't know that you were looking to moderate that debate. I thought that they were actually arranging someone from the politics and religion server like they do over in politics. And I didn't know what was going on with any of that until I woke up that morning and seen it all in the chat and that Black Man was there and that, yeah, so I don't know what happened there.
Oh no, that's all good, man. That's all good, man. Sorry. Heretic hooked me up with the role and that, so
Yeah. I would have asked you to be there, like over anyone. Yeah, it's like I know that you switched on with it and would have been good. I just didn't know what was going on.
I'm like, damn, it's noon my time on a fucking Sunday. Where is everybody?
The beach, summer now.
Those
Yeah,
bastards.
they were bumping the other day. Holy crap. I was up till like 3 a.m. at the beach. Still busy.
I want to go to the beach.
I'm out in Vancouver, so we got beaches everywhere. West Coast.
Nice. That's where I'm from. Southern California, San Diego. I mean, I grew up on the beach. Long Beach, Huntington Beach, Seal Beach, all up along there.
That's nice. One day. I'll get my passport this year. So, planning on going out to Mexico in November. Should be good. Never been out of Canada. Freaking 28, haven't been out of Canada. Head to Australia see you next year. That'll be fun.
I want to get out of Australia. What are you doing awake, Twadwazzle? Are you going to work or you just got home? What's going on? It's 3 a.m.
Yeah, it's Monday for you guys.
Yeah, you might be going to work.
I just had an early night. Happens. Usually my body clock like gets me up at 5, like 4, 4:30, 5. I woke up and couldn't go back to sleep.
Yeah, I've been going to sleep at like 6 a.m. and sleeping most of the day, so now I'm in a bad habit.
Yeah, how is Aussie time compared to the real world? Like, I have to compete with the East Coast, so it's not bad. There's a lot of people on the East Coast, but for you guys, what is it like? Compete with America, rest of the world.
Well, if you're just doing Aussie shit, it doesn't really matter. But I suppose if you want to be on Discord, you've got to be on very early in the morning if you want heaps of people on. And I've really been up all night because I've been trading Bitcoin, and the markets don't move during our time. Well, they do slightly, but all the big moves happen overnight in your time.
In my time overnight.
Well, and it's New York Stock Exchange, so New York time.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not too privy on trading. Cool.
Since Friday, since you guys closed down over there for the weekend, it's ranged about $50 up and down the whole weekend.
Is that good?
That's fucking terrible. You can't do anything with it. It's going from like 63,500 to 63,900 to 63,500. Like it's just going.
Oh, sorry, that was too funny. Is that good, dude? I was like, no.
That's terrible.
I don't know. I'm not
That's
the best
awful.
Yeah, $50 range all weekend. You can't do anything with it except just watch it.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess you sell one Bitcoin and make $50. It doesn't make any sense when the Bitcoin is worth fucking however much it's worth. What are they worth now? Like 30 grand? 40 grand?
No. It's worth at the moment. The current price is 63,000 US, 63.9.
When did it go up that much? I thought it went down.
Man, it went to 74 or 73.
Holy.
I'm waiting for a bounce to go from here back up to about 75, I reckon.
That's cool.
That's not looking good. But I'm only trading short term, so swing trading. So I'm just betting whether it's going up or down. I do hold some cryptos, but long term doesn't matter. If it's coming down, it'll come back.
Hey, Kimbo.
Yeah, brother.
Okay, let me give you a good example here of bless your heart. Somebody comes in, like for instance, our last friend who come in, talking about, being unfortunate, et cetera, and you get a Globy who is just complaining about, well, they just won't listen to me. They won't actually have a fair argument. They're just rigged, blah, 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 blah. And you listen to them and you go, oh, that's just awful. Bless your heart, child. Just bless your little heart. And now, in the South, the way you do that's with the tone of voice, like, well, bless your little heart. They're just, you're right. But the actual implication is bless your little heart, more or less is them calling you retarded. So
right.
Those little old ladies, they'll do it with just a sweet little Southern smile. And some friends of mine that had moved to North Carolina when I lived there from New York, all these little old ladies at church and other places would tell her, "Why, bless your little heart," and she was just always going on about, "Oh, these people are so nice here. They're always saying, 'Bless your little heart,'" and somebody finally clued her into what it meant.
Right.
And so
I'm
that's
sorry, man. That's funny. Yeah.
no, of course it is. So sometimes. What I didn't get to finish earlier after that guy left is sometimes you have to give them the bless your little heart treatment. Like, well, it's unfortunate that he's familiar with the topic. Oh, why, bless your little heart. Bless your little heart, child.
I got you, bro.
Or another one they'll do there is they'll like somebody will be singing the blues about something and they'll go, help them, Jesus. Just Jesus, help them. And, that's another one that's not as, polite as it sounds. Because what they're saying is Jesus is the only one that can help you.
Or the other one, which is it's just as similar, which is Lord help you, child.
100%. Lord help you, child. That's it. You hit that nail right on the head with that one. That's
Lord help you, child. Yup.
Lord help you, child. Yeah. Or another one I'll tell you, Kimbo, is now this has changed a little over the years, but when I first moved to the South back in 2003, if somebody told you to have a blessed day, that's not what that meant.
Yeah, it basically means go fuck yourself.
Well, go have a blessed day.
That's funny.
Why, bless your little heart, child. It is your turn. Okay, I had to let that one through. It was one of my twins. But Jenna, I'll give you a 100% there on Southernese. You got it right.
And then there's also Lord have mercy, which is here we go again.
Yep, oh Lord, yep. Lord have mercy.
Lord have
Yep.
mercy. Here we go again. Yep. You'll hear me say it sometimes when I'm up in the debates. I'm like, Lord help you, child. But I don't, I don't have such a southern drawl on it, and I'll be like, Lord have mercy, for the love of God.
Yeah. And I'll do it a little differently. Like, I had a guy stop in here just a little bit ago, and Kimbo asked him, well, are you familiar with the topic? And he said, unfortunately. So I couldn't just let that go. And I went on asking him, well, what do you mean by unfortunately? And, he couldn't take it, my patriotism, I think, to the point of, I just don't want to be one adding stress to your life. If it's a topic you're unfortunately interested with, I just don't want to be that person.
You kind of roboted a little bit through that.
Yeah, that happens, unfortunately. But just point being that, I love using, even if I don't use the exact words of Southernese, I kind of twist it up with, like, unfortunately, well, I just don't want to be the person then that's, if it just, you just don't like the topic or whatever, I just don't want to be the person to add more stress to you.
Rap Scuttle, what's up? Welcome.
Howdy, just listening.
Just listening today. All good.
Somebody's got to have a good topic for us.
What was the last topic when that last Glober was here? I missed it.
Oh no, he left pretty quickly.
Oh,
I've got an exciting topic. I'm just washing dishes. It's awesome.
I'm looking at the golden ratio because I need to put plants in my aquarium. So I need to look golden ratio-y.
It's like a golden ticket.
That's it. I'm getting my Asian on. Make this work. Because usually my past aquariums just like rock here, plant here. Like I just looks like a caveman freaking built it. And then I go to my buddy's houses and they're all Asian and they got all these freaking, oh my gosh, their tanks look like I hate them to do it. But I'm trying. Because I'm not an artist.
So here, I'll ask my perennial question for you. You know, a good number of our Globe friends come in to these servers, and they have this same script of questions that they ask, which usually starts off with their first thing being, I noticed X, how do you explain this on a flat earth? And then it'll go on to a couple other things, and then eventually they'll ask, well, why would they lie? How come you all don't have a map, et cetera, et cetera? Where do they get that script from?
That's a good question because they all seem to come in with the exact same script. Like,
well, usually like the first page of Google results, they'll look up like globe proof or debunk flat Earth, and it's like the same articles that come up over and over. And most of those articles are like repeating the other articles. So that's why we know this because when ships sail into the horizon, they get obstructed bottom up, and that's because of Earth curve. Right? They say this even after the invention of these super zoom cameras, where we see the boats again after they leave our field of view.
The guy that I was supposed to debate the other day, his opening came from that Professor Dave off of Witset's debate. He just basically came on and said, you're going to have to prove this, whatever it was. He's got a whole list here. And I pulled my list out and listened to the debate with Dave and Witset. And yeah, it was basically David's list of what Witset was going to have to prove.
It's the same thing though. They just gave the same thing.
But see, I don't see that as a debate.
We give
I don't know if I'm completely wrong. Hey, what's that?
Yeah, I think a debate would be like on if they stuck to one topic, one subject on the topic, like a micro, like and just dissected that, and then they moved on to another one. But like just to go on it as a whole is very hard because there's so many different points you can make. But if you just stick to one point and have a winner and a loser from that point, it could be so much easier.
Well, that's sort of how it should be. And I've been watching a few of these debates now, and what I'm seeing is the flat earther comes in and debunks the globe, and the globe guy comes in and is just basically saying, well, how does the sun work? How does this work? How does gravity work? That's not a debate. That's a Q&A. Yeah.
Right.
And I think it's a trap for people like Witset that they fall into it and start trying to answer all of these questions in a debate. You should be both bringing 2 or 3 or 4, however many you want, positive claims to the table. So, the Globey should be coming out in his opening statement saying what he's going to do and then presenting his evidence, yeah, and saying, well, the Earth is a globe due to this reason. And then the flat earther would say, well, I don't agree with that because of this. You'd have a back and forth. You'd come to a conclusion. And the flat earther would say, well, yeah, it's flat because of this. Yeah, and make his positive claim. And then the glober can debate it. They can have their back and forth. Not just coming out and saying, well, you're going to have to show me how this works. You're going to have to show me how that works. Oh, how does gravity work on a flat earth? How does the sun work on a... Well, if we're going to do that, let's just do a Q&A.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, it reminds me of my business law class that the lawyer, he had done a lot of business cases and said that the basic concept of a trial is that you're going to work really hard to get up to the point to where you're going to present your arguments either to that same judge or to a jury. And what you're going to be doing is spending time whittling all the arguments down so that they're clear and concise. And so when you go to the judge on the pretrial conference, you're going to say, okay, well, I'm going to be bringing up A, B, and C, and likely my opponent's going to be objecting to A, B, and C on these grounds. And so what you end up with is by the time the trial comes around, as much as possible, you have a clear agenda. And when you turn it into loosey-goosey like that, then all you do is just start coming up with random questions, and then you can allege, see, he's guilty, Your Honor. His lawyer couldn't answer this one little question over here. He's guilty. You can't end up with that sort of thing in ideally when it's pre-planned and really a debate. So when you're just asking question after question after question, all they have to do is just figure out, okay, well, he probably won't be able to answer this one, and then I'll declare victory because there was one question out of about 10,000 that he couldn't answer.
Yeah, and that's why when that guy just came out at the start of mine and said, well, you're going to have to tell me how the sun works, how gravity works, how... I said, sorry, man, not my claims. Yeah, I'm not here to answer your questions. I'm here to debate with you. Put your positive claim forward for what you have. Because I'm not here to answer questions on things that I never put forward as any type of evidence. It's non sequitur, and it's reversing the burden of proof onto you for something you haven't claimed yet.
Even worse, dude, he gave a clearly faked video as his leading piece of evidence, and admittedly so. And then even after it was pointed out, he would keep posting that same video, the 24-hour sun. I missed the first part, but the first time I heard it, I was posting it in the side chat of a screenshot of the beginning of the video and at the end of the video showing the exact same frame. So it was just looped. And then you pointed out, well, they admit that it was cut and edited through the transcript during an interview. So he was not honest enough to even concede a very basic point. He didn't even try to present a different one. He just kept presenting the same obviously faked video. And the Globers in the side chat, they were getting mad at him because he wouldn't even try to refute what you were saying. He would just repeat his same claims over and over. And the Globers were like, you had one job. Hey, you're hot mic and JE.
Oh, sorry about that.
The Globers in the side chat were like, you had one job to prove the globe and you failed. So that was funny.
Yeah, and I don't know how it looked, but I just didn't let him start with that opening of all the questions. I wanted evidence from him that I could rebut, and I was going to put evidence forward that he could rebut. But everyone seems at the moment to think that these debates are you just go and question everybody. It's the way it's going, and we see that with Witsit the other day. That was, like I said, Dave's opening. You've got to explain this, and this, and then Witsit goes on and tries to explain it. And then they debate. the explanation that Whitsett's giving. That's not a debate. Present your positive evidence for your globe claim, and I'll present mine for my flat claim, and we'll discuss them. Yeah, we'll debate them.
Maybe
Well,
that's why
even
he's
if you, what's funny is something I noticed is if they ask you to explain something and you give the globe explanation for it, they will still deny it because they don't know their own fundamental claims, right? So even if you give them what their side claims as the explanation, they will still deny it just because it came from you, right? So I actually like trap a lot of globers to show how dishonest they are. So I'll give them the explanation and then they'll deny it. I'm like, well, that's actually the globe explanation. So you're just showing, even if we give you what you think and repeat it back, you doesn't matter what we tell you. Since it's coming from a flat earther, you just cannot accept it. It could just be something very basic as well. Doesn't even have to be something exclusive.
Yep.
Go ahead, Neil. You were trying to say something?
Yeah, and also maybe it's because what's in that Globe Awakening server, which
Yeah, I just see it everywhere. All of these debates seem to be the same. It's the flat earthers on the back foot trying to answer all these questions as to why certain things are occurring. And I think this has been Nathan's point in the server for the last few weeks. Why are we on the back foot? Why are we defending? Why are we answering questions? Come out and lay down the positive claims.
Yeah, and a lot of people find Nathan's and QE show for the medium. It's just because they have to.
You broke up.
It's not
You
even-
said
it's
they
a-
find their show what?
forward. You have to. Oh, they find their show like rude and like a lot of normies are like, oh, I don't like that Nathan guy. You know, he cuts people off. He's rude. He's condescending. Blah 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 blah. And it's like, well, if you listen to any of the other shows, which are on the daily, like the 24/7, blah blah blah, the Global Awakening, it's a headache for like hours. It doesn't stop and it goes nowhere. So for their time's sake, just being in the channel, they have to cut these. Makes the conversation go forward, and they have to actually answer their tough questions instead of running away and playing all their globe tricks.
Yeah, so what they mainly do is, if they ask a question and the question's not answered, and then it gets thrown out into a tangent, it gets taken away into something else, or they try to reverse the burden of proof, they get muted and asked to answer the question. And the other thing they do that makes them, Nathan and that, really angry is when they answer something, they answer it correctly, and then the person just repeats the same thing again, like it's proving something. And then they repeat it again and again and again. And once they just start repeating, there's no point in going any further. So they get muted. Yeah. So, and for the show, I understand that.
Globe reset. Yeah, and a lot of people don't understand that because they're new, and B, they're globers and they're triggered because they can't get their fundy beliefs out there to everyone to be known. So I get why he doesn't have as many followers as some of the other big guys, but the other big guys they let a lot of BS through they let a lot of BS through, and we don't really appreciate that.
Because one thing is for sure that the Globies' number one proof that the Earth is a globe is them taking control of the conversation. And so QE and Nathan are very good at stopping that. I will give them good credit for that because the Globie will do their best to come off like they are the source of wisdom and that they get to dictate how the conversation goes, how much time you get to answer, and how much time they get to answer. And so, and then if they don't like your answer, then they just repeat it. Oh, you don't have an answer for that.
Yeah, exactly. And I like what Q and Nathan does when they're so good at listening into the exact words that are coming out of their mouth. And as soon as they hear one word that doesn't line up with the rest, they just immediately stop them and be like, all right, what does that mean? What is that word? Like they just cut the conversation right there where it needs to be cut, because if they don't cut it, they're just going to keep waffling on, and then we're going to have to go back to oh, well, you said 2 minutes ago this, that. And then they're like, oh, 2 minutes ago, I didn't say that, blah, blah, blah. So, like, I like how they just immediately cut the BS, which is really
Yeah,
helps the audience.
100%.
Yeah, that's something that I listen to, not just as a globe versus flat earther. That's just something I listen to as a debate, like just human speaking to other humans, right? Just listening to what they're saying and, rebutting it right away. Definitely my conversational skills have gotten a bit better because I generally don't have many debates or conversations with many people, so this helps me sharpen my tools.
No doubt. It's a great topic for that. Especially then when you add on that in a lot of topics, you don't have experts who are willing to share their expert wisdom with you. Whereas here you have people like AJ who are working very hard not only to be experts, but they're working very hard to put it in clear, concise methods that can be used by others. And others can then contribute to. So that is what's good about this topic is there's a lot of continuous development.
Yeah, and there's so many smart people here. Like just alone in this room, like, oh man, so many people here easily annihilate the globe and just annihilate any conversations, really, which is great. Knowledgeable.
You want to go nappies? Yeah, I got one bubby who climbed up in my lap, so I got a feeling they're getting tired. The other one's sitting by their little stock tank we've turned into a pool, trying to use his little squirt cannon to get everything wet in the 5 mile vicinity.
Do what you gotta do, brother.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, it's this is a really interesting topic.
One of these days, we'll get on the bigger platforms and destroy one of these mainstream guys. I like the Rumble one that Nathan did a while ago. One of these guys, the guy actually deleted his channel after, which is pretty funny. But yeah, the guy was actually from my town. It's from White Rock. It's like 15 minutes from where I live. He was just a moron. And then the funny thing, they didn't know who Nathan was in the first place, so I guess that's why they walked into the trap unknowing what was gonna happen. But that is one of the problems. A lot of people know who they are, and they don't want to even get in a debate with them because they know they can't get away with their sneaky globe tricks. But I don't know, I feel like there's different types of globers out there. I feel like there's 3 globers mainly. There's the first glober, which is the ones that are completely new to this whole topic and, are just unpackaging everything we're saying. There's the second one, which is the ignorant one, which no matter what we say, it's going to be a globe. You can't change my mind. It's sphere, blah, blah, blah. And then the third one is the one where we tell them all the information, they accept it, and then they go into a globe reset cog dis at the very end. And they're super nice. Those people are they're the nicest ones, but they just they can't fathom why they be lying to us. That's the best one.
Yeah, it is interesting because it's been a second since you were talking. There was something there I wanted to respond to, and now, heck, I can't remember exactly what it was. The always grabbed my attention again there.
Globe reset.
But it is. Say again, brother.
What was it, the globe reset? I said, or anyways, go
Yeah,
on.
that's it. Yeah, the globe reset. So over the last few years, I've had to learn a lot about autism, and that resetting is a real thing that happens. We call it the globe reset because that's what we see, but that is something that's well known in the circles of those who study autism, that the person resets and they really can't remember what happened in the previous cycle.
I mean, I could imagine it after all this years of if you actually paid attention in school, right, to all this like learning, and you're super into it, and you're like, oh, we're gonna go to space, and oh my god, like, if you actually are sunk into the world in which we're presented in, I could totally see.
So, like, even in school, while they were teaching me all that stuff, at the same time, they were teaching me evolution and all that. So, I was taking it with a grain of salt. I didn't know about Flat Earth at that time, but I knew the other things they were teaching me were not right. And I knew about 9/11 or some science stuff as well, that what they were saying is not true, like Big Bang. I knew that wasn't true. I knew like the whole stance on atheism and evolution wasn't true. So while they were teaching me that, they were teaching me heliocentrism stuff. So I don't think it was able to take like a hold like it does other people, as if they accepted evolution at that same time they were indoctrinated with, and like, Big Bang, atheism stuff. If they accepted all that together at the same time, I can see it'd be a lot harder to let go of it, rather than be skeptical as you're being taught that, because you're aware of some things they are teaching you to not be true. And yeah, even in history class, there was people like skeptical of like 9/11. They were still teaching us the official story. So I knew a lot of the things in the history class were not true as well. And whenever like the history teacher would just ask like a basic question, I was like one of the top, well, I would say I was a top student in the history classes, and they would often call on me because I knew what the right answer was. But that doesn't mean that I believed it. I was just able to memorize it.
Yeah, that's another thing. There's a lot of people around me in school that were great at memorizing. I was not one of them.
Well, it's interesting you guys bring up both of those, because another member of 24/7 and I were talking about the different kinds of intelligence. And schools traditionally, which I actually have some evidence to think, at least where I live, they're trying to grow a little beyond rote memory. That, throughout history, the way that you would tell somebody was smart is if they had a good rote memory and they could memorize the stuff from the classes and things like that. And then you have, from there, people have good memories that are considered intelligent. And then you have people who are good at analysis and learning, which I think that's a little more of a more apt method of determining how intelligent or successful somebody is not necessarily that they've memorized 100 dictionary definitions so they get to pass the test. They're presented with something to indicate that, they can actually draw conclusions and things like that from what they've been taught. And so what you end up with, though, of those two types of people, you end up with those who their intellect is based upon calculation. And then there are those whose intellect is based upon logic. And so I think it stands to reason that we see the globies are that lower level of those who typically their intellect comes through calculation, because they're always relying upon calculation. And then you have those who are drawing their intellect more from logic and deduction and inference.
One way to get through to some of those people who are like mathematically minded is to tell them that, well, math is just another language. You can have something called false variables in math. So you can calculate things that don't exist. Yeah, so after how a lot of people say it, which is pretty overused now, like you can calculate Superman flying beautifully, you can predict where he's going to be at, describe his flight path, the direction, all that. You can calculate all that, but because you're calculating false variables, it is meaningless. Yeah, and math is not science, which just because you can use math within science, that doesn't mean it is science. That'd be a composition fallacy, same as like something they call observational science, like astronomy, cosmology, which is all pseudoscience by definition, as it doesn't follow the scientific method. They only have the one step of observing a natural phenomena, and then they don't take it from there and apply it through the scientific method. So that as well is called a composition fallacy, because you only have one part of the method. That doesn't mean that that one part is the whole.
Yeah,
and they do that with math, because just because they have math, they think that is the whole. So yeah, again, a part is not the whole. That's a composition fallacy. Go ahead.
No, you, my friend, are 100% correct, because think about it a moment here. A person who is good at calculation and mathematics has to, by definition, be good at memorizing formulas. So you come up with a situation for them. They've either memorized a formula, or they can go find a formula and calculate what they feel they need to calculate. Notice that keyword feel. Secondarily, you have people who use logic. And so I may not remember a specific formula, or you may not remember a specific formula, but what we can do is deduce, well, this formula probably should be somewhere along like this. And so that becomes the problem is because if you can't deduce how would you actually do the math, then all the years in training of math and knowing obscure formulas and things like this are going to prove absolutely zilch, period. But it is interesting, Neil, that what we get to see here is we get to see all kinds of different learning styles and limitations, and we get to see the types of crutches that so many different people use, not only globe Earth, but flat Earth or whatever, on the fence, whatever. We get to see their crutches that they use, and they become a really interesting insight to how this world works.
100%. You nailed that right on the spot. Take a little smoke. 1 second.
And Box Ops, if you don't mind humoring me for a second, why do you think it is that the Globies, who typically profess to hate us, come and spend so much time with us over and over and over again?
Well, I think one answer would be they're trying to convince themselves it's a globe because they're skeptical, or they're trying to reconcile all the contradictions of what they are told versus observation and measurement. And it's also an interesting topic because it is kind of all encompassing for geometry, science. Like, we know it's fundamentally geometry, but for them, they need that the science to prove that, motion and a bunch of other causes that they claim. So I think they have fun also, like, trying to learn like certain globe arguments and then try to see how it pans out when they bring them to us. And even after they're defeated, like, over and over, maybe they'll like alter their rhetoric a little bit. Like, for instance, if you ever hear like the ridiculousness of Brenda saying we measure the elevation angles from the center of the Earth. So that's how they get that horizontal baseline, is because they're in the center of the Earth getting that elevation angle. Well, obviously we know that they're not in a center of a sphere where the core is measuring the angle. But the reason they say this is because, well, if you read enough citations about celestial navigation, elevation angles, from the globe side, you will see that it says within a lot of those citations that the elevation angle is measured from the center. Yeah, so it obviously it sounds ridiculous whenever Brenda comes in here telling us we measure the angle from the center of the earth when, okay, obviously they're not. So it's just like, it's absurd, yeah? Well, they have refined their argument just to match what they are told through the citations because they say that. Even though it's absurd, because so many of those say that, that's what they'll come here and say. And then at the same time, well, we hear like other globers say, well, that's obviously ridiculous. We're on the surface. We're not in the center measuring the elevation angle. Well, ironically, Brenda's done more research than the average glober. So they'll try to give you a story, even if it's ridiculous, that matches like what the citations are saying. So yeah, they have a lot of fun, like trying, and I don't know, you can also say like it's like a religious aspect. Like, why do people go door to door to try to convert people to X religion? Right? Well, they're basically knocking on our door, telling us not to leave the heliocentrism religion and reasons that they think it's true and all that, yeah. And yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can answer that question. I actually found another hostile witness paper that was talking about elevation angles and celestial navigation, all that. Globe versus flat, as obviously the paper was from a globe earther. And within the definition of elevation angle, on this newest one I found, they said that, yeah, it's measured from the center of the earth. And they have to say that because, of course, we have the horizontal baseline. So that's why you often hear like the ground position or the GP of whatever star you are sighting is not in the sky on a tangent, but it's on the ground. Well, it looks like it's not even, it's funny because it's either in the sky on a tangent or it's in the center of their sphere. So there's different ways to say it. You can either say it's the projection of the celestial sphere onto the equatorial plane, or that it's just the sky is a parallel plane to the ground plane, and that's where we're measuring the angle from. And obviously we're on the ground, so yeah, we're getting that horizontal baseline across the ground and not an equatorial plane.
So, since you brought up Brenda a bit ago, Brenda's been around for a really long time, and frankly, when Brenda's on, I'm usually working, so I don't get to hear a whole lot. But is Brenda minorly well-intentioned, not well-intentioned, or very well-intentioned?
Very religious zealotry and dishonesty, and trying to get our server shut down and bait people into violating terms of service. Yeah, so we can't even like give specifics of the color commentary because that's what he wants.
Right. So my point being, why not just ban Brenda?
Yeah, usually like last few times Nathan came into the politics server, as soon as anyone hears Brenda's voice, they just get muted because, you know, we've already ran through all the evidence thousands of times with certain people. The priority is reaching new people and not doing the same old merry-go-round of circle jerk, where even once they're defeated, like what y'all were saying earlier, NPC reset and just repeat their claim and pretend that a rebuttal was ever put forward to them. Right, so I'm not trying to defeat the same argument over and over. If something's already defeated, we try to move on to the next point or the next person.
Yeah, and
Just
the point of that's just to more or less say, asked and answered, let's move on.
Yeah, so I think the Q&A portion went well during this last debate. It sounded like people were asking questions, and then after they hear the answers, instead of being all hostile and rejecting the answers, they're like, oh, okay, thanks, that's all my questions. So eventually we'll get that last debate and the Q&A portion available so people can watch whatever they missed of that.
Yeah, I messed it up badly. Yeah, because what happened was the YouTube bot left the room. Something happened there, and I was recording it on OBS Studio, but I was just doing a screen recording, and I didn't realize I wasn't just recording the screen. I was recording with my microphone open as well. So when I was muting in the debate, I was talking to my wife and my son. My son was trying to watch it on YouTube. I was trying to show him the YouTube channel, and it's sort of me speaking through it. So although I'm not speaking through them as such, I'm muted, if you understand what I mean. So I'm just trying to edit that out from over the top of me asking for drinks and whatever else was going on in the background at the time.
Yeah, and the reason I asked about Brenda is because Brenda, the other week when I was on and Brenda was on, he started talking about QE and was making sure that 5 or 6 times to repeat QE's real name. And so I asked in there, well, what does QE's name matter? Does that make like the Earth a globe or something if you say QE's name?
That's all right. Last night in politics, I laughed at Brenda because Brenda said that things flew sideways and then continued to be a little dick in the chat and was like, you guys muted me, you guys are cowards. And I was like, shut up, Brenda, you're a bitch. You think things fall sideways. And that was the end of it. But he's one of those respawning clowns.
Yeah, so why hasn't Brenda, and there's probably a few others I can think of, that not been permabanned from politics?
Yeah, I personally don't see anything wrong with banning, like perma-banning all of the anti-flat earthers.
And I'm all for giving them second chances, third chances, 100th chances, but at some point you have to draw the line, and you have to. I really truly believe that at some point you have to just cut it off because I've stopped going into politics server because you get these anti-flat earthers who are going on and on and on, and then there's a room full of newbies and others who are deprived of their opportunity to learn because you're having to treat Brenda and others like they're little children.
Yeah, that's it. It robs other people who genuinely have real questions, who really want to learn, robs them of their time to get to learn and figure things out. And I was having that same thought. Bunch of anti-flat earthers logging up the works, as it were. There's genuine people out there that are critically thinking individuals that would like to ask some questions and figure it out, and that's why they come here. And then then it gets overrun with trolls like Brenda and Rich Evans and Scott Mackey and all of those tards.
I get it. Yeah. Yeah, because like that Scott Mackey. I don't get why Scott Mackey still comes around or is bled around, because Scott Mackey will do everything in his power to take control of the channel. It seems like the mods just love it when he does.
I think that if Scott Mackey comes in, he needs kept on mute always, forever.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if somebody wants to occasionally give him a little time, and then once that time's expired, okay, back to the gulag you go.
Right. Scott Mackey's like the cat toy in the corner. Better yet, it's like the cat toy that's under the dresser, Every now and then the cat gets under there, pulls it out, wants to play with it again. Yeah, that's what we'll do with Scott.
Right, exactly. And really, what I would like is, I'd like for somebody to someday prove me wrong, that I think that one of the hallmarks of our anti-flat earth people is they're just they just have that oppositional defiant disorder, that what keeps bringing them back to us is that they don't have anybody to be defiant with. So they come into us, so we will entertain them with good, cheap, free entertainment. And then when they're done, they can just turn it off and then come back and get more entertainment when they're ready down the road.
Yeah, I recognize that. Those people just need to get muted, ignored. Let people that actually want to learn come in and learn,
Yeah. And I also think you can tell a lot about a few of the people on our side when they pick people like fake Professor Dave to go argue with. AI said it really well when he was talking with Witsit during the Witsit QE conversation last week. AI said to Witsit why Evander Holyfield, Mayfield never boxes somebody below him. So there's a lot of matches that Mayfield does not. take because of that. And go ahead, brother.
Yeah, it was Floyd Mayweather, but yeah, I understand your point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're all exploring how to do this, so even the Globetards, they're figuring out how to do this too. I guess. But anyway, I don't have much else useful to add other than to ramble on.
Looks like we have some new people in here. Zeroth and Honorable, what's up? Welcome. If y'all have any globe evidence or have a flat Earth question, feel free to chime in. Yo, AJ, it's even worse what happened to the last debate that happened with Indio on Twitter. He tried recording the whole thing, and then when he went back to listen to it, it turns out it didn't pick up the audio because one of the settings was wrong on OBS. So he only has one side talking. Think it was his side talking, but couldn't hear the opponent talking through the whole recording.
Yeah, okay.
That guy was
Yeah.
even way more toxic than the guy that you were debating, because the guy you were talking to just kept insulting, cussing, all that. And same thing happened to Indio. Debated some guy on Twitter. on a space, and like half of the time the guy was just insulting him. So he's like, oh great, I'm gonna have this recorded, he's gonna make it a video. And then yeah, out of luck, the recording got messed up and didn't pick up both people talking. So yeah, it's hard to record these things. You like, maybe during the opener of whatever you're recording, you can like listen back if you can, like stop the recording during like a silence and just like scroll through it to make sure like the audio is good. Because usually like during live streams, whoever's live streaming is like asking the chat, like, can you hear this? Is audio good? Well, problem is with just recording it, you don't get that live feedback. So yeah, maybe you should have been live streamed instead to avoid that problem, to where we can just like
Yeah, I
on
think
your
my
side.
problem was I haven't really used OBS and I hadn't really tested it out. So what I did was I just did a screen recording. And when I did the screen recording, I had it picking up the sound coming from the screen recording, but I wasn't sure whether I was going to come through on that. So I turned on the microphone as well, but then completely forgetting that the microphone was recording as well. I'm just talking away as usual while I'm not speaking in the debate, and he's just carrying on and abusing everybody. And it's just in the recording, that's all. And then, yeah, so I'll just get that cleaned up, and then, yeah, I'll send it across. But other than that, the recording went all right. I just need to try it next time without using my microphone first somewhere and do a test and see what happens.
Yeah, this is like exactly why people hire like audio guys if they're like YouTubers, because it looks like everything is right, and then when you go to do it, it's not right, even though like it worked last time, same settings, but now this time it doesn't work. Yeah, like if you ever watch well, you just take for example like the Witsit live streams, there's like half the time at least there's like audio chaos, something not working at the beginning. But he has the ability just to ask the chat like, hey, all good, is it working, can you hear me? Angels, what's up?
Bonjour.
Welcome.
Bonjour. Comment va?
Say again, you got English for us?
Tu parles anglais?
Yes. I'm wondering about the space telescopes.
What about them?
Where are they?
Not in outer space. Yeah, outer space doesn't exist, man.
Okay.
That would violate natural law. Right?
So
but you
those
can have
projects
stuff in
were
the sky.
scandals.
Are you talking about
Were the
like,
project scandals, or what about all the satellite projects? What's
Are-
up with that?
Are you talking about like the Hubble telescope?
All of them.
All of them? No, I'm not sure how many there are. How many are there?
Sputnik was the first
How
one.
many are there?
Sputnik was the first. Well,
Okay.
Sputnik was the first one. Okay.
Okay. How
And then
can you
Voyager was too.
verify that? How can you verify that space is a place that anybody can get to?
I didn't fail science. Basically common knowledge.
No, actually, that's untrue. So we know that the natural laws and gas laws, those are the established science. They're laws of nature. They are descriptions of
Sure.
things that happen always. Yeah. So would you first believe a story that you have never experienced or verified, or would you say that the natural laws are true until you can practically demonstrate otherwise?
I'm just concerned I might have to get my science teachers teaching my kids fired for what they're telling my kids. Maybe they're lying to my kids.
Well, not lying would be like they knowingly know it's false, right? But they're just repeating what they were
Right.
told to believe, just like what you're here doing.
Oh,
Are you lying, or do
I
you
see.
believe what you are saying?
Right. I get it. It's the solipsism. I get it.
No.
Well, not solipsism, but it rhymes. We're all under a spell of some simulation we're not aware of.
Are you going to do another straw man? Who said simulation,
No,
dude?
well, I'm saying that's what like if you were a solipsist, it's like your simulated world and everything around you is just a figment of your imagination. Similar
Who said
thinking
anything
applies
about
here, where
imagination? Or yeah, dude. So this is
the
another straw man.
science teachers think it's what I know
So
what
I
it is.
bring
Have
up
you seen the
laws of
Truman
nature,
Show?
and you talk about simulation, dude. That's pretty dishonest
Yeah,
and
no,
not the point.
you're right. A better example is the Truman Show. Have you watched that?
This isn't about a movie either, dude. Does that tell you about
Well,
laws of
but
nature?
no, that's no. There's a lot of
So
knowledge
you cannot.
within
Right,
movies and
so
things.
since you check it out,
Yeah. So in
who's
the
talking?
Truman Show, you're saying that science teachers are just like
Hold
the
on,
guy in the Truman Show
Tony, you're
or
coming
me.
in.
We don't know
Hold
that
on,
we're being lied to. That's what you're
yeah,
saying.
you
We're
have
kind of
impulse
don't know we're being
control. I'm
lied to.
trying to.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
I
me?
get it.
No,
I
I
get it
couldn't hear
now.
you. I'm
We're
trying
like
to
the
tell you,
Truman
but this
Show.
other guy
For
won't shut
sure,
the
I
hell
get
up.
it. We're being lied to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude. Obviously, you have impulse control.
we don't have to figure out. That's not our claim to figure out why you're being lied to. That's something you have to cope with. The only thing that
Yeah,
we
we
have
can
to
hear you great
identify,
now, Tony. Thank you.
only thing that we have to identify is that there is space is actually fake. We don't have to basically tell you why people are lying to you about people going into space. We only have to explain to you that space is fake because it is a natural law violation. You have to get past the natural law violation. Space is fake because it violates natural law, the entropy law, the gas law. Gas will need a container for air pressure. You have to basically contend with that. Not talk to us about why satellites is in space. Not talk to us about why people are lying to you. Not talk about science class. You going to have to explain. This is your burden for you to explain how are satellites in a violation of a natural law. That is your claim for you to explain, not for us to explain your claim. Get it? Space is fake because it violates natural law. You have to deal with that. We don't
I
have to
think
be answering questions about nonsense. You were going to tell us how violations of natural laws actually exist in reality? No, we don't have to talk about fantasy land. We don't got to talk about la la land. We don't got to go into conspiracy theories. You only have to tell us how people going into a space vacuum, right? Right?
Yeah, so the problem
You
is
have to
he's trying
tell
to
us how
turn
you.
this into a subjective conversation when we bring up objective evidence like laws of nature. So he's trying to demean uh, the evidence by red herrings of nonsense, stimulation, soplism, movies. Yeah, that's not our argument, right? So notice when we bring up objective evidence, they start talking about simulation in movies, right? Because they cannot, they know this, rebut second law of thermodynamics. Yeah. So angels,
Right.
I'm going
Natural
to give you an
natural
opportunity.
gas law. That's where that argument goes to. That the natural gas law refutes your space vacuum claim. So you cannot even
Exactly.
talk about satellites until you basically present a way or somehow that is not violating that natural law. Natural law is something that will always incur in nature. So this thing that always will incur in nature, since you are talking about space, is part of nature in itself. Space, it cannot incur in the space vacuum because it will violate the natural law of gas pressure. Gas pressure needing the necessary antecedent of a container. That is a natural law. You have to deal with that because you guys claim is that it can violate that natural law due to gravity, right? Then you have to explain what gravity is. We don't have to pretty much talk about none of this stuff. This is where these arguments should be going. It should not be going to, well, why do we see satellites out there? What? No, satellites cannot be in the space vacuum because it violates the natural law of gas pressure. The second law of thermodynamics, the entropy law, the gas law. It violates those laws, something that will always occur in nature. This is physics. It's violating the law of physics. So we don't sit up here to start talking about La La Land. I know you guys like to hate us. Y'all hate Nathan Oakley when he said it. You hate QE when he said it. But yeah, you are talking about La La Land where you're talking about something that have not been validated. It's fantasy land. Narnia. That's what we call space. Because it violates natural law. Narnia. We don't have to talk about Narnia.
Yeah. So
Truman
any
Show.
claims, any claims coming from a medium that would be in violation of natural law, those claims are automatically dismissed until you can refute these laws of nature, right? So we're not going to just allow you to beg the question that outer space does exist and then make claims about that place, right? Because you have an underlying assumption that you have to first work through.
Then another thing is, natural laws is not a debate. It's that's the other thing. It's not a debate. It's something that will always occur in nature. So it's not a debate. There's nothing to debate about. It's not, oh, do gas pressure exist? No. It's not, do the secular law of thermodynamics applies in nature? That's not a debate. It will always occur in nature. So it's not a debate. Space vacuum cannot be true because it violates the natural law. The entropy law, the second law of thermodynamics, something that will always occur in nature. It's not a debate. So if you want to say, oh, well, no, it is no, it's not a debate. It's not a debate at all. We don't got to talk about satellites
not a
or none of
debate
that.
at all. But I'm curious. Did you pass or fail science?
So red herring and appeal to credentials fallacy. So can you practically demonstrate measurable gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of containment without begging the question? Go ahead.
Can you give me a flat Earth model that I would care about?
Not what I asked for. Do you have the practical demonstration, or will you just concede this one point?
Well, there's no sense of dicking around with these small points if you don't have a model to start
Okay.
with.
So, yeah, I guess outer space existing or not on a globe is a small point. No, my guy. That is one of the three most foundational claims of one is sphericity. Second would be motion. And three would be embedded in that larger space of an outer space vacuum, right? So I don't think it's a small point. It's one of the three foundational pillars that without you don't have a globe to begin with. Yeah.
So and
But
then you're saying you're making a claim of science right now because you're saying that we're talking about science right now. Are we talking about science right now, sir? Do you know what science is?
yeah, if he had the science, he'd be able to show me this empirical evidence of a
Yeah,
practical
I'm asking him.
demonstration.
Do he even know what science is? Because we're talking about
Yeah, let's
natural
give him
law,
another
things that
chance.
we
So
naturally observe.
go ahead,
No, there
Angels.
you go. I didn't realize you don't know if I'm muted or not. You should check that.
So I'm asking you, do you
These
know
guys
what
are really
science?
hot. Whenever I start to make a point, they mute me because you guys have no model. And
Dude,
I
a
heard that's your
credentials
Achilles heel.
fallacy is a red herring and not the topic. The topic isn't people, dude.
If I was saying there was a God, I'd bring a model for a
Do
God.
you know
Not
what
the
You say
science
there's a
topic.
is?
flat
That's the
Earth.
question.
Bring a
That's the
model.
question that I'm asking
Okay,
you.
that's the
I'm
number
asking you.
one.
I'm
All
asking
the
you a
rest
question,
is just
sir. I'm asking
peanuts.
you a question,
You
sir.
guys are
Not to go into
peanuts.
La La Land. Not to talk about
So now
Narnia.
ad
Not to
That's
talk
not
homs.
La
about
La
science
Land.
teacher.
That's
Not to talk about none of
foundational
that.
information.
We asking you a question.
Foundational.
We asking you a
We said
Why
it
don't
was
you
a
question
mute
based
small
me
on the
point.
instead of
statement that
answering?
you made.
Go ahead, mute me instead of
Okay.
answering.
Do you know what science
Go
is?
ahead.
Yes or no? Do you know what science
Do
is?
you
Yes or
have a
no?
model? Do you have
Why
a
are you
Do
model?
you know
asking
what
for
science
something
is?
that you
That was
don't
a
have
closed
yourself?
question, dude.
Why are you
we
asking
do
for
have,
something
and
you
we
don't
actually
have yourself, dude?
have a lot of things that you think is lies. So you can prove they're lies as well.
Never saying
All the
anything.
science
There
teachers
you
should
go,
be
talking
locked
about
up.
La La Land.
No,
all
you
that.
can bring forth your
Do you
positive
know what
claims.
science is? What science?
I'm not here to be taught. Where's your model?
You made a claim about science. Yeah, you teaching us right now.
I'm not
You
here
made
to
a
be
claim
taught by you.
when we was
Where's
talking
your
about
model
natural
for your
laws
claims?
and it
Blah,
being a
blah,
violation
blah.
of that
You
space.
want to be manipulated.
Yeah. I know. Blah blah blah.
Spiraling.
What is science? You made a claim of science. What is science? You're talking about models. What science? What would be a scientific model that you have, by the way?
So,
Got your
okay, one
tongue.
more chance,
You don't have
Angels.
a scientific model. So what is your
There you go.
scientific model?
You
right?
have to realize when I'm muted, genius. Got a trigger happy friend there.
You're not
somewhere.
muted right
real
now. You should be
conniption
telling
fit.
us what science is. You're too busy talking about being muted.
Well,
What is science?
let's just say the model of the sun and the moon is in use when we're putting rockets into space.
That's not what I asked you.
Okay. Where's your model? Where's your
The
model
first
that we
question
can
I
use?
asked you is
I
what
haven't
is
seen
science?
one.
First
Your model
question
is
that
a
I asked
conspiracy
you was
theory.
what is
That's your
science?
model. Your model
Yes. The
is a
first question that
conspiracy
I
theory.
asked you was what is science, and what would be your scientific model, which would be a model that is based in science. So first you have to answer what is science.
Have you
And
ever
the second
seen the
thing you have to answer is
gravitational
how
model
is
of
it
the
apply?
Earth?
How do
Have you
you
ever
apply
seen the
that to your model?
Excuse me.
Yeah, he want to talk
you
through it.
disingenuous
Yeah,
man.
I know. This is
Have you
gonna
ever
hurt him
seen
because
a
he don't have
model
a
Why are you
of the
projecting, dude? Yeah, let's get this clear. I asked you it for a practical demonstration because you think outer space exists. We told you specifically it violates laws of nature. Yeah, so you're not going to hand wave dismiss and talk about new topics and subjective nonsense like conspiracy. Yeah, we don't think that water is lying. We can measure the water to be flat, but that's not even the topic yet. Right. So if you had the science, you'd be able to give empirical evidence and the demonstration that I asked for of gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of containment without begging the question of a sky vacuum. Yeah, you cannot do that. You want to shift the burden of proof, ask us endless questions, yeah, and not answer what's his name, Toby or Tony's direct questions to you. Yeah, he asked you a closed question. Do you know what science is? You couldn't answer, right? You can't define science, can't give us the science, can't give us demonstration, yeah? You came empty-handed and just want to ad hom and change the topic once you are defeated. Go ahead, Neil.
Yeah, let's stick on the topic and not go to other places. So space in the second law of thermodynamics. Do you want to explain how that works on your globe, Angels?
I would like to know if you have a flat Earth model.
We never claim to have one.
No, you're the one that's making claims here. So you made a claim of science.
Yeah,
So first
so
you
we
have
were
to
talking about
explain to us.
NPC reset earlier, and that's exactly what he does. He's just going to repeat
It's
himself
reversal
forever.
of burden of proof. Yeah, he's reversing the burden of proof. You'd have made a claim of science. So since you are making that claim using that a scientific principle, you have to explain to us, do you know what science is? That's why I asked you that. I asked you, do you know what science is? And since you are claiming to have a model, using this scientific principle, what model are you going to present to us? Using the principles of science. That would be a scientific model? Things that could be, well, I'm not going to tell you because first of all, you have to tell us, do you know what science is?
Yo, AJ, I'll be back. It's up to you if you want to give that guy another chance.
Yeah, right. No worries. Well,
Let's see if he
I'd
answers
say Reg.
honestly.
I'd say Reg Joe. It's even worse than that because they have a claimed model, but they have no measured curvature in the first instance for the claimed model.
So, Angels, would you like to talk about your model or are you just gonna put the burden of proof on us? So let's hear what you know about your globe.
Sure. Just give me a sec.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, explanation, but we need validation behind it. What principle are you going to validate this explanation you're going to give us with? Not a bunch of just so stories. I stole WQE. It's my new argument now.
Well, he'll hear. Let's just let him make one claim, and let's let him stick to that claim so he can't run away from it. And we'll deconstruct it, take it apart, and go from there. We'll see where it goes.
I mean, you would think this guy would be ready. He jumped in the middle of a conversation that, you guys was perfectly having, minding your own business, with all of these claims saying that you guys didn't study science in high school.
Certainly.
As if he
Here's
had
a simple
science.
explanation. Imagine you're holding a basketball and a flat piece of paper.
Yeah, no, we're not going to listen to Google's explanation. Thank you.
That's nonsense. He should know what science is.
Apparently, according to him, what he's Googled, science is when you have a basketball being held with a piece of paper.
Oh, God.
It doesn't
You
have
got
any
anything
stretching
else?
or squishing because
Oh,
it's
he's
also
still going.
round, just like the real Earth.
Oh, boy.
All right, so we're gonna take your basketball and your piece of paper, and we're just gonna throw it in the garbage because it's useless. All right. You're not taking actual measurements of the earth which you're walking upon. You can't just say basketball paper equals we live and walk on a globe. Doesn't work like that, bud.
Yeah, this guy's just a troll. I'll just continue on with our conversation.
Yeah. When your opening statement starts with imagine, everything else after that is not credible.
Then once you guys put the pressure upon him and come with hard evidence or the necessary antecedent of a natural law of violation, so you cannot have space or satellites in it. And then he say, "Oh, well, what's your model? Well, model based in what? Oh, what is your science?" So all the science teachers are wrong and all this and that. Oh, that's just going into la la land. But since you're talking about science, do you know what science is? And was the model that you was presenting to me earlier, was that based in the scientific principle? First, explain what science is. That would be the first question, right? And then once we nail what science actually is, and we properly define it, in its objective way of defining it, which means that, science, the method of science isn't a debatable question neither. Science is a method, it's very specific, and it do answer the questions in nature very specifically. So once we basically nail what science is, now we're going to look at your model using this scientific principle and see, is it actually using a scientific method? I think I gave away too much.
He ran
So
away.
is your model using a scientific method? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, well, you're not. So your model is not based in science. So why are you trying to reverse that burden of proof upon me to back mine? That don't make sense.
Who
How are you
decides?
validating your claim?
Who decides what the scientific method is?
Oh, is that Brenda?
Yes.
Brenda, science doesn't prove anything to you, so it wouldn't be validation for any of your claims, now would it, Brenda?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is? So science does prove things then, Brenda?
No, it
in
doesn't.
nature?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't? So you have no validation, they just so stories then, Brenda?
No, I do have justification. Yes.
Oh, you do have justification, but not
Absolutely.
validation then.
What is
The science
validation?
proves nothing, according to you. So you're not part of this conversation right now
Well,
because
I am
according
because
to you, in your philosophy, science proves nothing. It doesn't prove cause and effect relationship in the natural. And
correct.
it doesn't
Science,
apply, wait a minute, and it doesn't apply the law of non-contradiction. Because, reality applies to the law of non-contradiction. Both things cannot
doesn't
be
make any
proved
sense.
true in reality. So, but according to Brenda, both things can be true in reality. Right, Brenda? Everything is subjective according to Brenda. Because science proves nothing. Right, Brenda?
Science doesn't give you deductive certainty. It gives you inductive probability.
Like gambling.
So it proves nothing. Yeah.
That's right. Proof is deductive certainty. Science doesn't give that. Only math does.
No, Brenda,
Yes.
science
Yes,
proves
it is.
things. It gives you, listen, science deals with the law of non-contradiction. According to you, that's not true.
No, I
Right?
didn't say that. No.
Which means that both things cannot, which means after you do this science experiment repeatedly, any scientific theories must be backed by a scientific experiment. And that experiment must be able to be repeated because it's following the law of non-contradiction, which means that the no and the alternative both cannot be true in this scientific experiment.
Yeah,
It will
that's
all natural. And wait a minute, Brenda. In nature, right? The natural cause of the effect in nature, both will have a no. You are testing the no and the alternative. The no and the alternative both cannot be true according to the scientific method and according to reality in itself. But according to Brenda, that's not true. It's just deductive
correct.
reasoning and logic. Right, Brenda? No, science
Yes.
deals with empirical
Yes.
studies, Brenda.
It's
You actually wrong.
logic.
I don't have to talk to you. I don't have to talk to you anymore, Brenda. You a
But
nutcase. You
you
actually
haven't talked
wrong.
to me. This is what every scientific education will entail, right? Is
Yeah.
telling you about
Every
that
pseudoscience,
science does that science.
every pseudoscience scientific
No,
education.
in every university on earth.
No, not every university does that.
Yes,
Every
yes, it will.
university that talks about the scientific method says
Yeah,
that
they'll talk about
the
it.
no
And
and the alternative. Wait a minute. Most universities that deals with the scientific method goes under the theory of non-contradiction. Both things cannot be true objectively in nature. The natural cause of the effect of the phenomenon that you actually studying has a no. There you are testing the no, and that no also have the alternative. The no and the alternative cannot be the natural cause of the effect, which means both things cannot be true. So you are definitely proving the no or the alternative in a scientific experiment, Brenda. So therefore, it is proving the natural cause, or the thing that is not causing that natural effect. Therefore, Brenda, you are doing what, Brenda?
so That's
Not
only
true
true
in the cause,
in the
according to
case
Brenda.
of a true dichotomy, but hypotheses are rarely true dichotomies.
What are you talking about now, Brenda?
Logic, the
Still
thing that
talking
you
logic.
know about.
No, Brenda. This is an empirical study, Brenda.
Yes,
You know
empiricism
what
can also,
empirical means? Do you know what empirical means?
empiricism means that you get truth through your
Truth,
senses.
objective truth that you are discovering.
No, that's not what it means.
Yes. Okay, look it up, Brenda.
It's not what it means.
Look it up, Brenda. I'm on ChatGPT right now.
Empiricism is a metaphysical position that says that knowledge comes by means of the senses.
No, Brenda, look it
Yes.
up. It's an empirical
I don't have
study.
to.
One be empirical if it's based upon just consensus, based upon people's opinions. No, it's an
It's
objective
not based on
study.
consensus.
It's
I didn't
an
think-
objective study, Brenda. Look it
There's
up.
no such thing as an
It's the most
objective
objective
study.
study that we have, the scientific method. It's the most objective
No,
study
it's
that we have.
not. It's not.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, according to you, Brenda.
Logic and math would be objective. Empiricism is subject to subjective
We're
thoughts and
talking
opinions.
about we're talking about in physics.
Yes.
Math could be, you can make up anything in math. You can make up anything.
No, you
Math
can't.
is concepts. That explains, yes, Brenda, let me
No,
explain.
you can't make up anything
You're
in
an
math.
idiot,
You
Brenda.
can't.
Let me explain this to you, Brenda. Math are calculations. They are concepts. They are descriptive. They are descriptive. They
Can I
describe
make up
things
2
that
plus
you are
2 equals-
naturally observed. Wait a minute, Brenda. Let me finish. I know you ain't gonna like this part. I know.
Well, you tend to filibuster.
They've gone to it. I know you don't like this part. I know. It's the end. Math are language, like words, reading, things of that nature. They are descriptive, conceptual terms that we are using to describe what we are observing in reality, Brenda. But math would not hold truth if what that math is describing in reality, right? Which means that the reality is incorrect. So math will be incorrect if it's not describing what is actually happening in reality. So it's a descriptor. It needs reality. It needs physics in order for it to be true. Now,
No, it doesn't.
science, Brenda, it doesn't. Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
Then
math
it's just
doesn't-
imaginary then. It's just
Can I-
imaginary then.
can I
Now,
speak here?
science, let me finish. Now, science
But you never
deals
finish.
directly with cause and effect relationships
No, actually, it
in
doesn't.
the natural world. It does.
Cause and effect aren't actually formally defined in science, actually. People have known this
it's
since Hume. So in math, you can't make up anything you want. You can't make up the 2 plus 2 equals 5.
You can. You have false
No, you can't.
variables. You can say 2 plus 2 is 5 if you add an imaginary 1, like for dark matter, dark energy, right? So even though Einstein's theory is 96% wrong, you can just fill that 96% error with any false variable you want. You do this with dark matter, dark energy.
You can't do that.
Yeah,
you can't
so-
add.
Check this out. But hold up, Brenda.
You can't
Brenda,
make up 2 plus 2 equals 5.
you're not rebutting anything that I just said to you.
Well, most of
Math
what you said is
math. Everything that I said is correct, and everything that you said is
gibberish.
nonsense.
You don't know
Math,
anything.
Brenda, listen. Math is a descriptor concept that is used to describe what you observe in reality. If you have this example
it's
that
not.
you're saying 2 plus 2 equals 4, yes, that is correct in calculations terms. Yes, that is correct in calculations terms. But if you're saying 2 plus 2 equals 4, based upon what we are observing in reality, and you have 3 sticks there, then that calculation, even though it's correct on paper, it is incorrect empirically in reality, because what that math is doing is not accurately describing what you are observing in reality. So if you have 3 sticks there and you're supposed to be adding them sticks up, and you just say, well, 2 plus 2 equals 4, and there's only 3 sticks there, then that math will be incorrect
Can you
because
make
it's
2
not
plus 2 equal
actually,
5?
it is not the correct concept that is being used to
Can you make
describe what
2
you are
plus 2
seeing in
equals
reality.
5?
So to describe, no, that's not my argument. Listen
That's
to the
mine.
argument.
That's
Again,
mine.
my argument is math is a descriptive term that describe what you are observing in reality. Is that correct?
Math is abstract concepts that have no relation to
Exactly. And these
reality.
abstract concepts is used to describe what you are
It
observing in
can be,
reality.
but it
That's
doesn't
correct.
necessarily. It can be, but it isn't necessarily. It can be
If
completely
you
divorced from
are
reality.
studying that, if you are studying things, yes, it is. If you are
No.
studying things in nature, if you are studying things in nature, math is a descriptive term of things that
You
you are
can study
describing
in
in
math.
reality.
You can study in math. You can study things that don't exist in this universe at all. They're just concepts.
Okay, well, you can do that on, yeah, you can do
Yeah.
that in comic books, but that'll be imaginary world.
Not
We're talking
comic
about
books.
in physics, Brenda. In
I'm talking
physics,
about math,
math
not
is supposed
physics.
to accurately describe things that you are observing. Or statistics could be anything. You could just make up anything. That would be
No, you can't.
pseudoscience.
You
What
can't make up anything.
Hold on,
in
Brenda.
math.
Brenda, wait a minute. Let me ask you another question. If your math is not accurately describing a statistic in physics, and you believe that this math is correct because the math makes sense, but it's not actually describing accurately what you are seeing in the natural world or the natural study that you actually observing, just like the example I brought up, it's only 3 sticks there, but your math saying 2 plus 2 equals 4. Therefore, this calculation is correct based in the conceptual terms of 2 plus 2 do equal 4, but you're not actually observing 4 sticks.
Yeah,
You are observing 3 sticks. Is that math correct?
the
Based in
math is
physics.
correct. The math is correct. It's just that my
It is
description is
correct for us in concept, but it's not
Yeah.
correct in the physics terms. It's actually
That's
1
my
stick
fault.
that you add into 2 sticks. So therefore, it is not correct. So therefore, math is a descriptive term. It's supposed to accurately describe what you are observing in reality based in physics. Now,
But
if you
if
just doing comic books, now if you just writing books and
you ever
doing
let
this,
other
making
people
up
talk,
things and writing
Joe?
on chalkboards, yeah, that's something different.
You got to let other people
But
talk,
in
right? You got to let other people talk, right?
I feel like
Otherwise,
you
you come
answered
off
your
as
own
a
question,
fool.
Brenda. You said that maths can also just describe concepts that we don't see in reality.
Math is
And this
abstract.
is
right,
and this
right.
is what
So
and
it
this is
don't
what
hold the
space-time and
objective.
gravity is. It's just
Um,
the abstract concept of something
Math
that
is
may be
abstract
occurring.
concepts.
Right.
Math is
But
abstract
if you
concepts.
cannot, yeah,
It can
but if you
sometimes.
cannot point to it, in a natural study, that means it's inaccurate. It's just a just so
That's
story.
not. This doesn't mean
It's
anything.
no longer supporting science, it's metaphysics, and
No, math
it's
isn't
just
metaphysics.
philosophical.
Math is abstract, right? And it can
Yes.
describe reality or
No,
not.
you missed what I
It
said,
doesn't have
Brenda.
to.
That wasn't what I said.
Yeah, he's going past that point.
I said to you that if you don't see what mass is describing in reality, as Reg Joe just said, and it's just a belief, it's made
Yeah.
up, it's something that's out there abstract, you're
Yeah.
using it then not in science, you're using it in terms of metaphysics and philosophy to support your concepts.
Right. If I don't see what the math says, then I'm wrong and the math is correct. I've just used it incorrectly.
Yes.
Well, it would mean
That mean because it's
Right?
not holding true in physics. Right. Then that means that it's not holding
No, it
true in
doesn't.
physics.
It just means I made the mistake. Means I
Brenda, my
made the
turn to talk.
mistake.
Brenda, my turn to talk. Brenda, listen, Brenda. If your calculations is correct, right? 2 plus 2 do equals 4. 6 plus 6 do equals 12. All of those concepts are correct. But these are tools that we use, right?
Right.
To describe
Well, if
what
I
we
have
see.
three
Wait a minute. Brenda, you're saying right, which means I am right. Then you're going to say I'm wrong
No,
at
that's
like
just
10
a
minutes
verbal
later.
way of being
Okay.
polite.
Yeah, I know what I'm talking about, Brenda. But you use these concepts, just like AJ tried to explain to you. If these concepts is not what you actually observing in a natural study, right? Which would be a natural observation.
Let me
If you
explain.
cannot point to the
You know,
natural
when I get-
observation that you are studying, then that math It's just a just so story. This is based in philosophy because it's not what you actually observing.
So if I see 3 sticks and 2 sticks, and I say 2 + 2 = 4, who made the mistake? The math is right. 2 + 2 is always equal to 4. I made the mistake. I made a mistake in counting. That's not the fault of math. That's my mistake.
Yes. It's the fault of you. Yes.
Yeah,
but
not
why
math,
is the
right?
fault? Why is that the right? I'm not disagreeing with you there. Why is it the fault of you? Where did you make the mistake?
Because I made a mistake.
Where did you make the mistake?
People are imperfect. They make mistakes.
I think you're missing the point, Brenda.
But that's my point. My point
that's
is
right.
that
However,
math
what I'm
is
trying to say,
abstract.
what is space-time?
Space-time is a concept in physics, right, that replaces space and time because that makes sense in based on our experiments. And so space-time has been validated many times. We can literally, when black holes unite, they literally cause waves in space-time.
Okay, and what is this dark energy and
don't know
dark
Nobody
matter?
knows.
Okay, so both of these that you've presented aren't something that can be tested in reality. They're not tangible.
Yes,
no, they're not.
That's what LIGO did.
Abstract mathematical
literally
equations that you're using. Hang on, let me speak, Brenda. Don't speak over me, please. Just like Joe just said, they're just mathematical equations that you're using in metaphysics. They're not in reality.
No. In physics, they are mathematical equations, and then you do experiments to test them. LIGO literally detected waves in space-time when 2 black holes united.
In the chat at 45 minutes past the hour from Oxford Dictionaries, metaphysics, the branch of philosophy that deals with the first principles and things, including abstract concepts such as being, knowing, identity, time, and space.
Yeah.
They would regard the questions of these conditions of the universe as belonging in the realm of metaphysics or religion. So not science. Time and space are the definition of metaphysics.
They're not the definition. You can do metaphysics on
the
anything.
definition is time and space. It's in there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Have you got a rebuttal for that or what? Because
space-time is the physical warp and woof of the universe that when black holes unite, they create waves. They create waves in space-time, and that's been empirically measured.
Woof.
Warp and woof are terms from weaving, like in a rug. It has up and down and left and right. That's warp and woof.
Yeah, it's still metaphysical, yeah? It's a branch of philosophy, nothing to do with science. You haven't rebutted anything. I've given a direct citation. You've given me your just so story that I'm not interested in. And again, from Oxford Dictionaries, the scientific method has 4 steps: observation of a phenomenon or a group of phenomenon.
That's not correct, right?
Formulation. You're not the one.
You're not the one. Dictionaries.
You've got to go argue with the sources, not me, because I'm just quoting direct sources. You have none, Brenda. None whatsoever.
Can you make me a space-time blanket?
Dictionaries are not Bibles.
Sure.
Dictionaries are not Bibles. They are not authorities. They simply record usage. So space-time is a concept well-defined in physics.
Well, how about I give you something from Teacher Pass? Well, it's from teacherpassrochester.com, sorry, is the scientific method. The definition of science or natural science, the intellectual and practical activity of encompassing the systematic study and structure and behavior of the physical, not construct, physical and natural worlds for observation, Oxford Dictionaries. Scientific methods from Teacher Pass.
Yeah.
And the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanations because of the requirement of the systematic experimentation.
Yeah.
From teacher past
Experimentation and
Rochester.
observation.
So you
Right.
need empirical bias. Science relies
We
on
have that.
empirical evidence gathered through observation, experimentation, measurements.
Yep.
You have to rely on the scientific method. It has to be falsifiable, and you have to have predictive power. You don't have
Yep.
anything in reality to begin with. As per both my quotations, all you have is philosophy, Brenda, and you have nothing to rebut it except your just so stories and beliefs.
No, I told you that it's experimentally validated. Space-time is, right? So you said it's
we don't need your stories,
observation.
Brenda.
You said it's observation and experiments, and that's what we have. The LIGO Observatory detected waves
Of the
in
physical,
space-time.
yeah, physical. It needs
Yeah,
to be able to
space-time
be
is physical.
Go,
Space-time is
Sorry, mate.
physical. It has waves.
Wait, it has
Yeah,
waves?
space-time is literally physical.
It does wave.
Yes, it waves.
It waves. Let's like say,
Yes.
hello.
Not like that.
Hello, Brenda.
Like a water wave, like a sound wave or a water wave. More like a sound wave, maybe.
Maybe it's not empirical evidence.
How's it they know what they
Observatory,
observed? How do they know what they observed?
they set up the experiment correctly, right? And they detected waves in space-time.
How do they know it was that's what they were detecting?
Because they set it up correctly.
Because they set it up correctly. Like they didn't do it in a clown
very
suit.
complicated.
They wore
It's
white
very
robes or something.
complicated. So they
Very
have
complicated.
they have very long tubes without any air in them, a mirror at one end, and lasers, and then they measure the time it takes for the laser to go there and back, and it can measure very accurate discrepancies in that time, which shows that the atoms in the mirror literally moved. They waved in response to a distant event where two black holes came together.
How far away was that?
I don't remember. They've made several of those detections.
Light years?
Huh?
Light years away?
Oh, many light years away. Yeah, I'm sure.
And they got readings back from a laser?
The laser detects, it accurately measures the distance from the laser to the mirror at the other end, right?
How long does it take light to get from like the nearest star? How long does it take the light to get here?
Many
How long does it take the light to get
many
here?
years. It depends. It can be millions of years.
Okay. I've heard enough.
Incredulity is not a response. It's not a refutation. You're incredulous. Being incredulous means
said
nothing.
that they're many light years away, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
how long did this experiment take? Like millions of years? Hundreds of years? Tens of years? What? How long?
Why do you think we have to wait millions of years?
The light's got to get there and come back?
No, it goes back and forth down the arm of the tube. That's only a couple miles.
So they're not getting readings from the laser.
The
Laser going
event took place long ago, far away, and then when it got to us, it moved the atoms in the mirror.
Oh, okay, right. They saw light from a black hole. Light that's not escaping the black hole.
No, the black holes disturbed space-time because they're supermassive. Mass bends space-time.
Yeah. But
that's what gravity is. Gravity is bendy space-time.
Oh, so the bendy space-time went down the tube and disturbed some atoms, did it?
Space-time is everywhere and everything all around you. It's the distance between things. So incredulity, again, giggling, Doesn't prove anything. It just shows that you don't
Did the
understand.
space-time disturb? Did the space-time disturb the atoms in the tube?
The black holes created ripples in space-time.
Yeah,
The way a
it's
stone,
space-time, right?
the way a stone creates ripples on the surface of water.
Right. So the rippling space-time went inside the tube and disturbed some atoms.
The space-time is already in the tube. It's everywhere.
Right. So the rippling of the space-time in the tube disturbed the atoms, did it?
Right.
And it rippled all the way from like light years away.
Sound, there's air in your ear canal, right? And the reason you can hear people talk is because they cause ripples in the air. That's sound. And then you can hear them. It's the same idea.
So how do they know that what caused the disturbance of atoms?
Because they set it up to, it was deliberately created to do that, to measure distance, the disturbances in space-time. That's what they did.
How did they know
Slow birth.
that that's what was happening? How did they know that's what was happening?
Yeah, welcome. I noticed everybody's gotten very quiet because they're realizing that I actually know what I'm talking about.
How did they know that's what was happening?
I was going to ask the opposite.
Because it was created to measure that. How do I know if a microphone is detecting sound? Because we made it to detect sound.
How did they know that's what was happening before they detected it? How did they know that that's what was there?
Same way that we know, the same way that we know that a microphone will detect sound before we make it. Because we already know what it is.
My goodness.
That's a terrible analogy.
No, we know what sound is, right? And so you make a microphone to detect it.
When we see bendy space-time and know what all these like galaxies, black holes shifting, how do you observe that, bro? Who's telling you this? Like, I'm trying to figure out just as a human how I observe this, but
you
I don't understand, bro.
Can you
it
see
doesn't matter
sound?
because her just so stories don't outweigh the citations that were given anyway, so she can ramble on with her stories all day long.
Can you see air? Can you see the air? You can't see air.
I can breathe it.
You can't see it.
I can breathe it. I can
You can't
physically
see the air.
interact with it.
How do you know air
I can
exists?
physically. Hey, my lungs see it.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
You can't see or detect the air.
Did you know that ears are just eyes for sound? Right?
Yeah,
and
ears
the lungs
are
are just
like
eyes for
microphones.
air. Right? They can detect it. They can
ears
feel
work
it.
just like
Can
microphones.
experience it. We breathe it. We can physically interact with it.
Where's the instrument for bendy space-time and black holes?
It's called the LIGO Observatory.
My bad. I had left for a minute. Brenda's still here talking about how concepts is reality.
Concepts describe reality. Sometimes.
So now you're using my argument that concepts isn't physical reality. It describes what you observe in physical reality, correct?
One hopes so. Sometimes people get it wrong. Like,
Yes.
for instance, people
Sometimes
think
people
the
get
Earth is
it
flat.
wrong.
That's wrong.
Right. Why do people get it wrong?
Because they're imperfect human beings.
No. Where did they get it wrong, Brenda?
Where did people get what wrong?
Okay. We're going to go with this example again.
I just want to know
Right.
what it was that they
We're going
got
to go
wrong.
with this example again. Don't cut me off. We're going to get to that. There's 3 sticks that you naturally observing. 2 and 1. In addition, they say 2 plus 2 equals 4. Therefore, it must be 4 sticks there. That is wrong. That calculation is actually wrong because he miscounted, correct? Where did he get that wrong?
Because he's an imperfect human being, he miscounted. People do that all the time.
Yeah, we know all people is imperfect. We all know that. We talking about based on this study. This is a statistic we're talking about.
What are you talking?
Where did he get this statistic? You don't, so you
What
don't know
study? What
this is
study are you
ridiculous right now. Okay, let me finish. This is a statistic, Brenda. calculations based upon what you are observing in reality. That's what statistics is, Brenda.
No, that's not
So,
what statistics
using,
is.
yes, what
You
it
have
is.
no
It's-
idea
oh,
what statistics is.
You
no
have no
clue at
idea
all.
what you're talking about right now, Brenda.
Yeah, I know. You have no
So
clue.
based on this
Statistics is
statistic,
probabilities.
based upon this statistic, where did this imperfect human being get it wrong? Did he get it wrong? Where did he get it wrong? Why did he get it wrong?
When he counted.
And he miscounted, and why wasn't the math inaccurate? Why was the math inaccurate? Bro?
The math is accurate. He was wrong.
Okay, why? No, the math was inaccurate because it wasn't it wasn't describing, right? Because
It's
math
not
is
the
a
math's
descriptive
fault.
term.
It's not the math's fault. It's the person's
Okay,
fault.
going by
He
you,
miscounted.
going by you, the math was correct. 2 + 2 do equals 4, right?
Absolutely, it
So
always does.
Where do the human get it wrong? Never made that
When he
argument.
tried
saying
counting.
that 2 + 2
When he
don't
tried
equal.
counting. Maybe he didn't
Right.
see one of the sticks, or he was seeing double.
No,
or
no, no,
something.
no.
Who
It's
knows?
only 3 sticks. It's only
Well,
3
you don't know
sticks.
that.
2 and 1. Where did he get it wrong?
No, did you count them correctly? How do you know?
No, I know because it's
Could
my
you,
argument.
Could you
that I'm
make a
making.
mistake? Could you make a
No,
mistake?
yes, he did
Yeah,
make a
of course
mistake.
you can. Yeah.
2 and 1 stick. He did make a mistake.
Right. So
But
that's
why was
his
it
mistake. That's his mistake. That's not math's
Exactly.
mistake.
Exactly. We agree with that. Why was it wrong?
Because he miscounted
Because he miscounted what?
the sticks.
He miscounted the sticks in what?
Well, I don't know. They're in a bucket
In
or
nature,
something. I don't
right?
know.
So because because he miscounted something in nature, the concept that he was using to describe what he was observing in nature was not what? True, right? Or was it true?
Right. That's his problem. That's not the math's problem. The math
Yes,
is always
that's the
correct.
study problem. Yes, that's the study problem. No one said
I
that
don't know what you mean
concept
by
isn't
that.
correct. Yes. Yes. So if you saying, even if you're using the correct math, because this is my argument, Brenda, if you are using the correct math, yes, calculations,
Yeah, but he was using the wrong math, wasn't he?
Okay, wait a minute. Let me finish.
Didn't he use the wrong math?
Let me finish, sir.
Listen to
Ma'am.
me. Did he use
Let me
the right
finish,
math or the
ma'am. It's my
wrong
turn
math?
to talk. It's my turn to talk. I don't have long hair. It's not my turn to talk. It's because the description, right? What he was describing was incorrect because he actually only observed 3 sticks, but he assumed, right? Using the math, he was using the math incorrectly because he wasn't using what he naturally observed. He only naturally observed 2 and 1, right? But he added 2 + 2, which will be incorrect, but it's correct in a conceptual terms, right? If you were just using that concept alone, it would be, listen, Brenda, if you was using that concept alone without applying that principle to physics, right? Then that concept alone would be correct. But because he was applying that to a physics principle, the physics principle, which you observing, right, will hold more weight than that conceptual term, because that concept is describing what you observing in nature. So because what he observed in nature was 2 and 1, right? And for some reason, we don't know what reason it was, but for some reason he decided to add 2 and 2. Yes, 2 and 2 was the correct calculations. 2 and 2 equals 4.
2 and 2 is not correct.
It was incorrect. But it was incorrect in
2 and 2
physical
is
nature
wrong.
because what he actually observed was 2 and 1. That was the human mistake
2 and 2
that
is
he
wrong.
made in nature. You're
Yeah,
not
2 and 2
listening,
is
Brenda.
wrong. 2 and 2 is wrong.
No, 2 and 1. Yes. Why is 2 and
because
2
there's
1?
because
Yes.
there's only
Why
3,
2 and
not
2 is
4.
wrong, Brenda? Right.
Because there's only
Why
3
was
sticks,
2 and
not
2 wrong, Brenda?
Because there's only 3 sticks and not 4.
Exactly. So because it was only 3 sticks, right, that he actually observed, 2 and 2, that math calculation, even though it will hold to be true if it wasn't for the physics studies that he was doing, it was correct far as in a conceptual term. but it was incorrect based in physics because that is not what he naturally observed. What he naturally observed was 3 sticks.
Do you
So
imagine
no,
you're making some
Brenda,
kind of deep
no,
concepts here?
Brenda, natural phenomenon holds more weight than concepts in mathematics whenever you're doing a science or a physics study, Brenda. That's my argument.
I don't. It seems
Because
like a
humans are
trivial argument to
fallible,
me.
like you said.
Like something
Humans
that you
are
put in front
fallible,
of
like
a
you
third
said.
grader.
Brenda, listen. Humans are fallible, like you said. That's why
Yeah.
whenever we do a scientific
they're
experiment,
fallible.
we must be able to repeat it, right?
Yeah, we can.
Right. But we know that natural, right? But we do know things in nature is objective. Things that we naturally observe, that's objective, right? So you cannot use simply just mathematics, which is concepts that describe what we objectively see or objectively observe in reality.
Are you
Because the
saying I
physics,
can't use
right?
math?
The physical, wait a minute. The
Are you
physical
saying I can't
nature
use math?
is the more objective thing that you are studying. That holds more weight than the concept that you're trying to say. You're saying,
you saying
but
I
math
can't-
is what describes things.
Are you saying I can't use math?
No, I'm not saying that, Brenda.
Well, then what are you saying?
Say if your math is not accurately describing what you physically observing in nature, then it is wrong, Brenda.
I don't think anybody
Therefore,
disagrees
the
with that.
physical nature that you observing holds more weight when you're doing an objective study than the math, because your math, because humans are fallible, can be incorrect. It's
You're not saying
actually
anything.
describing
You're
what
not
you're
saying
seeing.
anything. You're not saying anything deep and profound. It's just trivial, of course. If you count
at this point,
basic physics studies is basic statistics studies. Yes, it's not
you don't
deep.
know
It's not, what you're saying is incorrect, Brenda. You're saying that science doesn't prove things. You're saying that physics doesn't prove anything. That's what you're saying, Brenda. This is your argument that I'm taking apart. And now you're trying to basically reverse it on me and say, no, math actually describes things. Yes, Brenda, that's what I was saying from the very beginning. But if you use just math as a concept alone, yes, it's not actually describing anything in reality. Yes, math will be always correct, long as that you follow the proper steps in math. This is just basic math, basic calculations. But whenever you are applying that math principle to a physics study, the physics studies actually holds more weight than a conceptual study, because you have to use these concepts to describe what you're observing in physics. Brenda, no, it's not deep. Brenda, no, it's not actually. You have to be super smart to understand this, Brenda. But it seems like, Brenda, if you're saying that it's not deep, it seems like you seem to be having a problem with this, because you're saying that physics, then the natural study of physics, which would be the scientific method, doesn't prove anything, Brenda. This is your logic. And the natural study of the scientific method follows the law of non-contradiction. The null and the alternative, which would be the natural cause of a physical phenomenon, both cannot be true in a scientific experiment. Seems like you have a problem with this, Brenda. You sitting up here saying that, no, the conceptual study of math holds more weight than the scientific method. That would be wrong, Brenda. Physics holds more weight than the scientific method, Brenda. Not statistics.
Well, I think that we're just going in circles from this point. I think Reg Joe's proven his point here. And Brenda's failed to rebut any of the citations apart from her just so stories. But we don't want to keep going in circles over and over, repeating the same things. And we've got a few new people in the room. So we've got Physisant, we've got Saint Boniface, Mr. Man, Seeker, Madlock. How you going, guys? Anybody have any questions or would like to jump into the topic? Anything that they'd like to put forward?
Thanks for ending that torture there with Brenda.
Well, look, it just gets to a point where it's just the same things being repeated over and over again. And
100%.
there is no point to it. There's no point to it. We've got new people in the room we can be speaking to. And I'm sure that they don't want to hear the same things repeated over and over again either.
Right on the money, my man.
Isn't it? You like the flat brainers in the chat.
Yeah, correct.
So do you have any positive globe evidences?
There's like a couple, like the stars.
Yeah. So what about the stars?
Well, for example, there's multiple like stars that you can only see from a certain position on the Earth, which would be physically impossible on a flat surface.
Yeah. Okay. Can you explain a bit further for us?
Okay. I'm not an astronomer, so I can't really go into the details, but essentially, let's say the Big Dipper is above us in relatively. If we lived on a flat Earth, you'd be able to see, well, I guess you would be able to see every star or something. I guess I don't know how flat Earth accounts for being able to see the stars in the sky, since they're kind of, because inherently, if you're on a flat Earth, you can't see what's below you. Correct?
That would be accepting that everything that cosmologists say about the sky is true, right?
So you're presuming everything that cosmologists say is all lies?
No, I'm saying that's just a guess. They don't know for certain what the sky is, what those things are up there, what sort of medium they exist within. We know it's definitely not like what they claim.
Where's the Southern Cross right now?
-17 Tor. We don't know how
But
big they are, how far away they are.
Where's the Southern Cross
Know
right
what
now?
sort of phenomenon they are. You can't test them.
But I think his point's good. Where is the Southern Cross right now?
We're talking to Physians, since we've spoken with
Okay,
you.
one at a time.
I'll give him the, like, he's making a good point, so I'll let him speak. Like, as said before, people are allowed to jump in, correct? I don't want to hog the stage.
Rab Scuttle is just like Brenda debates.
And
news.
How's that?
So we want to speak with new people like yourself that we haven't spoken with before, not go through the same rigmarole that we've been through with this same person over and over again. You could become that if you want to, but we've got to have the discussion with you first.
I guess I'm flummoxed by why you would have that in place.
Like
I
AJ
was
just finished saying.
I was simply giving an example that he was talking about. The Southern Cross is not observable from the north, what the Globers would call the Northern Hemisphere. So the question is, why isn't it observable from the Northern Hemisphere?
Good question.
I don't know.
That's actually, okay, yeah, I can't beat that.
Is that just another mystery to you?
Yes, much about the sky is a complete mystery.
Yeah,
And
but
you're proud of this?
I'm not claiming that by looking at the sky I can make determinations about the qualities or attributes of the surface that I live on. But if you are, you're free to go ahead and make those claims.
Then on that topic, is that the same answer for why sundials go counterclockwise in the Southern Hemisphere and clockwise in the Northern Hemisphere?
Where did you get this information from?
That is just a commonly known thing. You can look up sundials in the Southern Hemisphere. Look those up. They'll say they go counterclockwise.
Who cares?
So true.
Yeah, really. Who cares what direction a sundial works in? What would make that even germane to the conversation?
Well, because it's explainable with a globe Earth.
And non-explainable with a flat one.
We can come up with all kinds of explanations for anything that we want. We can just make them up. We can do whatever you want.
Great.
I mean, come on,
Great,
man.
Then do it. Then do it.
Yeah.
I have no need to. That's not my claim. Your claim seems to be that a sundial might go counterclockwise. So what does that mean? So you're saying that because it may go counterclockwise, it's a globe. Is that your specific positive claim?
Why don't we just honor the creation that the great architects gave us? Isn't that beautiful?
Like Yakub?
Yeah. Whatever.
And that's not entirely true about those sundials, by the way.
Can you go into detail, or
There's going to be a period of the year when, like, I can observe shadows to move clockwise.
The closer you are to the equator, that's true. There is a period. And in fact, it oscillates with the time of the year. I wonder why that would happen.
I know. Do you have a claim to make about that or not?
My claim would be the globe and the Earth going around the sun, but that seems to be something that is like not possible in your view. So I'm interested in what your theory and how that would work is.
For that to be true, the Earth would have to be a globe, right? And spinning.
I did not claim that that's the only method you could possibly do, but I would like to see another one that continues to meet all the other criteria that we're seeing. So that is one of them. We have seasons the way they work. There's a lot of things we have that are very explainable with a globe that do not seem to be explainable without a globe.
So you have explanations for something which requires the surface of what we live on to be convex, right? So we need to in order for your explanation to be valid, you need to validate the claim, that the Earth is convex, right? Yeah,
No.
yeah,
No.
yes. That's because your
No.
explanation
You've
doesn't validate your explanation.
You mutilated that line of reasoning. You really contorted that
No,
pretty
your
severely.
explanation does not validate your explanation.
No, my hypothesis of, okay, I would expect this to happen, I see it, and that's happening, that would be consistent, right? That is what we would expect with a theory.
You have to test
So we can do that with,
hypotheses.
we can test,
Hypotheses
sure, we have a lot
must
of
be
tests.
tested. You can have as many hypotheses
and we've tested
as
a
you
lot,
like.
yes.
If you can't test it,
But we do
then
test them.
it's pretty much useless, right? It's just
But we
a
do
story.
test them. They do test.
How do you test it? How do you test it?
So when you say test what do you want tested? Let's talk about that. Let's have some fun. What do you want tested?
Test your seasons hypothesis.
Test if there are seasons. That's
Test
what we want. So
your hypothesis for seasons. Why seasons?
My hypothesis for seasons. So like, when you say my hypothesis for seasons, what do you think are we talking about the existence of seasons?
So you experience seasons, right? It's a phenomenon. So you want to find out the cause. You have an idea of why seasons occur.
Yes.
Right? And that involves the Earth being tilted on an axis and being a sphere and spinning and orbiting the sun.
Correct.
How are you going to test that?
So how am I going to test that? I can test where the North Pole is effectively pointing. So we can actually measure that. We can actually go up and we can see where we would actually expect, the higher the latitude, we'd expect at different times of the year. We would see that, okay, that's actually perfect. What we would expect is we could see if the Earth is tilted, then there'd be a point of the year, like for example, north of 23 degrees or so, that the sun would always be in the sky because it would always be visible from that point on the globe. And look at that. We have total daylight. And in fact, we'd say on the other side, the South Pole, we get total night. And look at that, we do. So we actually have that test, and we can actually see that if we go all the way to the North Pole, we have a longer period of time that it's total daylight. So yes, that's a testable phenomenon with the model. Good job. That's exactly what we see. We have people that have done that many, many times. Thank you. Good. I'll have it up now. That's good. Thank you. I'll take that. Good job.
Whoa, non sequitur.
Calm down.
Totally non sequitur.
So what you've basically done is made an observation, right? Come up with an idea of why that's happening.
And he's gone,
and
right?
then gone straight back to your observation as proof of your explanation.
Yeah, and T-Dub, I think he's gone.
That's literally what he said. I mean, that's for word for word.
Yeah, he basically ate the game pieces, flipped the board, and went, I win, and left.
Do you guys remember what he said? Like verbatim?
It doesn't matter. It's kind of like pulling a string on the back of a pull string doll. You just go to the next one in the shelf, and the next one will say the same thing. When he comes back, he'll say it again.
It's so true.
Can I have a question, please?
Do we have any free thinkers here?
You got somebody that wants to ask a question.
Yeah,
that's
Madlock,
another
please
one.
go ahead, Madlock.
So I'm new here, so I don't know what exactly to say first. So you're flat earthers and you're waiting people to disprove the flat earth?
Do you have a point you're trying to get at, my friend?
I think
I
he's just trying to
said,
clarify the point of the room. So, yeah, we're all
yeah.
flat earthers. So, we just like to have discussions here from both sides, globe and flat. And if anyone's in the room that wants to have that discussion, we want to see if they can put forward any positive evidence for the globe. Yeah.
Well, I believe it's easy to see that the earth is not flat. I mean, if the earth is flat, you have an edge, right?
And welcome aboard, friend, by the way. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Well, it's not something that we can verify. We know that water requires containment, so that
So a globe,
there must be a shoreline to that ocean somewhere, because we also know that water doesn't curve.
Yeah, okay, let's go with the flat earth theory. So there is a dome, there is an edge. It has to be something, right?
Yeah, but we like to speak about things in here that we can actually verify and not speculate about now. We can't verify where this edge may be or what it is. However, we do know, like I said, that the oceans, the waters need to be contained. So there must be something doing that. Now, we also know natural law states that gas pressure requires containment. We also know the natural laws of entropy requiring containment. So is it a dome? I don't know. Is it a firmament? I don't know. But what we do know is we require the containment for our gas pressure that we breathe.
Isn't that supposed to be gravity?
Well, in that case, yes, it is supposed to be gravity, but first you would have to actually prove the cause and effect of gravity the way they claim. And secondly, you would have to show that gravity can impart, or can, I wouldn't say impart because it's not a force today, it can do what it's being claimed to do and somehow contain these gases when it's violating gas law.
Okay, I agree with you. So if we go start from the beginning, what is the proof that the earth is flat?
The earth is flat because it's what we witness every day. It's how we utilize it every day. And it's measured flat. So when we all walk outside, we don't see this curving, spinning all at 1,000 miles an hour. We see that everything's all calm and still, apart from obviously our local weather. We see
That's
that
an
water doesn't.
assumption, brother, isn't it?
We see that water doesn't curve. That static fluids and fluid dynamic states that water finds level, and we utilize it that way for building construction projects, and it's measured like that.
Yeah, but that's an assumption, right? I mean,
No,
I'm
that's not an
talking about
assumption.
proof.
Yeah, that's proof.
No, because if you say the earth is flat, like a coin, for example, or big, much bigger, okay, it has to be an edge. That is a proof. Do you have a picture of the edge? What's
Well, no,
happening over there?
an edge wouldn't be a proof.
Strawman.
Utilizing the surface of the earth as a horizontal plane of reference for mapping, for construction, for navigation would be a positive evidence for the earth being flat. And to debunk the earth, the globe, we don't have any measured curvature of drop over distance.
Of course, there is many videos about it, and flat earthers have many videos with a gyroscope and everything that tried to prove that and disprove that themselves, but I don't want to go so deep inside. I'm going just the simple facts. I mean, if it's a flat Earth, so something is below it. I guess there is something on the Earth.
The simple facts are that the horizon is horizontal always, and horizontal does not curve. It's level, it's flat, horizontal. It does not.
Why is
It,
it so
it doesn't
hard?
do any of that. That's how the water rests. There's like over 3.6 million square miles of flat lands on this earth that are not curving, because flat does not curve. It doesn't even mean that.
Why do you have to complicate these things? It's a simple, childish, simple
Okay.
proof. Why there has to be
Madlock,
an edge?
I'll make it really easy for you. In the chat, at 23 minutes past the hour, from the Physics Hypertext Handbook, water seeks its own level. That is one of the realities of life. So water is level. Level does not curve. 75% of the Earth is made up of water. So the Earth is level, horizontal.
The curvature of
It
the Earth
cannot
is
get any simpler.
so big. I mean, the Earth is so big that you cannot detect with your eye the curvature of the sea.
So you're
That's why
denying
I want to-
physics. So your answer denies physics.
I'm not
And the
denying
physics
physics.
citation that I've given, that water
I'm
is
asking for
level.
proof about the edge so far, and you're going to the sea. Why are you avoiding my answer?
Because proof of an edge has nothing to do with proving the surface property of the Earth. Flat Earth is a flat Earth, not an edge.
A flat Earth, a flat surface has an edge.
And I'm
You
not going to
said-
speculate where that edge is, seeing as I cannot verify it. But what I can verify is we measure Earth as flat, we utilize it as flat, and water seeks level. That is a reality of life. That is physics.
No, that's your reality, brother.
No, that's the physics info on pressure hypertextbooks reality on life.
You killed reality and physics. I'm just going simple because it's easier for me and you. If there is flat, there is edge. If there is a
Or
dome,
maybe-
there is something to touch. Please.
Maybe we can go back to
So, if you
yeah,
saw
maybe
me
we
an
can go
edge, I
to
would.
preschool.
Why do
Yeah,
you
and we
have
can
to
read from
interrupt me?
preschool. Yeah, at just after my last citation, 24 minutes past the hour, from pre-K in science. EDU, water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force such as wind. You need to go back to primary school, my friend.
Have an item in front of you. Let's say a
I can end your argument, Madlock. I can end your argument right now because there are objects with curved surfaces which have edges, right? So finding an edge does not necessarily validate or negate a flat or curved surface, right? So we're talking about what is the surface? What is the properties of the surface? What is its attributes? What is its traits? What
is
is
the
it
reason of muting me,
doing?
brother?
What is it? Flat? Is it curved? Right? That's what we establish first. Once you've established that, then you can ponder about whether there's an
So,
edge or not.
okay, you have a kid in front of you and he's asking you something and you start saying about physics and curvature. And yeah, that's understandable from a kid, sure. That's why I'm trying to stay simple. If there is a flat earth, surface flat, there is a start, a beginning. I saw the maps of flat earth. I saw about the moon and the sun go in rotation above the earth, the flat earth. I know how you portrayed it.
So just
Yes, I'm like that.
conceptualizations which have not been validated. Okay. Nobody here is claiming to know with 100% certainty the exact path of the sun or what the Earth looks like in its entirety. We're not dealing with presenting an image or a view of the universe in its entirety. We're just talking about the quality of the surface, its properties, right? Is it curved? Is it flat? Is it moving or is it motionless?
But still, I have this question: why I cannot have an answer? I mean, tell me
Join
it's
the
not
club.
possible.
Join the club.
What?
Join the club. I have questions too, probably that I will never get the answer to in my lifetime. Where's the
Yeah, I'm
edge of
not
the
a flat
universe?
earther, so I'm
Where's the
asking
edge of
you, the flat
reality?
earther.
You show me the edge of reality.
You're avoiding my answer.
Where's the edge of
Can you?
space?
Can you?
You're avoiding the question. That's what you do. Okay. Acceptable.
No, you're avoiding the thing that we want to discuss, right? Is the
No. I
surface
ask.
that we
I
live
join and
on,
ask.
is it convex or is it planar?
I join and
It's the
ask.
question
Okay,
that you
what are
need
we
to
talking
ask.
about? You told me about the flat Earth, so I'm asking in my turn about the flat Earth. Something very simple, and I didn't get the answer. I accept that. Okay.
So you
You
did
don't
get an
answer.
answer, you just don't like the answer. If you don't like
I
the
didn't.
answer,
I
maybe
didn't
move
get
on
the
to something
answer.
else.
I didn't get any answer.
Yes, you did get an answer.
No. I didn't get any answer. I told you to show me an edge. You
Where the
didn't
edge
show me an edge. Yeah.
edge is has nothing to do with the
It
surface
has to do.
properties that
Yes.
can be measured. There's your
It
answer.
has. No, it's not my answer, brother.
Yeah,
You
you just don't like
have
the
a
answer.
pen. You have a pen in front of you. I'm asking you the size of the.
Yeah, no, you're not asking us the size of anything. You've got your answer. So move on and have a constructive conversation with someone or stay on mute. You don't have to like the answer, but you got an answer.
Look, if every time I want to speak you mute me, you're not gonna have a conversation. Okay.
If you
That's the
keep
level of
repeating
your
the same thing that's already been answered and not accepting the answer because you don't like it and won't move on with the conversation, then I'm going to have to mute you.
Yes, okay. That's the level of your intelligence. That's why you're a flat earther, brother. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye.
I tell you what, we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel today.
Sorry if anyone wanted to talk to him. I didn't know that he didn't think he'd leave, but I think his question was pretty sufficiently answered by Twadwazzle, and we're just going to go in circles again like Brenda.
I tell you what, do they like recruit like the bottom of the barrel to come to here or something? Like, because it always seems like they come in like droves and they have the same kind of fallacies or same script or same rhetoric over and over again.
Yeah, that was a good answer, Twadwazzle. I never thought of that one. The first answer you gave him.
Yeah. An edge isn't exclusive to flat surfaces, so finding one doesn't tell you anything.
What? So, what do you think their semantic reasoning for asking that question is? Because that's one of them that they seem to ask a lot. Is where's the edge? Like,
Well, because they can't debate any other point, so they can go to where the edge is. They know that we really don't have a solid answer. And then that somehow makes them win the debate. The Earth's now a globe, and any other point that you could prove is just thrown off the table.
Yeah, they're not willing to entertain the notion of Earth being planar unless there's some extent that's reached, point beyond which we can go no further because there's some sort of barrier or a drop or something.
So what is their answer to the edge of the universe? Obviously, their answer is that it's continually expanding, but
It's in the realm of the theory, speculation. They don't know.
well, as somebody eloquently says on here, theory tale. You know, it's I almost want to tell them like, well, where's the edge? Well, at the end of the turtle shell.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says that as far as knowledge of the universe, we're 95% dumb. And Michio Kaku says that in cosmology, they're off by a factor of 10 to the power of 120, which is the largest mismatch between observation and experiment. Yeah, so.
But yet they
If we're off
expect
by
us to
a
have
factor of
answers
1,
to every.
that's bad. Like that's like, wow, we need to like figure this out. But he says they're off by a factor of 10 to the power of 120.
And they expect us to answer in granular detail any little thing their imagination comes up with.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Fizz, isn't it? You've just presented a globe model. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with us. So if you've got issues with your globe model, you're only debunking your own model here by placing these pictures in the chat.
That's so true. That's what the round Earth looks like.
Yeah, man, that's a globe projection. Yeah, nothing to do with flat Earth. That's your globe projected out.
I guess
that you
you're
guys
right.
use for navigation and other types of things. So nothing to do with flat Earth. And if that somehow has an issue, you've got issues with your own model.
I'm actually curious though. Do you have a model that you'd accept?
No, because we don't have something that we can
You
verify.
don't have a
yeah?
model that you can accept.
No, because we can't verify it. Yeah, this is what we're about, verifying things.
Well, of course you can't verify a flat Earth because it's not real.
Oh,
Hence
you don't
why
have a
there's
model to
round Earth
verify.
models, and you have no flat Earth model.
So what's your round
models
Earth
That
don't
makes a
model?
lot more sense now.
Models don't verify what you think the Earth is.
Well, they don't verify it, but they do give a good example. Like, if you don't have any model at all, that is kind of a big red flag, don't you think?
Well, to first have your globe model, you would have to have some type of measured curvature proving the globe in the first instance, and that's something that you just don't have.
But you have a way to measure that the Earth is flat, yet with no model.
Yeah. Yeah, without a model, just by taking measurements upon the Earth and using it as a horizontal reference plane.
But ships still go under the horizon.
Do they?
Ships disappear under the horizon.
Really? You'd have to prove that there's actually curvature there in the first instance. You don't have the curvature for them to
So why?
disappear
Okay,
under.
okay,
So there must be.
presuming
So
it's
there might
okay.
be
I'll let you
another
go.
explanation, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking you for you to give me an explanation.
So,
well, quite simply, it would be perspective, yeah, and angular resolution, just like we see in everyday life. If you go and stand on a flat horizontal street with a row of street lights, the street light above your head, you're going to have to look directly up to see. As you move away from it, it appears to get lower and lower in the distance until it compresses into the ground. This is what the horizon is, the apparent line where the sky meets the earth. So things appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface as well as a globe. It's not evidence for either. Unless
I'm
you
asking
have
you why. I'm asking you why it
curvature
disappears on a flat surface
in the
because
first.
you gave an example of streetlights, and streetlights
Yeah.
Or like presuming they go on infinitely, of course they're going to disappear eventually, right? But I'm asking you what you attribute that to, rather than just saying
Okay.
perspective.
Perspective is your angle of view. So as you move further away from an object on a flat surface, the angle at which you view the object decreases. The lower part of the object is closer to the ground and thus merges with the ground more quickly in your field of vision, causing it to disappear from the bottom up. That's the first reason. Second reason, resolution of the human eye. The human eye has a finite ability to distinguish smaller objects. As you move further away, the apparent size of the object decreases. At a certain distance, the lower parts of the object, being closer to the ground, become indistinguishable from the ground itself due to the limited resolution of your eyes. Third, atmo effects. Atmo perspective. The atmo can cause distinct objects to become hazy, blurry, particularly near the surface where there may be more dust, moisture, or other particles. This can cause the bottom parts of objects to fade into the background as they appear to merge with the ground. Next would be surface irregularities such as waves, etc., that we see on the ocean. Next, again, line of sight, view of angle.
Dude,
Right?
how long are you going to be gish galloping?
I'm not
Do you have
gish
it set on a
galloping.
timer or like
It's not a
stopwatch
gish
or
gallop
anything?
when I'm giving you the exact quotations that you
The exact
asked for.
quotation?
I told you perspective. You said you wanted something more than
Yeah,
perspective.
perspective.
I
You
had
said
to
you said
actually
that it blends into the ground.
I actually had to give you the definition and explain to you what perspective was in the first instance because you didn't understand it. He ran
He's
away
gone.
as well. They ask what perspective is, and then they don't want to hear the answer.
Of course.
Then the answer is a gish gallop.
The problem with arguing through models is that after the globe radius has been falsified so many times, we go to square one. Okay, so how big is the Earth? Like, how big is it? You know, which makes a model fallacious. To make a model of a place that you don't even know the size of, it just that's this is my opinion on it.
I tell you, we really are scraping the bottom of the barrel today. They must be having a tough day over at Globe Central Command.
Yeah. They just deny everything. They don't understand it. They deny it. They ask for an explanation. You give them the actual definition, and then they deny it and run away.
So it is Sunday. The speculation Sunday. I speculate that only a small portion of this Earth is being modeled, and that portion of the Earth is being modeled into a globe, and that there is far more Earth than we know.
Very possible.
Which is why I say that these maps and these models are fallacious. Because honestly, I don't know. None of you know. I can speculate, but I definitely don't have any proof whatsoever that Earth is a globe. I have more reason to conclude that there's more Earth that we don't know about. And we've been kind of closed off. Yes! One big pond! I love you, buddy.
I'll be back.
Have you seen okay, let's get to Speculation Sunday. It's like a map that was hanging on the wall in the UN, and I might have it here. And it's crazy, right? Because it just looks like a colorized map of the moon. And then when I seen the Vibes of Cosmos stuff, I mean that had me really scratching my head. Had me thinking about how that that professor, what's his name, Richard Flint, something or other. He was like, the moon is a type of plasma, type of cosmic plasma. No man will ever land on it, stand on it, nothing like that. So find it here. I thought that was way interesting.
Now, you know, this last cat that was around, he had an interesting contradiction that he's probably not wise enough to understand. He said, more or less, that you can't prove the Earth is flat without a flat Earth model. And then he acquiesced that you can't, that a model doesn't prove anything. And then said that it gives you a good idea, and then was back to the fact that the model that, without having the model that doesn't prove anything, you can't prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
without ever once
just reasoning.
Yeah, without ever once recognizing how screwed up that is.
I call that fallacious reasoning.
I call that not even reasoning. I mean, they must be having a slow day over at Globe Central Command, like I said a moment ago. We really are scraping the bottom of that barrel today.
Fizzant
yeah.
wants to talk in the chat, but told him he needs to mic up. If he wants to talk about it, he just sent a link for fucking Google Earth.
Oh yeah, you know,
PGI Globe is my.
The Google satellite went over our house the other week. Yeah, my dad saw it. That was pretty cool. So, have you seen the Google satellite?
Not yet. Not that I'm aware.
It's just a little airplane.
Oh yeah, it's that little. It's like a little drone plane.
Yeah, it flew over our house, and it was updated the next day.
It's in space. Oh, I see. Fizzant's trying to send me this stuff about Aristotle saw boats go over the curve. Now, here's where the cognitive dissonance kicks in. Here's where the disconnect is that Aristotle was in the time way before the invention of a telescope or telephoto cameras or anything like that. So, and I've had Glovers tell me, well, your senses are fallible. It's not that your senses are fallible. Your senses only reach so far. And I'm like, okay, so if on this premise, on this basis that your senses are fallible, Aristotle didn't have a telescope. He stood at the shore and he saw boats go over a curve. Then his observation is fallible, you see, viewing with the naked eye. And then we get to today where we can zoom in on boats that we saw go over the horizon with our naked eye. Oh, there they are again. Well, I guess they didn't go over anything, which would be common sense. That's the new common sense, right? Back then in Aristotle's time, it was his common sense to be like, I saw the boat disappear. Bottom first and it's gone. Earth must be a globe. That was the common sense for the time. We come to a new technological age and we're able to zoom in on the boats and go, oh shit, I guess it didn't go over anything. That's the update, it's like a software update. It's like a system update. This stuff happens all the time. We get new technology with which we're able to gather new data with, and it's and Globers have a problem with it. Talon has an issue with it. He's like, I'm sorry, but you need the camera to resolve 1,000 miles now. Like 10 miles isn't good enough. 15 miles isn't good enough. I'm like, well, dude, we've got one from an airplane showing 1,200 miles of things that should be hidden behind curvature. You shouldn't even see it because the Earth should be bending down and away. And I don't know how it's difficult for them. It's a challenge of the paradigm, and
Jenna,
it's painful for them.
Were you aware that in the 1890s, they were going to more or less the ports and with telescopes, and they were looking to see that the ships would be back in view in the telescope?
Yep.
That was a rhetorical question because I think you and I spoke about that before, but I knew you would know regardless. But I'm pretty sure you and I spoke about that.
Remember that?
It's interesting because, the thing I wanted to ask him, which I didn't get to, is if he was going to say, as soon as he was or made that claim that the ships are disappearing over the horizon, or I'm sorry, over the humpy curve of the Earth, to ask him if that's the only possible explanation. Verify that there's no other explanation from his point of view that could possibly explain it. And it'd be interesting then to see if he then flips over the trading card for refraction next, or to see what would be the card that he would flip over once shown. Well, here's these boats again.
Pheasant says he's in the chat, but he's muted. I don't see him.
He's not muted.
Yeah, he got muted and left.
He got muted for speaking over and claiming that I was gish galloping when he asked me for what exactly refraction was, because refraction wasn't a good enough answer. So I gave him the explanation, explained it completely. Then he started yelling gish gallop and etc. So I muted him for a second to explain that no, I was answering his question. He jumped out. But if he wants to come back in, he's not muted. He was going to be unmuted.
So if he comes back in, he's not gonna be on mute.
No, he will need to be unmuted because he left while he was. But no, he wasn't going to stay on mute either. It was just for like 1 second because he wouldn't let me clarify. He's just talking over me. That he asked for the definition I gave him.
I don't understand. They get mad. They ask for things, we give them the things, and they get mad.
Well, he claimed it was a gish gallop, but when I said that it was due to perspective, he said, well, that's not good enough. What is perspective? What's causing this? So we went through it. I went through it step by step. Might have been long, too long, but it wasn't a gish gallop.
Yeah, he should be the one explaining it anyways. Just ask them what refraction, what type, what formula. Well, usually never gets that far because all they know is the name and zero specifics. Usually if you get far enough, you can make them say atmospheric refraction. And then if you just ask them for their calculator for that, you can just ask them, well, I need the formula, so provide that calculator. And then it's just easy to point out, well, one, it's not Snell's law. Two, it is radius-based refraction. The radius we just falsified and put it in contention, therefore circular logic. But yeah, they want to
this
ask
was
us.
perspective as to why we wouldn't be able to see certain things at a distance. I answered that it was due to our perspective and our angular view. And then he said that that wasn't sufficient. And what was perspective exactly? What was causing this to occur? This bottom-up obstruction. So I went through each point of perspective, from angular resolution to the resolution of the eye, atmospheric issues, and surface irregulations. And then that was a gish gallop.
Yeah, all these things we can demonstrate on a flat surface. So definitely not exclusive to a curve when they don't have a geometric horizon to claim that as a cause. When they say refraction, it relinquishes that geometry. And yeah, there's lots of points on perspective. It is going to take a while to just say some of it, right? But if he asked, he should be at least open to the answer. Like, no one denies visibility. You can just go to the Wikipedia of visibility and they'll talk about the weather. The visibility is a range in miles based on the transparency of the air. And you're limited by something called a Rayleigh atmosphere that limits, even in clear weather, to around 296 kilometers. Yeah, so we don't live in a vacuum. You can't see forever. Light is being absorbed and scattered as it makes the way through the air. Yeah, and when someone said Talon wants us to see for thousands of miles, well, let's just move in the goalpost. All we have to see is beyond 1.2 miles from a foot observer height if their globe geometry was true. Right? But then they want you to believe they're seeing around corners. So just indefinitely see around a corner. They think they're bending light down around a ball. Mathematically, that's not what it does. They still have a straight line of sight, and they just increase the size of the radius to try to explain why it's so flat. And yeah, the anti-flat earthers, they know this. Yeah, we've told them dozens of times. So they try to obfuscate and try to make it seem like if refraction exists at all as a general phenomena, therefore all types of refraction exist. So if you accept refraction, if you accept refraction at all, then every type of refraction exists, right? Well, that's not true. You could just make up any kind of type you want. That doesn't make it true just because there's a general phenomena of refraction. They actually have the opposite view where it's extending your view instead of limiting it, right? That we can practically demonstrate refraction just is being distortion, limiting the view, not extending it thousands of percent. Go ahead.
My bad, dude. I was just gonna say that's what I told Talon is you're just pushing back the goalpost. But then I was also kind of like sarcastic and facetious. I was like, yeah, it would be way cool if we had a camera that could, reach an optical range of 1,000 miles. Then we would just prove it to be even more flat. You're not doing yourself any good by doing that shit. They don't realize that.
Feel like I've
As
chased
this,
everyone off.
yeah, is this Xenos guy? Is he a Glober? Does he have any questions or claims?
No, I'm just having debates in another chat right now with people who are just like, I don't even care about flat earth and not, because I think I can never know, right? But what I can know is some science, and I'm having a debate right now with people who are just denying science. Like, they just deny every science. I think that's what you guys, if you try to find out something and you find people who deny what you find out, it's pretty bad, right? But that's what I'm doing right now. It's like, bro, like, people don't even realize that the brain waves, right, are connected to the Earth's rhythms, right? All of this stuff. I don't care if it's a globe or how's it called, a disc, right? I only care how I behave on this planet. So what does it do? What will it change for me if I know the globe or not? I don't know. What is the hello? What is the difference, right? But I'm gonna mute myself again with.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so I heard some underlying assumptions there, Xenos. You said this planet. Well, we're not a planet by definition that requires Earth to be orbiting around the sun, accelerating. Yeah, well, problem is there's no scientific experiment proving that the Earth is orbiting the sun or in motion to be qualified for the definition of planet, because like I said, you have to orbit around the sun. Yeah. And if you say like, what does it matter? Yeah, well, obviously knowing where you live matters, because say if you just get moved to a random location, right? When you're lost, that definitely matters. And I forgot what else he said. Oh, well, yeah, what would it change? Well, yeah, truth matters, knowing where you live matters. And that more into subjective stuff whenever we make objective claims using geometry. Right? So empiricism, it lacks motive. So we don't have to go down the subjective route. We can just provide the empirical evidence, and then you can try to reconcile that.
What about the stellar parallax?
Who's this? Bulldog? What's up? Welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello.
What's up, man? Yeah, we don't observe parallax. We see the same constellations throughout all recorded history. But if you're talking about the sky, yeah, they say that they're so far away that that's why you don't observe that parallax, right? So within the, not sure if you're familiar with the globe model called the celestial sphere, y'all say that it's all infinite distances away. Yeah, you can look at any time lapse of star trails and you don't have any intersecting star trails. But whenever we see the stars move across the sky, it's just the self-evident position is the stars are moving. We don't experience the Earth to be rotating or orbiting to cause what you would think is an illusion or apparent deflection caused by you being the one moving to make it look like that.
Wait, I didn't understand that. We're not moving. Wait,
Right. The stars are moving, that's what we observe, but the globe position is that's just an illusion and apparent deflection caused by you moving to make it look like they are moving, right? So axial rotation, y'all stay 1,037 miles per hour of the equator, simultaneously orbiting around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. Yeah, so multiple vectors of acceleration, all of which we don't experience. It would violate your common sense. Yeah, and admittedly, Brian Cox, Albert Einstein, they openly admit that there's no scientific experiment to prove that the Earth is orbiting around the sun or in motion. Right, so because we don't experience the Earth to be in motion and they can't prove it through experiments, the axiomatic position is the stars are what moving because that's what we observe. And I'll drop those quotes real quick, so you're just gonna take my word for it. Interesting topic though, hey? Okay, uploaded the Albert Einstein quotes. There's 3 of them, so 3 occasions. And then I'll post the Brian Cox one as well if I can find it. I have it here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Right, so like a very short clip and then just 3 quotes from Einstein. So it's a huge problem within the globe paradigm where all the experiments failed to show that the Earth was in motion. So Albert Einstein came in and introduced his theory of general relativity because at that time there was that crisis within physics where every time they tried to show that the Earth was moving, it failed. Were you aware of these, Bulldog? Or is this new information?
Also can't forget about Sir George Airy's failure, Michelson-Morley experiments as well. That was why Einstein did what he did. He was like, oh crap, now I have to do this because of what Michelson and Morley did.
Yeah, so even Edwin Hubble, trying to reconcile after admitting that no observation disproves the geocentric position. He said that it's a philosophical position that the Earth is moving, because they can't disprove the geocentric position, but they don't want to be in that unique position of the Earth, being motionless, everything moving around us. And I'll post that as well. Right, there's those Edwin Hubble quotes as well. I'll be back in a minute, Bulldog, but you can try to reconcile these however you want.
Man, these guys are wild.
We are really scraping the bottom of the barrel today, guys and gals. I mean, the question I have is kind of my perennial question of where do they come from? Like, I know that, admittedly, I'm not a Discord aficionado as far as I literally get on for the FE topics and nothing else, absolutely nothing else. But where do they come from? Like, do they congregate somewhere? Like, do they have a server that they start out at and then come to us, or is it just that they see a fake Professor Dave video and come to us, or where does that supply chain start and end?
I don't know, sounds like some MK Ultra shit.
And the reason I always ask it is because it seems like we have these runs of them where they come in and they act about the same, or they run the same script for a while and then they change it up. It's kind of like some professor at the university is going to say, okay, now try these 10 things, and then we'll take records, and then we'll do this the next 100 times, and then we'll change up the script and come back.
Yeah, I guess that guy took off because that was like the perfect rebuttal whenever he asked about what about stellar parallax. Well, turns out no observation disproves the geocentric position, right? Edwin Hubble. So good luck trying to prove the Earth is moving. They admittedly all failed. That's why they had to introduce Einstein. And I guess he wasn't open to the information. It got too real, so he decided just to hop out. he thought he had a gotcha, and when that gotcha didn't work, it's just, I guess he'll come back with something else and pretend that never happened.
No, he'll come back with the same thing probably, and then pretend that he was never here before.
Looks like it's popping in 24/7 over at Politics.
How much? So why did our participation over in the Islam server die off? Because I've gone in there a few different times recently, and I never see anybody in there.
Yeah, it's because this server, everyone basically moved over here. And
Yeah.
if I see people in there, I'll hop in, but usually don't see anyone.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed. I had some nice, pleasant chats in there, and then they changed the name, and then I never saw anybody really in the channel anymore.
Yeah, I was thinking about going to the politics server, but I'm not really interested in listening to Professor Charles or Charles Learns, whatever. No, it's I'm confusing two people.
Matthew Learns, yeah, I've got that guy to concede so many times. He says the Earth is too big to measure curvature. Can't have a flat ball. I've got him to concede on weight. He didn't know, even as a so-called math professor, that for a glober to claim the weight of objects on a globe, that would depend on the radius of the globe and the mass of it, right? So these underlying assumptions, so I told him, well, you don't even have weight because that depends on a radius. And he said, no, it doesn't. And then I gave him NASA saying that weight depends on a radius. So, yeah, that guy, you can basically just bulldoze that guy because it seems like he tries to play the smart guy, but he actually is wrong like over and over on the basics, which he's been around long enough. You should know the basics by now.
Yeah. You just tell him to shut up and he just goes into his little corner. But yeah, I don't want to go into the other server with Rich Evans off server mute. I already can see they're just flinging around the same globers, and they got the other guy, Brown Recluse, that left our convo earlier because we were too aggressive or something. Like
Because there it is.
That's beta.
It's just the same shit over again.
Yeah, I will say one thing about Matthew Learns is he starts off pushing the party line, but then the moment you start questioning him, he will exceed that you are correct, whereas most of the Globies won't. And I've actually seen him correct other Globetards.
That's good.
I will give him that. I think a lot of people think it's a waste of time talking to him, and it probably is. But I do think he's one of the few sincere. I'm not saying he's right by any stretch of the imagination. I just do think he's sincere because most of them they just go off pouting and crying, and he won't. He'll once you demonstrate him wrong. And the only other thing I'll add in about him is Adam Unsalted was giving him some real grief one day about being not being a professor and such. And so Matthew did very patiently explain exactly his career and everything else. And so he's certainly not a professor. He's one of the, he has a master's degree, and he mostly teaches computer science. I actually think if he's in a position where he can't admit to it, but I actually think he probably is. He probably knows the truth by now. I would say that it would be career suicide for him. So, or at least he thinks it would be. Whether it is or not, I don't know, but he probably thinks that it is. And because I'm pretty convinced that some of the conversations I've had with him over the last few months that he just can't admit to it. And like Jenna said, this is Speculation Sunday, so my official true speculation is that he's actually FE.
I thought it was yesterday, but I guess today is. I was up to like 1:30 last night. We're talking about Speculation Sunday. I'm like, wait a second. I went to bed and it's still Sunday. I'm like, oh wait, you're right.
Yeah, somebody once they were asked, well, when exactly does Speculation Sunday begin and when exactly does it end? And I don't remember if it was CB or who kind of quipped, well, if it's Sunday somewhere, then it's Speculation Sunday.
It was one of the Aussies. Like, all right, sure.
Hey, T-Dub, are you still here?
Yo, does this Saint Bond guy have any questions or claims? Not sure if he was in here earlier when I was.
Nah, I'm just listening.
All good, man.
Hey, box ops.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, take your time, brother. So, in the absence of box ops, does anybody else have any speculation, Sunday speculation?
All right, go ahead, Jay. What are you going to ask?
I was just going to ask, do you have any speculation, Sunday speculation?
Yeah, it is Sunday, huh? I haven't really thought of a speculation yet. What do you got? Have you said one today?
Well, my questions of where the globe trolls come from and such kind of would be my speculation that more or less.
Yeah, we can just confirm or deny that. Let's just ask Rap Scuttle, what brings you here day after day? Basically, why do you feel the need to be here? Is it to defend your position or try to convince people it's a globe, or what's up?
So I'm ever entertained by people who think substantially different than I do. And I just like hearing how people deal and it's this constant curiosity of, is it that is it a troll? Is this just an ultimate troll? Is this a true belief? And do you work through your day truly being awed by all the things you don't understand with no curiosity on how they work? All of these things just kind of constantly just amuse me and entertain me. So I love listening to this and going how do these people work day by day on anything? So that's just kind of what's always in my head.
Okay, so it kind of goes with what I said earlier today, is they're just entertained by this topic. But yeah, not a troll. Do you think your natural everyday observation and experience is trolling you? Because you experience the Earth to be not moving, not accelerating. You see the luminaries to be the one moving. Are they trolling you? All right, so I wouldn't say the self-evident position is a troll, dude. It's called axiomatic, yeah?
What do you mean by, but I guess my experience is I have a limited range of ability to see things and do stuff. And so there's a lot of stuff that appears flat on my table, and at microscopic ranges, it's bumpy. So if I pull out my little magnifying glass, I can see the bumps, but my finger makes it feel smooth. So which one is true?
That's the wrong kind of flat.
Here I am at a table right now.
Yeah, dude, I get you. You're conflating two different definitions of flat. We're not saying it's flat like smooth, right? But orientated horizontally. Yeah, the surface, specifically water at rest, measurably so. Yeah,
So if
self-evident position as well.
So if I'm at the Pacific Ocean, I asked this the other day and got banned by it. So I'll tread carefully. But if I'm at the Pacific Ocean, and I look out and I see, oh, it appears flat to me. Have you done that? Are my eyes deceiving me at that point if I look out and see that the ocean appears flat?
Well, it was your position that It's a troll. So is it trolling you? Is reality trolling you when you experience
My
a
point
flat,
is, though,
motionless Earth?
my
So do
point
you
is
want to
that
concede the point of the troll, or just say that reality is not trolling you, right? Because you're kind of in a contradiction right now.
my point is that my senses say it's flat, but my measurements and all logic says no, it's actually not flat. You just can't perceive it's
Oh,
flat.
that's strange. I guess you've never been shown the black swan. Yeah, distance
no,
to
that's not
horizon
what
measurements. We measure it as flat.
that's not
So
what
is
I'm
the
saying.
black swan measurement trolling you too?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if we look at, let's
Okay,
just talk
so it
about the tide
measures
for a moment.
flat then.
I'm sorry, can we talk about the
Right, so
tide for a moment?
self-evident. Go ahead.
Can we talk about the tide for a moment? I don't want to change topics. Let's just stick on this one.
Right.
I look at
We're talking about water at rest. You're talking about water in motion.
Yes, no,
Yeah.
no.
So a red herring. No, yeah, no. What's that?
What makes it in motion? How do I know
There's
water's
lots
in
of
motion versus? How do I know water's in motion versus not in motion?
Right. So is your position that it's not flat at rest because it can also be in motion? That's not our
No.
argument, right? That's a red
No,
herring.
no. That wasn't what I said.
Right. So I don't have to, if you're claiming a specific cause, from that deviation from being
I'm
at
claiming-
rest, you would have to prove the cause. Yeah, but the
no.
argument is about water at rest, not while it's in motion, because that's a straw man of the argument.
Hold on. I have at high
Yeah, I'll
tide
be
in
right
two
back.
different
My bad.
locations.
I'll be right back.
In two different locations at high tide that actually happen at different times, which is odd. But I have
Hey,
different heights
Rapscuttle?
of the water.
Hey, Rapscuttle. You might save your breath a second. I know he's working. He said he'd be right back, so give him just a quick moment. He'll be right back. I just hate for you to waste your breath and have to say it again.
Okay, Rapscuttle, fire at will.
So if I'm standing in a location and I wait for high tide, somewhere else that I can call a friend and say, hey, is it high tide there? And he goes, oh yeah, it's high tide here. And he measures that the water is at a certain level. I measure my water, and then we both wait for low tide. And he measured the water at lower, and I measure it lower. And we measure different amounts of the tide. Like I measure a change of 5 feet, he measures a change of 15 feet. So the question would be, because we're both measuring at the kind of the same times, we're going to have a slope. Even though the water appears to be flat to me, it is a slope, correct?
Well, you're talking about water in motion and tides, and that's not our argument. Our argument is
it doesn't look
it does
like it's in
matter
motion.
because it's a straw man argument, dude. When did I
look
say,
like it's in motion?
dude, we measure it as flat through distance to horizon measurements. Yeah, long distance observations. We know exactly where your Earth curve would begin at and give us an obstruction value. That would be simply 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We're told we can use this formula for all practical use from Washington University Math Department, giving us that distance to horizon. Right, so we compare reality to the globe geometry, and there's a mismatch by thousands of percent. Yeah.
No, So the question I'm asking though, let's
No,
stick with tides. Can we just stick with
no,
tides? I
that's
don't
a
know
red
why you
herring.
need to
That's
change
not
the
my
topic.
argument, dude.
I
You
just
don't
want to
have
stick with
a
tides. I'm
yeah.
talking about tides. I don't know
So
why
you
you're
don't
changing the topic.
right.
I'm
So you
sticking
don't
with
want
one topic.
to.
I'm on. I
Okay, so
just
you
want to
want
talk
to
about
stick
tides.
with the straw man, dude. I get it. Right?
It's
You
not a
can't
straw
attack
man.
the argument, so you want a
It's
straw
not a straw
man.
man. It's not a straw man. I'm asking about one question. It appears flat to me. So are you saying
Measures is flat.
Yeah. Sorry, I just said the water appears flat to me. And now
Measures
you're
is
saying
flat.
that
Yeah.
is it trolling me because you're saying it's moving water and I can't tell it's moving? In what way
No,
is
you
this
can see
water
waves,
not
dude.
flat?
You don't see waves. You gotta dodge the
No,
waves. For
it's
instance, the
flat.
black swan observation.
This is
Yeah, and the
flat.
black swan observation doesn't look like the water's at rest. He's dodging
I'm
the
sorry,
waves, dude.
I'm not asking about the black swan. I'm talking about just
Oh, of
tides.
course you're
I'm just
not,
talking about
because
the
it
water.
refutes your
I don't know
position
why
entirely
are you
by orders
changing
of
the topic?
magnitude.
Why are you changing the topic? Why are you talking about something else? I'm talking about one thing. Why are you changing?
So
Let's talk
red
about one
herring of
thing.
tides, yeah,
It's
not
not
a
it's
measurement.
not a red herring. It's what we're talking about is the actual fact that, like you say, I walk out and the water appears flat. I agree with you. Do you agree that the water appears flat?
You can have a cup of water, lake of water. Yeah, you can measure each one as flat, which is
does the ocean
orientated
appear flat?
horizontally. Yeah, not being smooth or not being in motion. Yeah. So
Does
the
the
argument
ocean
is
appear
about
flat?
water at rest and the orientation to see if
Does
there's a
I'm sorry,
a
you're
slope
not
on
answering my one question. Does the water appear flat?
Well, you thought reality was trolling you, and now you're telling me it appears flat, dude. So
I'm
you just
sorry.
refuted. Yeah, you have a
I'm asking you.
self-refuting
I
argument. Great.
am asking
I
you a simple
agree. You
question.
refuted yourself,
I
man.
am asking you, does the water appear flat? Do
You
you
already
think it does?
Okay,
Is
that
that a
was
yes?
already asked and answered with specificity, dude.
No, it wasn't. You didn't answer yes or no. You didn't answer.
Yeah, the
You
thing you
didn't
think is
answer.
trolling you, you agree to.
You didn't answer the
So
question. Does the water appear flat? Yes or no?
Right, so you want me to answer like a fourth fucking time, dude. You're a waste. Yeah, here's number 5. It appears flat. This is the self-evident position. We measure it as flat. We do these distance to horizon measurements over water. We falsify the globe geometry by thousands of percent. The black swan, which you say you don't want to talk about. Yeah, we know why.
So box ops.
So, man.
See, this is exactly the impetus of my question. Like, I was counting along with you there how many times you had answered his question, and here we are. And like, why even come into here if what's even the purpose of coming in here?
Well, yeah, he said for entertainment, so we got the answer we wanted. Yeah,
right.
And then we also talked about last time the NPC reset phenomena, where he'll just repeat their same assertion and pretend like there was not an answer, even though everyone here heard me multiple times, recorded on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like,
he first thinks it's a troll, and then he agrees that it appears flat. So not a troll, a self-refuting argument.
And then you answer his question multiple times, but yet then he claims you've not answered him. Like, I mean, like, is that the entertainment? Is, hey, I'm going to go in, I'm going to set them up, ask a question, and then just keep repeating that they've not answered the question. And
that's it's the entertainment, dude, for him. So he doesn't have any genuine argument or position that he wants to test. Yeah, he's not interested in the black swan. directly falsifies his position, therefore he won't talk about it.
Time to kick him to the curb and move on to the next one. You know, and you were very generous to invite him into the conversation, and so they just have no appreciation, I guess. I guess they just want free entertainment that
Yeah, and for your knowledge, Rapscuttle, whenever you were banned a few weeks ago, I was the one who unbanned you so you can participate again. And then this is the game you want to play. Right, so I'm beyond patient with these people, and they don't reciprocate that genuineness, yeah. But I'll be back in a minute. We have Oblate Spheroid Pilot. Oh, Canadian Atheist. Yeah, we've talked to him before. Necros, what's up? I haven't said what's up to you yet. If you want to take over in case someone else chimes in.
Yes, flatties. No one there, no? Out of 7, 8 people, there's nobody here. I'm assuming everyone's fell off the edge then.
Flat because it appears flat, right? And I get it. It's hard to conceptualize, but it's just a very big sphere.
But it's
If it appears flat, it would be
It
flat.
is. I'm trying.
Oh,
I've been
shit.
trying my hardest to like
Right.
picture this and how to do it.
The
How do you
air,
do it? You
the
you
air,
listen to me.
the air appears invisible. Is the air, is it there, right?
It appears
Obviously.
invisible. That's
Alpha,
paradoxical.
shut the fuck up.
How
right?
does
Shut
something appear invisible, dude?
Because it doesn't
Brown.
appear. Because
Brown.
it's noticeable.
It appears flat, but your observations of other planets and that they appear spherical to you somehow.
Right.
But that determines the shape of this Earth that appears to be flat.
It's a
Do you
really
know how
good
retarded that is?
It's a really good evidential point that you guys are hand waving and not addressing.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
really? Yeah, okay.
Pool
No
tables
one's talking
appear
to you,
flat,
Alpha.
but since there's balls on top, the pool table must be curved.
Well, how does that make any sense? How does that follow?
That's exactly
That's what you're fucking telling us.
No, that's not. No, it's
That's
not.
the issue we're having. It doesn't make any sense. Please make it make sense.
If the Earth is a celestial body and we observe celestial bodies, it would make sense that those celestial bodies have similar properties. Yes, no?
You've got to prove what they are.
So you've looked at the pool balls.
Can't
So
get a yes
again,
or no
you've looked at
answer.
The pool balls, you fucking idiot. That's the analogy. That's how it relates to your stupid observation.
Is our pool balls pool tables?
There's
Are they
life
the
on
same
Earth
thing?
and there's life everywhere else.
Are pool balls pool tables? No. Are celestial bodies celestial bodies? Yes. Is the Earth a celestial body? That's apparently in debate, but I would say yes. So if celestial bodies can determine rules about celestial bodies,
You would say
So
yes.
that's your opinion.
That, yeah.
That's not logic, bro. And I'm like, I've smoked a few today, and I'm not on your level.
That the Earth,
You won't get there, brother. You can't get there.
So the Earth isn't a celestial body. We can't.
And just remember, Neil, you got to get really high to see that curve.
So
I'm gonna try and get higher. I'm gonna try. I'm trying my best. All right, guys.
Do it for science, Neil. It's for science, man.
Again, the Earth doesn't exist in what we know to be as space, right? Even though Alpha did say earlier that the stars are thousands of light years away, which was strange to admit, but whatever. But regardless, again, if the Earth is
He
a
was
real
going
place,
off written definitions. That's all.
exactly. But then,
Yeah,
but then
you're accusing him of making his own shit up, but
No.
he's going off already pre-written shit. So don't
Right.
attack him. Attack
no,
the argument.
I'm saying that we agree that the stars are thousands of light years away, right? But from a flat Earth perspective,
No, we
it doesn't
don't.
make it-
No, we don't.
Alpha's definition,
How'd you measure him? He went off pre-written definitions,
which he
didn't go out
wanted
and
me to
measure 'em.
agree
I
to.
can tell
He
you
wanted
that for
me to
sure.
agree to, and I didn't agree to, and then muted me for not agreeing to the definitions, right? But as we agree that he probably doesn't agree that the stars are thousands of light years away, right?
You agreed all the way until the point that it finally sunk in that it didn't make any sense. And then you disagreed. That's what happened.
And then had a little meltdown.
No, I agreed to the points I agreed to, and then disagreed to the points I disagreed to, right? The celestial
The
sphere
whole thing
based-
is 1 point.
The celestial
moron.
sphere. The celestial sphere
It's
is
a
based,
definition.
The celestial sphere is based off Polaris's position on Earth, right? The relative position of Polaris to Earth, right? That's what the celestial sphere is based on, not
Citation.
on
Citation.
the definition I posted.
Citation. Go ahead and show us where it says that.
Posted. I'll read it again. The celestial sphere is the apparent sphere of the heavens on which the stars seem to fix for the purpose of establishing a coordinate
Yeah, stars.
system.
Stars. Not just Polaris. Every other star too.
I'm not talking to you, Alpha.
Well, just be honest in what you say and don't just say that's one thing. Come on. Make your case, but make it right.
No. No. Eat shit. Honestly, Alpha. Eat a bag of fucking dicks. I'm not talking to you.
Aw.
Oh, come on.
Coochie coo.
You know you want to talk to him.
No, I will engage with anybody else.
Yeah, because you want to persist in ignorance. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So again, if anyone wants to address the celestial sphere, right? The celestial sphere being positioned and based around the position of Polaris relative to our North Pole, right? Which again, I'll continue reading. The established coordinate system marks on the position of the heavenly bodies to be considered a quote unquote real sphere in infinite distance of Earth. It touches the sphere at the north and south poles, right? So again, the north and south poles of the celestial sphere are relative to the north and south poles of the terrestrial sphere, according to this definition, right? Again, and the celestial sphere is based on Polaris's position. Again, I'll cite that as well if you want me to, right? It's literally right here in the second link. I'll post all this right here.
You know what I've got a problem with? If you read the top of the article, written and fact checked.
So,
have you been awake the last 5 years, mate?
That something can't be fact checked?
You want to go and have a look at your so-called fact checkers?
Yeah. Check the fact check.
So no facts can be checked. We cannot have facts that have checked.
I'm not saying
all fact checkers. All fact checkers are inherently
go and examine the fact checkers.
Ask it how many boosters you should get, and then go freaking listen to it.
Well, again, you guys yell at us about obfuscating and won't address any of my points.
Because your points are shit, mate. Look up into the sky to prove the ball. How about you prove your curvature first, and then we'll consider your sky afterwards.
And what about again? You guys don't like ISS live stream, constantly streaming from the Earth, from the orbit of Earth.
Okay. Go and watch your ISS live stream, and get the little slider at the bottom and slide it backwards, and have a look where the sky's stitched together. If it's a live stream, there is no necessity to stitch the sky together.
It sounds like you're making a lot of unbased claims at the moment.
It's unbased. Go and look at the fucking thing yourself. You don't have to go too
Go and
far
look at
anyway.
it. Look at it, mate. Just look at it. How can you not tell?
If you can't tell the sky's stitched together, you're an idiot.
Well, then I'm an idiot.
So what's the go? Every 12 hours you drop in here to have a meltdown? You got your ass handed to you in 24/7, home base, then you come over here and have a cry.
It's hysterical that you guys think you win with intellectual debate, and then just
we do.
No one's talking to you, Alpha. You guys think you win with intellectual debate, right?
We do.
We did. That's why you had a cry and a little meltdown and left yesterday.
That's that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. It's not because
it's all recorded.
Please post it for everybody so they can see exactly what you guys do. Because again, it was an hour of Alpha asking the same question while refusing to answer my question, and then hypocritically, as he does with every single fucking thing else, as you all do, right? Refuse to acknowledge any points that I make.
All right. So here's the thing. Now, we're getting to what natural science is. We did it earlier today too, and you used Cavendish, which was not natural science because there's no naturally observed phenomena. So if we want to rehash that point, we can. And demonstrate to the audience once again, you don't have a naturally observed phenomena for the Cavendish to be something that you're quantifying as an experiment. So go ahead, tell us what the naturally observed phenomena is, Brown Recluse, for the Cavendish.
Why do you want to talk to me so bad? I don't.
Because you said that you stated something that I wasn't allowing you, or we're muting you, or we're doing something. No, we're giving you the floor. Go ahead and tell us what the naturally observed phenomena for Cavendish is. Go on.
It's so funny. You're like, oh, I'm not muting you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You just called him out, and now you're saying you don't want to do it. You're a clown.
Yeah. Oh, I'm letting you go ahead. I'm giving you the mic and the floor, but state exactly what the naturally observed phenomena was for Cavendish. So, if you got that, go ahead. Go ahead.
Alpha, I already said I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, is that all you have?
Yes,
okay.
it is.
Well,
Again,
then we
when
see
it comes
we
to
see that you
your
didn't have the facts.
intellectual.
Quiet. We just need the facts. Only the facts. Naturally observed phenomena. Nothing?
A big old donkey donk makes my boinger hard.
Okay.
Regardless
there
of
you go,
gender.
audience.
Regardless of
there you go,
gender.
audience.
Hole's a hole. Black hole, white hole, doesn't matter.
So you've got no proof of curvature. That's cool.
Yep, you guys win again. You guys can have it. Stroke your egos. Circle jerk all you want. I just hate how you guys engage. I really do. I wish you guys could debate more intellectually honestly. I'd love if you lost the mute button and then figured out how that feels.
Well, Yeah, that's why you're in this forum, and it's the most popular forum, and you can't get enough of it.
It's because people are baffled by your logical leaps and the
logical leaps.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Nobody dragged you in here to kick you around. You, of your own free will, decided to jump into the ring. That's your own silly fault. If you don't like it here, there's nothing holding you here. You are free to go, as is everyone else. So please.
I'll open the floor to anybody else. Again.
I like you to know that you're defeated when you do that.
I'm defeated.
I like you.
Put me in the grave, Alpha. Again, you win. I'm the beta. You're the alpha.
Great.
Globe's been destroyed. Again, you win. I get it.
No, just all you need is a naturally observed phenomenon, and you'd be able to speak, but
again,
you don't got that. So
100%. 100% Alpha. Again, you've destroyed the whole Earth with that one question.
Nah, just your argument, not
100%. 100%.
I'll do that later.
It hasn't been addressed a bunch, but go ahead.
Really? Well, then, naturally observed phenomena. Let's go. It's been addressed a bunch. Where has it been addressed? Tell me.
It's somehow that most people speak, but bullshit seems to fall out of your mouth. I don't get it.
Naturally observed
Not
phenomena.
even human shit, but like the
naturally observed phenomena, please.
The digestive tracts.
You just can't help yourself, huh? You don't have the naturally observed phenomena for your Cavendish to be a real experiment. Come on, Brown Recluse. We all know this.
Come on, Alpha. Come on.
Well, I'll unmute you, but yeah, we all know where you stand with that argument. You don't have naturally observed phenomena.
Silence that Alpha follows. Crazy. This is when Alpha talks, people shut up. Clearly.
No, we're just waiting to see what crap dribbles out of you.
Yeah, exactly. I've been handing you the mic and the floor to give us the naturally observed phenomena, but the silence proceeds when you don't have it, which is pretty much what I expect.
Yes, you have.
See?
Hey, Brown Reckless. Bill over here. What do you hope to achieve when you came here today?
Honestly, I love having this one guy, and I forget his name. I forget his name, but there's this one guy who I love talking to. I want to say it's Logan, but I think that's wrong. But we have.
Hold on, Brown. You're not.
No one's fucking.
Just put your head on Scott Mackey's shoulder. Have a good cry. He's got a few tissues, right? He's got a tissue box for you. Just go lean your head on his shoulder and just. Alpha was just so mean to me. Go ahead and tell him, Brown. I'm gonna mute you. There you go. Scott, give him your old psychic. Put him on the couch, Scott.
Alpha was really mean to me.
There you go.
Yeah, you got to meet QE.
So you're not gonna let him answer the question, Alpha? It's a dick move.
Kind of.
I can tell
He's speaking right now, Scott. He can talk to you about his feelings.
Yeah. Will you permit me?
I didn't ask him about his feelings, did I?
That's exactly what you did. Oh, how did you
No,
feel
I did
whenever
not.
you asked you? Well, what did you ask? What was your question?
I asked him what his goal was when he came here today.
And what else did you say after? And what else did you say?
It's about a goal. That's it. That's all I. That's all I asked.
You're going to psychoanalyze every situation and think you're like.
I just asked him a question, Alpha.
Intellect. Yeah, but why isn't he answering? He's still.
Because you muted me, you dumb bitch. Oh my God, Alpha.
Are you muted now? No. Cry on his shoulder. Come on.
Okay, 100%. Anybody, again, regardless, I prefer talking to individuals who engage in intellectually honest debates, right, and can agree with me on certain common ground, and then they can
agree.
Do you want to let me talk, Alpha? Do you want to let me talk, or do you want to keep fucking butting your nose at where no one asked for it?
Wow, you're really
hostility,
triggered, dude.
What's all this hostility about?
It's not really honest debate if you're pushing one side of the story down someone else's neck.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm the one with the power to dictate the flow of conversation with a mute button.
He just hears your voice, Alpha, and he just loses it, man.
Anyone?
Well, he's got a motor mouth, dude. I have to stop it. Like shit. How do you stop
I
a
got
motor
a
mouth?
motor mouth. So the hypocrisy is just flows out of you like blood from the stabbed Christ. It really does.
Yeah, but what did you want to accomplish?
I just want to engage in interesting conversation, but again, certain individuals, like I said,
Interesting conversation. No, nothing to do with the facts. Then, just interesting conversation.
Did anyone
Right?
say a fucking word to you, Alpha? I swear to God.
Let's see how
You're
this
so
goes.
attention
Just
hungry.
interesting conversation.
So attention hungry. You
Nothing
want
to
me
do
to
with the
talk to
facts.
you.
No
And
truth.
I don't get it.
No objective truth. Nothing but interesting conversation. Wow. Really.
Wow.
Wow.
Well,
it's crazy.
At least Scott Mackey talks about the subject. I'll give him that.
So Alpha, I was gonna go out and do what you say I never do and get off my ass and show something. Just happened to be camping with my wife and her sister and sister's daughter, and I don't sleep so well when I'm camping, and so I woke up at 3:30 a.m. in the morning. We just happened to be camping though next to the beach, so I figured I'd get up, and it was a full moon, and I figured I'd get up and I'd take a picture of the moon set over the ocean and get a picture of it halfway behind my car and ask you guys what's blocking half the moon here, and then get a picture of it halfway behind the water and ask what's blocking the moon here, and ask you to explain what the difference was. And I was all going to do it. And then, of course, since it's a full moon, the sun was rising at exactly the same time the moon was setting. And it would have been really cool to get the sun behind the moon. But marine layer, and I didn't get shit. Too many damn clouds.
are you fucking serious, dude?
I'm dead serious.
All that fucking time, you would have had the
I was up
perfect
anyways.
opportunity.
Yep.
It would have been.
I know.
What type of camera do you have? Or are you using these
Oh,
days?
I got my little Android phone. That's all I have. I'm not going to put in effort, man. You got to be kidding me.
I already
But
know this.
I was at the beach.
I already know this.
I was at the beach, and I figured, why not? Let's take a picture. And to show Alpha, I'm willing to like pull out my phone and take a picture of something. That's how much work I will put in for you guys. I will take my phone out of my pocket and snap a picture.
Yeah, but I know, but it was.
I'm a giver.
It was. Yeah, I know, but it wasn't even like the opportunity to do that. You fucking.
The fog messed me up. I got a picture and I can share it, but it's just not much because this little dot of a moon, and like I said, it's just a Samsung Android phone. And
yeah, you don't happen to have a camera with all the funds that you have from your job.
I don't do photography. My wife has. She's into birding, and she has some really good
just borrow
cameras.
her
and
camera,
lenses and
dude.
stuff.
Like, just say you're gonna borrow.
We didn't have it with us, and
shit. Well, then
it's one of those things. I didn't even know it was a full moon last night. I'm sleeping on my tent, and all of a sudden, this light hit me in the eye, and it's the moon popping through the redwood trees where I was camping. And I said, "Damn, it's a full moon." And I was up, and the moon was going down, the sun was coming up, and I thought I'd have some for you, but yeah.
But yeah, I know what you mean. It was 2 nights ago or something. It was getting to
Nature did not cooperate.
Well, the opportunity
Fucking
didn't
nature.
Nice to try it though.
Well, I wanted to go watch the moon set anyways. I'm up at 3:30 in the morning. Might as well do something. Can't do anything at the campsite.
Wait, Scott, how do you feel about them saying that observing the Cavendish is not observing it in nature?
Okay, that's feelings. That's feelings. Why you gotta know about his, bro?
I want to know what he thinks.
Yeah. Oh, well, whatever.
Well, I think
He's
it's just
asking you.
Alpha's. I think it's just Alpha's way of saying we can't know anything at all about anything. Because that way it makes him equal to us. Because he doesn't know anything, and if he can make us not know anything too, then we're all equal. That's what I think is going on.
I agree.
Alpha, how does that make you feel?
makes me feel like dancing. That makes me feel like dancing.
You want dancing that away?
Don't dance that way.
Yeah, having a cool story is knowing something.
You know a cool story at
But
least.
do you see how you just confirmed my assertion, where you said where you think all knowledge is just stories?
No, I never agreed with that.
Okay,
Wow.
so what is knowledge then? What can we know in your world? What can we know?
It's a good question.
Yeah, that actually is a really good question.
Okay.
If I may,
Oh,
right?
Well, that's what we can know then.
Well done,
If,
Scott.
if I may, me and AI Overlord were talking before, and again, I know some of you may have already heard this, right? But we came to we talked for several hours. It came to common ground that both of he a flat earther and me a globetard, right, agree upon, right? And it's 3 truths and 4 presuppositions that we both can objectively, and any reasonable person can objectively agree to, right? And then we can expand upon that for
well,
further claims of
if we don't know what he means by knowledge, then how is he going to know that anyway? So we
well,
gotta.
that's fair. That's fair. I'll also say, yeah, that's a fair point.
Go ahead, Scott.
No, it wasn't my turn. I was asking Highway Hermit what we can know.
Yeah, I know, but they highly regard you, Scott. So these
No,
guys, for some
he
reason, have
obviously had
made
to
you a
restate
pseudo.
the question.
They put
No,
they
that's
put
true.
you on a pillar for some reason. These guys do.
Alpha, you were not being addressed.
No, that's fine.
What were the
you can talk
4?
to him. I don't care.
Huh.
But what were the 4? Sorry, there was three points and 4 suppositions.
You guys, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Number 1.
can lay this out real quick. So truths being self-evident via the fact that we experience it, right? So the self-evident truths these are all I statements. 1, I exist and therefore perceive. The second truth is I exist in an external reality that is real to me and congruent with my experience. Right. 3, the mind and the body are linked in the external world. Right. All of these things are inherently true, self-evidently true via the fact that we experience them in the external reality in our bodily form. Right. Then the 4 presuppositions that I believe would only an unreasonable man could disagree with. Right. 1, my senses are reliable in perceiving said external reality. My mind and body have certain properties in said external reality. I can interact.
You don't believe number 1 though, do you, dude?
I do. I 100%.
That your senses are reliable.
Can I finish, please?
But you're reading them out like they're truth, and you don't believe them.
They're presuppositions.
But
They
you
have
don't
to be.
believe the first one, right?
They,
Like, you believe you're spinning, but you don't feel it.
Presuppositions, right, are that that they have to be assumed to be true, right, in order to build any further truth off of, right? So my senses are reliable in perceiving an external reality, right? We have to see, eat, touch, all of our senses. They have to be perceived as reliable as possible, right, in order to build truth upon that. That is the first presupposition that has to be agreed to. Right, and I conform to that presupposition that my senses are reliable in determining the external reality and the consistent facts of such. Right, so if I'm allowed to continue, number 3, I can interact with the external reality in limited ways, and number 4, said external reality has real independent agents with a consistent experience of said reality. Right, so does anyone disagree? Don't tell me I disagree. But does anyone themselves disagree with any of those points?
Do you feel the earth spinning, man?
No.
So is it spinning?
When you're driving in a car,
Listen, man, answer the question, dude. It's so simple.
Yeah, I believe there is a spinning, yes.
So you don't believe your senses?
I believe my senses are not
your
always
senses reliable.
Can I see it? Can I see a subatomic particle? No.
Can you see Wi-Fi?
No, exactly. You can't see
Whatever,
a bunch of
man.
shit. Perception is
feel the
perception.
spin?
Perception isn't reality, right? You can't feel speed. You, can only
just stated
feel
it's one of your
acceleration.
base axioms or whatever, man.
Is that my senses are reliable in perceiving it?
Always reliable, at least.
No, he didn't say that though. He didn't say that.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
That's what you said. He didn't say that though. We're going based off what he was saying from his argument, building an argument from the standpoint of having base axioms. So, but he doesn't believe that. So he just proved that he didn't believe that. But of course, he probably had somewhere to be because he's muted.
Well, getting back to what Scott was saying about alpha, I mean, to me, that's a straw man because alpha is simply asking, how do you know what you're claiming? What you claim to know? How do you know that? And Scott's saying that's just the same as you can't know anything. And to me, that's just a straw man.
It's always an all or nothing with these guys, though, right? Like they can't distinguish between an extraordinary claim and something normal, right?
Correct. Now, I'm glad you recognize that, Hermit. That's exactly what he's doing.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Can we refer back? I was absent for a minute. Did someone refute one of my points?
Nope.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, if we can agree that those three truths and four presuppositions are reasonable, not only self-evident truths but reasonable assumptions, right? Then we can build upon that in order to figure out how we can determine further truths.
Yeah, but the question is, have you built upon that?
No, because then the list would have been bigger.
That's what I'm saying. That's the point that we're making. So even if they're base axioms, you haven't built your worldview on those.
And what's the next base axiom?
Well, I'm saying the ones that you just pre-described right now are not the ones you build your worldview off.
They 100%
we already know
are.
that. Now what are you flip-flopping back and
No.
forth?
What do you, no, you said have you built upon them? I said no, and then you said I don't agree with my base axioms. These are my base axioms that I say any reasonable man can agree to. So how are you telling me I'm not agreeing with them?
Do you agree with that?
Why would I fucking say them if I
because
you're
basically you and I were having a conversation, but what I
not having
care
a
to know,
conversation, dude.
You and him were, and
Yeah,
so
me and
whether
him
or
were.
not
You fucking jumped in and it ruined everything. Yeah, again.
Whether or not you establish your worldview based on those axioms is what we're determining right now. And so I'm asking you, based on those axioms, are you determining your worldview from that perspective?
Based on those truths and presuppositions, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So following the fact that you can trust your senses, right?
Yes.
Okay, then. And the question has been asked to you by who was it? Was jumping in right now?
It was subdued.
So you asked him, right? What was the question you asked him about it? Let's see if he answers it.
I asked him if he can feel the earth spinning.
I said no.
Okay.
And then I asked him if it was spinning, and he said
yes.
Okay, so based on your senses, it's antithetical to what you described your base axioms are, right?
Can we sense electromagnetics, the electromagnetic spectrum?
Yeah, that's not the point. The point is based on your
Oh
senses.
my fucking Christ. Can we
Based
determine
on your
things? Can we
senses.
determine things that we can't immediately sense?
That's a shit poor example,
That's not.
Can you
listen,
feel the earth
hold on a
spinning?
minute.
I
Wait a
hate you
minute.
guys so much. I answer your.
No, that wasn't what you said. Your base axiom was. You're shifting the goalpost. Now you made another addendum to like what you said. Now it's something different. It's not based on your senses any longer, which is what you said you agreed on with AI. So based on your senses, only on that, can you determine if the earth is in motion, spinning?
You're completely misunderstanding.
Answer the question.
How can you're asking a dishonest question?
Based on your senses, can you determine if the earth is in motion, spinning?
I'm not engaging with you, Alpha. I'm done engaging with you.
Technically, 1 second. Yes. If
Well,
you
not you,
lift
Hack.
yourself,
Not you, Hack. I'm asking him.
No, let Hack answer. Go ahead, Hack.
This
I'm
is the
ceding my time to Hack.
Yeah, but Hack's not going to speak because we're speaking to you.
I'm addressing to Hack. Hack, how would you?
Shush. You're not moderating this forum. We are. So basically, we asked you the question. You're not able to answer it from a point of sensory. So that's all I'm saying is antithetical to what you said. You don't follow the base axioms which you outlined for everybody. Well, I agreed with AI. That's great that you agreed with him at the moment. But further investigation leads us to understand you don't agree with that. As a matter of fact, it's opposite to your senses. Because you said we can't determine it from our senses. Right? Making a point. Just saying, that's what you said you agreed on. Now you're not saying you're using your senses to determine the Earth's spin. So there you have it.
Saying, if you had listened to me for 1 fucking
I
second,
did.
Alpha.
I did.
I'm saying our senses are reliable and have to be perceived as reliable in determining the truth. I'm not saying our senses can determine all truths.
Not all.
But are they reliable or aren't they?
You try to weasel out of here like a shithouse lawyer. You're not going to do it.
Are there truths? Are there?
We're not talking about truths. We're specifically honing in on whether you can determine that motion can be sensed by your senses. If you can determine that, yes or no. Only one thing, not a million things, not everything, just one thing. The Earth's motion.
How are we not talking about?
Okay, stop getting all kind of up in your feelings once again. Answer the question. With your senses, can you determine if the Earth's in motion?
No, sir, you are a moron. I will not be talking to you.
It's a simple question.
Well, it's pretty simple. And because that's what you said your base axiom was, your senses. You can determine things, truths even. So with the senses, can you determine that the Earth is in motion, spinning?
Everything we determine is based off our senses.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yes.
then answer the question. Can you determine whether or not the Earth is in motion?
Yes.
With your senses?
Yes.
How?
The viewing of the stars.
The viewing of the stars. Okay, so the Earth is in motion because the stars are in motion. Go ahead and draw us the correlation to viewing something in the sky and knowing that the thing on the ground is what's in motion. Go ahead.
Heck, this is exactly what they do. So you don't have to.
Well,
spam the
I
chat.
mean,
This-
you're
this-
saying
this
I'm seeing stars move around, but that's not the Earth moving around. That's stars moving around. See? So how are your senses telling you that the Earth is in motion?
How can you think you're having intellectual debate when you mute?
Because you're not answering the question. I have to mute because your obfuscation tactics are not going to work here. The inquiring minds want to know how you got to stars in motion to the Earth in motion using your senses.
You don't want to inquire on a single fucking point I have, buddy.
Because it's not a point. It's not a point. All we're asking is a simple question. How are you going from stars moving around to the Earth moving around? And your senses are dictating this, right? So you're seeing stars move, right? You can see them. That's part of your senses. Now, how do you know that the Earth, using your senses, is in motion?
I secede the floor to hack.
What?
No, well, I don't know what that means. Is that
It
an
means
answer?
I hate talking to you, Alpha. It means you're so disingenuous
Why?
and rude that you
I'm
won't let people
disingenuous
talk for
and
more
rude?
than 60 seconds without muting them because you can't engage with.
Dude, why do we got to listen to bloviate instead of just answering the question? We'd be done by now. You know that? We'd be done by now. If you were honest.
We'd be done by now. So
Yeah,
hysterical.
if you were honest.
You're so funny, Alpha. It's ridiculous. You don't even know you're being funny, and you're hysterical.
No. Think about the question. Why aren't you answering the question?
Because again, if I ask a question, it will not be engaged with in the same manner that I've engaged with every single one of your questions post for.
These are your base.
question, Claire.
These are your base axioms.
I've
We're
already
going based
told
on what you agreed with is
that,
your base
that
axiom.
we have to rely on our perceptions as accurate, but our perceptions cannot lead us to 100% of truths based simply on the sense of speed, rate, and acceleration. Can't tell.
Okay, we're not talking about those things. It's like you move the goalpost every time the poignant question is being asked. Can you sense the Earth in motion? Why do you have to shift to other topics? We're going specifically on the topic if the Earth is in motion based on your senses. And you won't answer the question. Why?
Because I hate you with all of my being.
That's not going to change the fact that
It's
you said
crazy
your
that you
base
wanna talk to
axiom.
me.
The base axiom that you said you agreed with is based on your senses. The truth can be derived from your senses. Now, truth cannot be derived 100% on your senses. He thinks there's an issue. I don't know. What do you think, bro?
I'm not talking to you, Alpha.
Okay.
If anyone else wants to bring up the question, but if you shut the fuck up, Alpha. I will
How about
finish
your
the
site,
day.
dude? Can you trust that?
To a certain degree, yeah. It's as reliable
To
as
a
it can
certain
be.
degree.
Alpha,
There you go.
no one's talking to you.
Sorry, man, but you're going basically opposite to what you can say. You can know truth from your senses. Basically, you can.
Like, are you going to stick to your base axioms or aren't you, right?
My base axiom is that my senses are as reliable as I can perceive them to be, and therefore have to be relied upon.
Oh, you changed it now.
No, that's what it is.
Still the
That's
same
what
shit.
it is. Yeah, my senses are reliable in perceiving an external reality, right? Again, they are reliable in perceiving external reality, right? And so in my perception of reality, it feels like we're sitting on a flat, unmoving surface, right? That does not necessarily mean for 100% that we are sitting on a flat, unmoving surface. It could be that my perceptions are at the limits of what one can perceive, because we agree that perceptions have limits. We can't see
Okay, so based on his, observation of reality, he sees it like a flat stationary plane. So that's what he's saying. Based on his senses. So far, so good. Let's see where he's going to make the logical leap.
Alpha, get fucked, please.
Well, he's got to go into imagination land, right?
No one's talking to him though, so he gets so upset when other people address him when they're not being addressed, and then interjects himself in every single fucking word I have to say. I don't want to talk to you.
Bro, hold on a second here. Calm down.
Yeah, you do.
So, if you can't trust your senses, and so then what? You're into imagination, right?
Logic can lead us to different conclusions that are
But
senses.
it's in your imagination, though, right? It's not real because you can't see it, you can't sense it.
The celestial sphere is in our imagination. Again,
The
the
whole
stars.
thing's in your imagination, dude.
All of perception is in one's imagination. Yes.
Except not in mine, though, right? Like I can see it and I can feel it and I know what's going on, right? Like
Yeah,
I'm true to the base axiom, dude.
We share a consistent experience of reality, right? Again, I'm not saying our senses have limits. Again, we can only see so far. We can only see in certain spectrums of light, right? So we can only hear certain sound waves. Again, our senses have limits, right? That those limits do not exist in the nature of the cosmos, right? There are light waves that are beyond our visual spectrum, right? There are sound waves beyond our hearing
Right,
spectrum.
is that what we're talking about, though? We're talking about what we can see, right?
I'm saying that our senses, that's my fucking next point, right? If I scroll down my list, right, I can interact with the external reality in limited ways, right? That's my third fucking presupposition, right? I can only sense so much, right? Again, we cannot conceptualize the size of Earth. Even on a flat Earth, you cannot fully conceptualize the size of it.
I never said I did, or I could.
But we're agreeing that our senses are
Bingo,
limited.
and that's why models are fallacious.
We agree.
Da, da, da.
Thank you, Jenna. We agree that our senses are reliable and yet limited, right?
So everything else you're imagining, though, right? Like water curving around a ball, the Earth spinning, moving through the vacuum of space is all imagination, right?
Can we agree?
Can we agree that it's imagination?
He basically is saying it's outside of your sensory perception. His argument, the way it's framed. The Earth as a globe is outside of your sensory perception. You can't perceive it on the Earth because
I
on
get
the
it.
Earth,
He's
looks
imagining it.
Of course. That's the only way you can do it. But that's the case he's making right now. Outside of your sensory perception, the Earth exists as a globe. Bada bing, bada boom.
Are we saying if you can't sense something that it's not happening? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're saying that you got to imagine a globe. You got to imagine water wrapping around a globe. You got to imagine you're floating in the vacuum of space, man.
Just
Spinning.
imagine a firmament.
Okay.
All imagine land, right, dude?
Imagine a container.
Well, wait, hold on a second. If you put the Earth aside, are you saying if you can't sense something, it's not happening? Is that what you're saying?
No, the question was the base axiom by which was derived the agreement between Brown Recluse and AI was these base axioms. He can probably go over them again with you, but the fact is that with your senses, you could determine truths, right? You can determine truth with your senses. Did you understand the context of that, Raiden?
I did.
Okay. So with determining of the truths, right, that the Earth is a globe, Brown Recluse is saying it's outside of your sensory perception. You can't perceive them because what we perceive is the Earth as a flat stationary plane. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but Alpha, if you're going to advocate for Jesus Christ, at least list one attribute that he has exhibited.
That's a different topic, Wise. It's a different topic. So the topic right now we're concerned with is, can you know truth from your senses? And, in this case, he was agreeing with AI on that. But what he's saying, though, as his argument, if I could steal man him, is outside of your perception.
Advocate for Jesus Christ, and at
You're
least
going to advocate for a Big Bang, dude. Like, fuck, man, it's the same shit.
So how do we determine the difference between perception and what's actual?
Well, this is the thing, right? So the agreement that he had with AI had something to do with him being able to determine things, or truths rather, from our senses, which is okay, which is all well and good. But we're talking about, can you determine with your senses that the Earth is a spheroid in the ever-expanding universe? So these types of questions being used as outside of your perception or unperceived, because you can't get to a state where you can actually perceive them, right? So this is the problem of the idea of the Earth being a globe.
You can. That's you have to just zoom out. If you zoom out, you can perceive it.
Listen.
But
I'm telling Raiden. I'm telling Raiden that the fact that you can't perceive it from your vantage point here on Earth. So from your vantage point, it's not perceivable. So outside of your perception, let's say in this imaginary place where you can go and see the Earth like as a globe, then you can't perceive it here on Earth. So you have to go to a different vantage point. You agree with that, Raiden?
That is true. I agree with
Yeah,
those points.
outside of your perception. I'm trying to steel man you, so Raiden
You-
doesn't
you-
get it misunderstood.
I mean, you're doing a fair point in that aspect
Raiden,
alone.
what do you think?
So we do agree that those are two different things, right? Perception and what's actual.
And
Well,
reality,
yes.
Yeah, so reality, okay. Reality is what we can perceive. So let's just say for an imaginary land, you go to a place where you can see the earth as a globe. You're actually using your senses to determine that you're looking at something, right? So you're objectively making an observation of the earth as a globe, right? Yes?
That's partly correct, sure.
Partly. I mean, that's the whole kit and caboodle. If you're not doing that, then how are you perceiving it any other way here on earth?
Well, that's what I was asking earlier. How do you determine whether or not your perceptions are correct?
Because that's how we used to determine truth. It's the base axiom in which Brown Recluse agreed with AI. Otherwise, he doesn't have a base axiom. He doesn't stand on any truths. If he can't perceive things with his senses, then how does he determine things? So now we're getting to the place where he's making just the case for, if we're saying the Earth's a globe, we'd have to go outside of our normal perception of being here on the vantage point, standing on the Earth.
Okay, you may need additional tools. It just sounded like to me you
Additional
guys thinking that
tools?
just because he can't feel the Earth moving is not a globe. That's what I was hearing.
Based on our knowledge here on this Earth, on our vantage point, can we determine these truths about the Earth?
Just from sensory perception?
Your senses, yes.
I guess it depends on which senses you're using.
Oh, now it depends. That's not his argument. So you're making another argument, which is not his.
Are you trying to limit which senses a person can use to perceive things, or?
Okay, with any of your senses, can you determine if the Earth is in motion here on Earth?
If the entire Earth is moving?
Just answer the question. With any of your senses, can you determine the Earth is in motion, spinning around?
I can determine whether or not it moves, not if it's spinning.
Can you determine whether it's spinning? Raiden?
Not if it's spinning, no, but if it's moving, yes.
Okay, can you determine that it's moving?
Sure.
How did you do that with your senses?
I can feel it.
Really?
Yeah, have you ever felt an earthquake?
Or people feel earthquakes all the time. But what is
Okay,
this moving Earth what is this moving Earth you're talking about? Earthquakes?
Yeah, the Earth moves, you feel it.
Yeah, earthquakes are okay. You're a little lost in the sauce, aren't you? We're not talking about the Earth having earthquakes. We're specifically talking about the Earth moving through the cosmos.
You're talking about spinning, right?
And or movement, because you caveated with movement and not just spinning. Didn't you?
No, I can't feel it spinning. No, it's too
Or
big
moving. Or moving? Because it moves in an ellipse around the sun, according to
Sure.
the...
No, I
Sure.
can't feel it. No, I'm not big
Okay.
enough.
All right. So, again, your senses are not used in this way, right?
Not to feel that, no.
Okay. Or movement or spin. Either one. Movement or spin.
Well, I agree with that, but that doesn't mean that the Earth's
Okay.
not a globe because I can't
Well,
feel it.
that's not the point. The point was, can you, with your senses, determine if the Earth's in motion or spinning?
No.
Thank you. End point. All right. You may
What point
continue,
is that?
gentlemen.
I guess I got lost. What point did that make?
You missed the whole conversation, dude. You kind of jumped in halfway, man. The guy was making a point that he could determine things with his senses, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
truths with your senses. You can determine truths with your senses. It's like a base axiom. You have to derive, logic and truth from a place where you can say that things are or are not the case based on your senses. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Hack 2, he seems like he wants to speak.
All right. Let's hear him speak.
You're unmuted, Hack.
I don't know about the movement through space, but definitely the rotation can be seen with naked eye if you elevate it enough.
No, that's not what we're saying. From the vantage point here on Earth, can you determine with your senses that the Earth is in motion? Or spinning?
Spinning, yes. If you're on Earth, you have a 50-50% chance to be right by looking at the stars.
So
it's either we're rotating or we are rotating.
No. It's not an either or. It's either it has to be determined as a truth that it is doing this from what you see. Did he dip? Oh, he dipped. He gone.
You got a 50% chance, man.
I'm scared of being muted.
Wow, scared of being muted. Why would somebody be scared of being muted? Are you
Because
speaking truth,
mute
man?
everybody.
Well, like I said, the only reason why I mute people is because you persist in ignorance.
In ignorance, right?
Other than that, you have the floor and the mic.
Unless we disagree, and therefore become ignorant.
No, it's not about a disagreement. I already told you, it's not agree to disagree forum. You bring the facts, you have the mic. You don't bring the facts, the mic gets taken away. Pretty simple. That's it. Not hard to understand, bro. When you don't bring
as
the
long
facts,
as the facts align with what you think are the facts are.
Well,
bro, why don't you bring your facts, man? Instead of fucking whining.
I've been
You just
muted
sit there
38
and cry
times.
and cry like a little bitch, man. Bring your facts.
I've been muted 38 times and I'm the one crying. It's just crazy.
Yeah, you are. You can't hear yourself, man.
Yeah, you are crying, Brian. Be honest. And yet I unmute you because I know that, I only mute you for a moment, because I don't want you to persist in ignorance. I want you to actually think about things that are being said in this forum. So whether or not you think this is helpful, it is. At the end of the day, people are going to say true things and not just persist in their ignorance and imaginary things. And we can all agree upon that. The truth gets you banned. No one banned you, Hack. You're back
I just
again.
got banned, man. Literally.
You didn't get banned.
Yes, I was.
You said 50-50. Continue where you left off.
Oh yeah, that was it. Like you have a 50% chance if you are grounded on Earth by looking at the sky to be right about the movement.
It's 50% truth.
Yes, because it's either you are rotating or
It's half
somebody
truth.
else. Yeah, it's half
half
truth.
truth.
I said that. Yeah.
So no, you didn't say that.
No, it's half chance to be a full truth.
So
it's not half truth.
It's 20%. It's like a meteorologist. We got a 20% chance of truth today. So where are your umbrellas, fellas?
You have 50% chance to be true, absolutely true.
So you're just taking a guess then?
It's not fucking true.
You pose the limit. You pose limitation on me by staying fixed on Earth. So I just gave you an honest
limitation on yourself, you numbnuts. You said
you told me I
50%
can't be
true.
elevated. You said I can't be elevated.
Yeah, I know. So anybody on this Earth is not going to go to an altitude, like, to whatever altitude they declared that say, well, if you're at this altitude, you could see the curvature of the Earth. No, we're not doing that. We're saying, well, perceivably from your senses point of view, where have people from ancient times noticed that the Earth is a globe? Perceptually.
Wait, are you talking about the shape or the movement of the rotation? Why you keep changing?
Pick one. No,
you pick
in
one.
any way. So the Earth in any way being demonstrated as a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, has it been determined by their senses long ago when they conceptualized the idea of the Earth being a globe? At any time.
Who's one, rotation or shape?
How is it?
You went really low.
How is it gained by their perspective if they conceptualized it?
Well, I want him to answer. You went really low, Hack. Can't hear you. Still can't hear you.
I just said, like, which one are you asking for? Because before one you ask for rotation, then the next one you ask.
You're gonna cry now.
Accounted for the shape.
Told you either one, dude. Fuck, man. Answer a question. Fuck. Why whine all the time, man?
I'm not the one who has to choose. It's here. Has to choose.
Rotation.
No, I don't know about the ancient how they did it, but the shape, yeah. I mean, that's
what the fuck, dude. You asked me to pick one, and you're like, well, I don't know how they did that, but all right. So with their senses, the Earth as a globe, not rotation anymore, just geometry. How did you perceive
the Aristotelian experiment, just use literally your eyesight with two sticks. That's it.
2 sticks. What are they doing with 2 sticks?
They're just looking at the shadow. No more, no less.
Oh, wait, 2 sticks? Is that what Eratosthenes?
2 very tall sticks.
Is that what Eratosthenes did?
One was a well, one was
pillar sticks, whatever, something tall, bro. Like whatever you want.
Well, no. Yeah, Mark G said it. Hey, you pay attention. Some of the Globers might help you out.
What did he say?
One was a well, one was a stick.
Whatever. Like, why are you being petty about what object am I using?
It's not petty. It's pedantic, and it's like getting to the point that you either understand the premise of your argument or you just.
Anyway, regardless of the object that you're using, that was one experiment to use
you're
your
throwing shit at
side.
a wall. So you're
just
basically
not
having.
getting it.
No, I am getting it. I know this argument inside and out. And I don't think you do, which is why I'm actually going through it with you. Right? So, what did he determine from his sticks and well? From his stick and a well? Mm-hmm.
Earth shape is curved. That's it.
Really? What did he do?
Conclusion.
What did he do?
You want me to tell you about the experiment? You say you know it.
It's not an experiment. It's a test, but go ahead and tell me what he did.
What's the difference between a test and an experiment?
An experiment deals with the physical natural world and asking a how-why question, formulating an independent variable, dependent variable to change
And
the
a test?
reaction. And a test is just something that you do to check to see if.
So literally seeing memes, man. Like,
it's not an. What is it? Is it defined as a natural? I don't want to get into that with you, Mark G. I don't have to explain.
No,
it to
because
you.
you'll lose if you get into it.
No,
Get into it. No, it's a natural phenomenon.
Shut up. Yeah, I'm
It's a
gonna
natural
lump you.
phenomena and it's an
Listen,
experiment.
you want me to put you all on the stand and have you all answer the question? Because I will, Brown. I'll have all of you, all three of you.
Start with heck.
Do you really want that? You want a shit show? Because that's what you'll get.
You're saying it's not a natural phenomenon, right?
Okay.
Therefore, not an experiment.
Yeah, the shape of something is not a natural phenomena. You numbnuts.
100% is.
It's so 100%. Okay, tell me what the natural phenomenon of the shape is.
Well, the shape is because the atoms are set in a certain pattern and they give their shapes.
The atoms are set to. What are atoms?
Oh,
now who's obfuscating? Now who's obfuscating?
I thought you didn't want to speak about something else. Let's stay on flat Earth.
The dude brought up atoms, dude. Fuck, man.
You guys are using buzzwords. You don't know what they mean. What is
Atoms
an
are
atom?
buzzwords. I'm not the
Yeah,
one
what is
doing
an
the word
atom?
salad.
What is it? I'm not talking to you, Mark. What is an atom? Go on.
I don't even know if you believe in them because you can't perceive them with your naked
eyes. What
eyes.
is an atom? You can't see them with your naked eyes. What can we see them with?
Electron microscope.
You believe? I don't know. Do you believe in atoms, or is that something flat Earth?
So you don't know what an atom is? Then is that what I'm hearing from you? Go on. State the facts.
Stay on topic.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Someone who doesn't know what.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just shifted the topic. Like we're talking about Earth, and now
you
you want
said
to talk
atoms,
about
and you
atoms.
don't even know what you're saying. You're using things within your context of your argument that you don't even know what they mean.
How is it wrong?
How can you
to
argue?
say
How
that
can you
the
argue
shape
for
of an
something?
object is
How can you
determined by the? Wait. How is it wrong to say that?
So what? Aristosthenes measured atoms, dude.
What the
is that
fuck
what you're
are
saying?
atoms? What are atoms? What are atoms?
What are particles?
What are atoms?
Real quick. Can I just say?
We're not going to real quicks. We're going to his explanation of atoms. What are atoms?
It's a small particle.
A what? You're fading out. Yeah? Is it what I think it is? You don't know the answer?
Listen,
there you go.
What you want to say? Smallest part of an element?
Smallest part of what?
It's the smallest part of an element.
Sound off like
So
you got a pair.
Smallest part of
It's
an
an
element
element,
keep the
right?
same properties. Yes, it has the
It's
same
a what? It's an element of what?
It's the smallest
It's an
unit
element.
of matter
Sorry, go ahead.
of a certain element that keeps the same properties.
All right. So how do we determine how much atoms something has?
How is
Answer
this
the question.
argument about like atoms now, or are we talking about Earth? Like, how much you want me to explain? Like, should we go?
You use a buzzword that you don't know what you're talking about. So what is the quantification of atoms within the context of your argument?
Because I explained it. Are you?
I don't give a shit about you saying words. I want to know how you're quantifying that within the context of your argument.
You just want an argument.
No, I want you to be specific. And I want you to demonstrate that you know what you're talking about. If you don't, have a seat.
You clearly don't either.
I do. I'm asking you to define it. I want you to tell the audience what you know an atom to be.
I just did, and you
No,
don't.
you didn't.
Just
Now, once again, how can you quantify how much atoms does the context of your argument something has?
let me put it
Go
in chat so you can read it instead.
No, I don't want. Why can't you articulate the point? You fail to use your words. You don't know how to speak.
No, I
talk
do.
too.
I do.
Oh, then-
but
then
you
say
just no, you just it went over your head. Everyone heard it.
It went over my head. So, in the context of your argument, how are you using atoms?
That's another question.
It's a part of your argument.
You just wanted to know the definition.
It's a part of your argument. How are you using atoms in your argument?
My argument about if we are able to look at Earth rotation with our sense.
Atoms.
How?
Why did you introduce atoms into the equation?
No, you just say shape is not natural phenomena. You said something
Yeah.
along those
So
lines.
how do you know how much atoms are in something?
Did I claim about the number, or did I just claim
Well,
about
the quantification of atoms?
What did I
the
say actually?
Yeah, the
What did I say about it?
quantification of atoms within the context of the geometric shape of the Earth.
That's not what I said.
So what did you say then?
So why you keep accusing me of something that you
Answer
don't
the
even know what I
question.
said?
Yeah, you were talking about the quantification of how we know the size of something is a
No,
naturally
I was
occurring-
talking about shape. You see, you don't even know what
Yeah, yeah, that's what we're talking about, dude. Follow along. We're talking about the shape of something being known in natural science. Either it's something that could be used to determine how I question or what is questioned. So you need to be defining what it is, because in the context of you saying that it's something that we could define as the experiment. Yeah.
No, you're a clown. You switched it back to shape instead of size.
Size. How do you know the size of something if you don't know the shape of what it is? What is it? What is the Earth?
Wait, you have to know the size of something?
What is the Earth? Hack.
Since when?
What is the Earth? Answer the question.
Since when?
What is the Earth? You can continue to proceed to be ignorant. What is the Earth?
I'm showing how ignorant you are right now.
One last chance. And I'm giving you the floor and the mic. All you got to do is state the facts. What is the Earth? Yeah. That's what I thought.
Yep.
Next.
Yep, you got him.
Yep.
The
From
whole
atoms
thing
to
about it,
text. Next.
the whole thing about that, Maggie, Alpha, is that if you don't know the shape of something, how are you even going to get the size of it if you don't even know what shape it is in the first place? And this is like going directly over his head, just.
What I said is you can have the
we don't
shape.
care to hear what you said. We need
It's
to know.
50-50.
We need to hear like the facts being stated. And I gave you the floor, and there was nothing but silence. It's usually what happens when I'm getting you guys to get really specific on the points you bring up. That's all that happens. I get you to be specific, silence. Get you to be specific, silence. Every single one of you, silence. And I think that's very telling. Your Glober friends that listen to you should be like, dude, why aren't you just fucking answering the question? Why? Why won't you just answer it? And that's what they're doing. They're wondering why. And it's up to you. You got to prove what I'm saying incorrect by answering the question. But you're not doing so when given the opportunity. So don't be writhing in chat saying like, well, you're muting me. Well, that's because you're not giving us the answer to the question. Very simple.
Alpha.
Yeah, go on.
I'm not gonna lie. It hurts, but it's also. One second. I'm indisposed.
Okay.
Alpha, are you aware that using the mute button the way you've been doing is not really productive? Like, when you demand people answer yes or no questions when there's some subtlety involved, and then you just mute them when they're in the middle of answering, like 3 words in, and you mute them. It's just not helpful,
Okay.
But I've often advocated that the shape is the first step versus size. So I've constructed a bunch of DIY explorations people can do, and I know you like to looking at the sky, but you can actually infer a lot from looking at the sky.
Infer,
and then you can determine the shape of the Earth.
We're dealing with inferences. Sounds good. What are we inferring?
Pseudoscience.
What'd you say?
We're inferring the shape of the Earth.
Why do we need to infer? It can't be derived by direct measurement to know?
Oh, with precision surveying equipment, which I don't have the training to use.
So why do we need to infer if we can just use precision equipment?
Because the sky is free and everybody has access to the sky.
Yeah, but we don't
cameras.
want to guess. We want to know stuff. So without guessing and inferring, can't we just know? Wouldn't that be better?
Well, did you say just know? So, in other words, not using any kind of
no. What I meant to say is Why do we have to result to inferring things when we can just know them directly? Because that's actually the thing that we want to. We can. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
How do we
world's
do that?
surveyors have been doing.
Brown, this guy's an educated human being. He's a teacher of geometry. So I think you probably need to listen to what he's got to say.
Flat Earth Math, would you mind if I ask a question?
Sure.
So, just can we agree that our perception, our senses are limited in certain ways?
Are you asking him or me?
Everybody.
Can't sense speed. Right? Can't sense speed.
Does Alpha agree with this point?
Yeah, Alpha.
Silence! I'm the Alpha now!
As we can see,
What?
guys.
What'd you say?
Anyway, the thing is, the world surveyors, they measure the Earth all the time. But most people, like the people in this forum, probably do not have, expensive theodolites, or they're trained to use them. So
Objection! Poisoning the well.
No,
You can just use a laser, to be honest.
Objection! Poisoning the well.
How's that poisoning the
You're
well?
saying that most of us don't have the equipment that you say is required to know this information. How do you know that?
Most of us
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Okay.
Probabilistic. How do you know that?
Well, it's a probabilistic.
Yeah, but how does he know that?
1,000 has a.
How do you
theodolite.
know that information? Where do you get your statistics from, sir?
Because he doesn't know everyone's bank account. Like, what the fuck?
No, he's making the statistic up and he's pulling it out of his ass. And we're supposed to listen to that hack?
I don't understand why the anger. Do you have a theodolite?
No, it's not an anger. It's poignant. It's poignant to your
Is there
bullshit.
anybody-
You're trying to
anybody
pull
in
out
chat
some
right now
statistics. Yeah, nobody
theodolite?
in this chat. Nobody in this chat is required to answer you because you already have statistics that you're pulling out of your ass and handing them to us as if they're facts.
Oh my
And
We
they're
have statistics
fucking not.
about globers.
Nobody gives a shit.
So hold on.
You're really
Hold on.
triggered. I just
It's
said
not
most
triggered.
people
No.
have theodolite.
Did
It's
the
like you called him a
Globers give
broke
up
in a
on
sense.
Did the Globers give up on the shadows proving the globe thing? Is that not a thing
Yeah.
anymore?
We got the educator in here, Cyclone Flat Earth Math, who's got a YouTube channel and such. So he's
Ooh.
gonna tell us what's
All right.
what.
Oh,
So he
he's an
disagrees with the
authority.
guy who said. So he disagrees with the guy who said that shadows prove the globe.
So the shadows is how he measured the globe.
You kind of bring
He already knew it was a globe before he used the shadows.
Oh, he knew it was a globe prior to the shadows. Cyclone, there you go.
How did he know? How did he
He
know?
had an intuition, maybe.
Hack. You let him speak.
Intuition, That's not knowing.
So the first thing I'll say is Eratosthenes might not have ever existed. So this may be just a legend. But people in antiquity knew the Earth was a globe.
That's not a good,
Okay?
That's not a good start.
So,
Okay, how did they
I'm
know
not going to
that?
rest my. I'm not going to say, he's the only reason why we know it's a globe. He's the only reason why we know
Well,
it's
you
size.
can't
No,
even
maybe
say
he
you
didn't
can't
exist.
even say that they did know. You can't even say that they did know it was a globe.
Well, we know it's a globe today, so I don't really think it's productive to argue over what
It doesn't matter. Cyclone,
2,500 years ago.
They didn't know.
it doesn't
I've
matter
never
what
heard
you
a Glober admit that.
Yeah. How do you like that,
So they
Highway?
didn't know it was a globe.
Well,
Are you gonna get in trouble for admitting that?
You probably will after this debate.
Yeah. Ask a question, then don't permit an answer.
Well, I mean, maybe you should educate the other guy, because the other guy seemed to think that the ancients knew and they proved it with shadows, but you're saying they didn't.
Yeah.
No, the shadows are how they measured it. Okay, the way they knew it was a globe was by observation. Ships over the horizon,
shadows
lunar
aren't a measuring
eclipses
device.
with a curved shadow. There's a bunch of ways they knew
Shadows
it was a
aren't a
globe.
measuring. Shadows aren't a measuring device.
Shadows are or are not imaginary.
Are not a measuring device.
A measuring device. No, measuring the length of a shadow is a measuring device.
Yeah, no. That would be measuring the length of a shadow with a measuring device. You can't say the shadow is the measuring device used
Oh
to
my
measure
goodness.
the globe.
So that's semantics. We agree
That's
that you can
important
measure the
in
length of
this-
a shadow.
That's important in
It's the
this
fact
context.
of what you're claiming. Yeah, you said they use the shadows to measure the globe. No, shadows are not a measuring device for measuring a
Oh my
ball.
goodness.
Yeah,
All
they're
right.
not.
Do I have to specify they had a ruler in their hand when they were looking at the shadow? Or
You don't really have to. You don't really have to, because you already said that they didn't know it was a globe and that he might not have even existed. So that's not a very good globe
Okay.
proof.
Yeah, it's not. It really isn't.
you're just going to go around in circles? But
No,
anyway,
it's
the
not a
point I
circle.
was
We
trying to
ended.
make
We ended it.
is
He ended it by saying it's not a proof for the globe. He ended it. He did not circles.
Yeah.
He ended it.
He didn't refute it in any reasons. He just said it's not. He just
The
said shadow.
gentleman-
He just said shadow
gentleman-
cannot prove the globe.
Recluse.
That was
Did
it.
you hear?
Hold
Did
on,
you hear
hold
the
on.
gentleman who's
I
an
didn't-
educator say that he doesn't know if Eratosthenes could be confirmed as an actual person that existed in history? Did you hear that part?
The experiment. The experiment. is
No,
what it is.
he didn't say that. He said the person involved in it. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about Eratosthenes. The
Okay.
the experiment
Cyclone.
is testing the natural phenomena.
Dude, let
So
Cyclone
why
speak.
is Google telling you? Why is Google
Man.
telling you that this guy who might not have even existed and didn't, use shadows to measure a globe? Why is Google telling you that he's the one who proved the globe?
okay. So there is nothing to be gained by arguing over whether or not a person existed 2,500 years ago and whether or not he knew what he knew. There is 0
Well,
points
if you're
to be
going to try
gained
and
there.
use it as a proof,
Okay.
then it is. If you're going to try and
Who
say
used
that's
that as a
the
proof?
globe,
Who used
The
that as
guy
a proof?
who spoke-
You were the one that
the
introduced
guy.
it. I didn't introduce it.
No,
So
Hack
please
did.
don't pin
No.
it on
Hack
me.
introduced it. Hack
Okay.
introduced it.
Yeah, I didn't.
So
Yeah, the guy who
the
likes
point
the
is that
current thing.
people can do it today. People can do the Eratosthenes experiment today, and it has been done. There used to be this thing called the Noonday Project or the Eratosthenes Project, where every equinox, school children from around the globe would go out and measure sticks and shadows in their schoolyard.
Right.
All right.
So not curvature. They weren't measuring the Earth or curvature, were they?
Why is it impossible that shadows cannot demonstrate curvature?
Well, how would a shadow cast on a flat surface demonstrate a curved surface?
It lines up with latitude. It is proportional to latitude.
Oh my god.
Dude. That is
Yeah, it
only
lines up-
possible
So
if
you're
there
assuming
was
curvature.
Earth
So
curvature.
you're assuming.
No,
So you're
the
assuming
latitude is in regards to declination, which it could be understood as garnered from the celestial sphere. Obviously.
Yeah, that has nothing to do
Obviously.
with a curved surface.
Nothing to do with the surface of Earth. Everything to do with the sky.
Here's the problem.
I mean, come on,
Latitude
guys.
is also
not a
proportional to mileage.
No, it's
You guys
not
are gonna
about
need to
distance.
update things.
It is.
No, it's not.
Let's
There's no
if you-
linear.
why are-
No. Go on.
If you drive south 69 miles,
No,
you will
it's
go
nothing-
1/3 of
nothing to
latitude.
do. It's nothing to do with distance, and latitude is garnered from the celestial sphere. We already know that.
It's
Come
actually
on, guys. We can't be in 2024 and you're still talking about sticks and shadows.
Yep.
not.
The globe.
Everyone's got access to a pizza box and a Q-tip or
Yeah, pizza box. A pizza box isn't going to tell you that the Earth is a ball. Come on. Let's start being realistic.
There's some explorations that you can do, Cyclone.
He's
that-
an educator,
not
Cyclone.
exploring
so-
anything.
the
we're
observation
not
of which
exploring a
would be
pizza box.
really, really impossible. On
Is
a,
it
I don't want to
ties
explore
on
a
Neil
pizza
deGrasse of
box.
flat Earth?
I'm not interested in exploring a pizza box. Where is the globe?
So on a globe, we would predict a hyperbolic pattern of shadows on, say,
Wait.
the
What
December
globe?
solstice
Not-
and the June
On a
solstice.
globe. No. Not on an assumed globe. Where is the globe to begin with? Who's measured that?
So you can't ask me a question and then when I answer it, you move the goalpost.
Yeah, I'm asking
Right.
you to prove how the Earth is a ball, and then you say, if the Earth is a ball, then we do this, X, Y, and Z. No, you need to prove that it is a ball.
So the best way of doing that is to go into outer space and to turn around to take a picture, which they've done.
All right.
But being
so
that
you can't do that.
being that I don't have
All
a
right, so you
rocket,
can't do it.
okay? So the best thing I can do is make measurements here on the ground.
But you
Now
would
the
just have to
best
assume-
way of doing that is to do that with a theodolite, but I don't have the training to use one, so I'm going to use observations of
Can't
the
do that
sun.
either.
Okay?
All right, so you're
No.
going to use observations of something that isn't the surface that we're talking about.
To provide an inference. It also is
Right,
a
so you can't
dispositive
actually-
for
Okay.
anything else, any other shape.
Okay, so you're saying the way you would prove it is by going into space, which you can't do, or using a theodolite, which you don't have, so you're just going to assume it.
No, I didn't say I didn't have a theodolite. I said I don't have the training to use one.
Right, well, that's the same thing. You might as well not have
No, it's
one.
not. I actually own 4 theodolites.
But you can't use
So
them.
you just made an assumption that was not correct.
You just said you can't use a theodolite.
I said I don't have the training to use one, and I choose my words very carefully.
Right, so you don't have a training to use the theodolites, which you have 4 of, so they're of no use to you whatsoever.
Till I learn how to use them? Sure.
Why do you have 4 theodolites that you don't know how to use?
Because a person who is a professional surveyor died, and his family gave them to me.
Why would they give theodolites to someone who doesn't know how to use them?
You're changing the subject.
Just a bit silly.
So if you use a sundial, literally a simple sundial, you can measure patterns, you can observe patterns, and you can make the interesting observation that these patterns match exactly what the patterns would be if the Earth were a globe. Now, that doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, but it's really hard to explain away.
So we're assuming again.
You can try explaining it away. You can try to come up with some kind of a
explain
shape.
away. It's your assumption. I don't need to explain away your assumption.
Okay, so if you have evidence, and that evidence is correlated with one outcome, and it is dispositive or disproof of another outcome, you can't say that the other outcome is possible.
Well, you assuming your base of a globe is not disproving it's not proving that, and it's not disproving anything to the contrary, because you've just baselessly assumed your conclusion.
No, I did not baselessly assume. This is not the only way I've gathered evidence.
Okay,
I've
so what was
gathered
the
evidence
basis
about
for
20
assuming the Earth
different
is
ways.
evolved? What was the basis for your assumption? What was the basis for your assumption?
It's not an assumption, because I've measured it in multiple different ways.
Okay, how did you measure the curvature of the Earth?
I have not measured the curvature of the Earth. I've measured the fact that it is a globe.
So that would be an assumption.
What did you say?
So that would
What
be
did
an
you just say?
assumption then.
What was that?
It would be an assumption then.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the curvature that you didn't measure, the curvature that you didn't measure but you're assuming would be an assumption.
Okay. So you're conflating size with shape. I've measured the shape of the Earth. I have not measured its size.
So you're claiming a curvature that you've just said you had to assume because you didn't measure it.
Okay, I have not measured the curvature. I know there's curvature,
So you assumed it.
but I have not
You didn't
measured it. I
observe
have
it.
not measured the size
You
of the
didn't
Earth.
observe it. You didn't
Measured
observe
its
it. And you
shape.
didn't measure it. You didn't observe it, and you didn't measure it, so you don't know it. You assumed it.
No.
Yes.
No, the explorations that you can do, there's about 20 of them on my YouTube channel. You can determine that the Earth is a
You're not
sphere,
exploring anything.
not the size of
You're
it.
assuming.
All the explorations that I'm
assuming.
talking about will work on if the planet were the size of Jupiter or if the planet were the size of Mercury.
Right.
They would all
So they
work.
all work on the assumption. They all work on the assumption of a globe.
They don't work on the assumption of a globe. They demonstrate that the Earth is a globe.
No, you were assuming a globe. You just said you couldn't measure curvature and you couldn't observe curvature, so it would be assumed that there is curvature in
I
your.
never said I couldn't observe curvature. I said I didn't measure it. Okay, I choose my words
when
very
did you
carefully.
where did you observe curvature?
I observe curvature with the horizon, with ships over the horizon.
Oh, right. So you're claiming a geometric horizon.
Which we can only see the optical version of. But there
Well,
is
the
a
horizon
geometric
is a horizontal. The horizon is just a horizontal line as far as we can tell. So why are you saying that's a curve?
It's not. It's not a horizontal line.
So why is it called a horizon?
So now we're going to get into etymology. You could prove it's not a
why is it called
horizontal
a
line
horizon?
by standing on a spit of land where you can have water to like say your south and your east and your west. And if you look in a semicircle, you will see the horizon unbroken. That means it can't be a line because it just curved around you.
All right,
Horizon
so it's
is
like a
in
circle,
fact a
like
circle.
a flat circle
Yes.
of vision, like for your flat circle
Yeah.
of vision. So why are you saying that flat circle is a curve?
Well, a circle is a curve by definition.
No, not right. Okay, so you're saying the Earth is just a flat circle. There's no curvature as in a
I
spherical
did not say that.
surface.
I did
Okay,
not
so you're
say that.
saying that flat circle is a curved surface.
You stop doing the are you saying?
Yeah, I didn't say any of those things. A circle is a plane figure.
But are you
You're saying the horizon is curvature. So why are you saying up to the horizon, which we just see? I don't see any curve when I see the horizon. What curvature are you talking about?
I don't see any curve when I see the horizon either.
Right. So what you just contradicted yourself there.
No. You can't have
Yeah,
something
'cause
go
you said
behind
curvature
an
you
obstruction.
see is the horizon. Oh, right. So what you're talking about is that you see objects be obstructed by a horizon, and you're assuming that's a curved surface.
Well, I've already established that the Earth is a globe by my 20 other observations that don't take
No,
place.
you haven't. No, you haven't. We just established that you hadn't established curvature. You assumed it because you couldn't observe or measure it.
Scroll man.
So if I know that
And then
the
you
Earth
said,
is a
I do
globe,
observe curvature.
then
You said you do
that
observe
means it has
curvature.
curvature.
I said, where do you observe it? And you said the horizon. And then we went through it, and you just said, I'm not saying the horizon is curvature.
I'm not measuring curvature, and I'm not seeing a curved surface. So that's something
Okay,
that
then what do you want about?
make mistakes.
You're assuming it again, then.
No, I'm not assuming anything. I've measured it multiple times in multiple ways.
You just said you hadn't observed or measured it. Stay
Oh my
consistent. You're all over the place.
You do not listen very carefully. I've been in this arena a
You
long time.
didn't measure it. You just said you didn't measure it, and you didn't observe it. Everyone just heard you say that.
No, I didn't hear that.
You have a real problem with interrupting mid-sentence. Real problem.
Yeah,
Which
so
means
low
you're
tolerance for bullshit.
I'm getting
So
pretty angry.
where did you observe the curvature again? Okay, so let's go back. Where did you observe the curvature?
So the effects of curvature can be observed at the seashore. Ships over the horizon, which I've seen with my own.
Wait. All right, so
It is an
but
effect of
you're assuming a curvature. You're assuming
No,
curvature.
I've already measured the Earth to be a globe.
Okay, so how did you measure the curvature?
I did not measure the curvature.
Okay, so you didn't measure the Earth to
Like
be a
the
globe.
first time. I have not measured.
So you didn't measure the Earth to be a globe.
The Earth, but I do know it's a globe.
So you can't say that you didn't fucking say it, all right? You just said it, right, dude?
Said what?
So
you
you
can't measure
calculated it. But you saw it.
I have
He
not
didn't see it. Remember, he said he didn't observe it and he didn't measure it. Look, he just said it a fucking 10. You just said I didn't measure it, and then you say I did measure it. I didn't measure it. I did measure it. I didn't observe it. I did observe it.
Okay.
You're all over the place.
So you need to listen very, very carefully. I have not
Yeah, I heard you the first
measured
time.
Earth curvature, meaning I do not know if it's 8 inches per mile squared or 9 inches per mile squared. I have not measured the size of the Earth. I have measured the fact that the Earth is a globe. Okay?
No,
I
you
have
haven't.
measured the Earth as a globe. You keep saying
How
I'm
did you
assuming
measure
it,
the Earth
but
as a
I've
globe?
done it 20 different
You
ways.
measure-
So it's going to be
so now
really
again,
hard for you to reconcile by 20
how did
different
you
ways
measure
of
the globe?
observing.
Okay, so you measured the whole globe, is what you're saying, not curvature.
Not the whole globe, just where I live, right?
What part of the globe did you measure?
Near Philadelphia. Yes, I am
Right,
assuming that the rest
Earth
of,
is a globe.
of planet Earth is like Philadelphia.
Well, yeah, but you didn't measure any curvature, so what are you talking about?
I haven't measured the size of the curvature. I know the Earth is a globe.
You didn't measure any curvature, did you?
Oh my goodness.
Well, did you?
I know the Earth is a globe, so whether or not you say measure curvature, I don't know the size of the globe.
Rinse and repeat. I know it's a globe. I know it's a globe. It's like, bro, this is retarded.
Yeah, that's what I'm exposing. They
So-
didn't measure
Told you
any
I did
curvature.
500 observations, so therefore I know.
So
Yeah,
here's
500
the thing.
observations, and no observations of curve, no measurements of curve, just an assumption of a ball, and then claiming I
No,
measured
there's
the
no
ball.
assumption. There's no assumption.
Yeah.
Here's
Yeah,
the
well, you
thing
didn't measure any curve,
that oftentimes what I come across when I speak to people is they don't understand what I'm
Oh, no
measuring
one
with my
cares.
field experiments. All right?
You didn't measure any curve.
You could replace globe with Santa, and the same argument you're making would be the exact same.
No,
You didn't
Santa does not
measure
cause a hyperbolic pattern of shadows on the solstice.
So because you didn't measure any curvature or observe it, then consequently it would have had to have been assumed in your claim that it is a globe.
Can I ask?
Can you provide a model that gives me a hyperbolic pattern of shadows on the
No.
solstice?
Now it's a
No,
model.
it's
Now it's a model. Now.
Can you give me a model that also gives me a straight line path of shadows on the equinox?
Are you asking me for a model because you haven't actually measured a globe?
Well, it seems that you are comparing this globe to some situation that doesn't
Well,
exist. We don't have a model. The Earth has no shape.
Well, I'm waiting for any
I believe
evidence.
the Earth
I'm still
does have a
waiting
shape.
for your evidence. I'm still waiting for any measurement of a globe. You haven't got to that point yet.
You interrupt me every time I open my mouth.
Well, because you're not getting to the point where you
You say
demonstrate
you
that
don't
you've
have
measured a globe.
one. We ask you for a measurement. You say you don't have one, and then you say I have a measurement for the globe, and then we're like, "What measurement do you have?" We
So
don't
real
have
quick,
one. This
can I
is
ask
like
something?
we're going for 2 hours, like an hour.
The
and a
measurement is not homogeneous. Like it's different depending on the place. So if you're looking for a specific number, you're not gonna have it.
All right, let me speak to the French guy. You a French guy? Who's that?
Hank, I believe.
The what? The French guy.
So French guy.
French guy.
French guy.
I think he's calling you
Yeah, the
French.
guy who was just talking. Or wherever you're from.
He's calling you French, Hank.
Wow, are you making an assumption?
Do I
You're
sound like
making a
this?
baseless assumption.
Yeah, you
You're
do
making
sound
a
French,
baseless
but that's okay
assumption?
if you're not French.
No.
So how did you? Why do you believe the Earth's the ball? Let's start there.
Regardless, why? Why
What
would
was
I
that?
go back in circles of why I believe it? Like we've been talking about this for months.
Yeah, okay. So why do you believe
It's
it?
not gonna be much difference from what this other guy just told you anyway.
Just say
Well,
one.
what is it?
Anything.
The one that the strongest one that I have, you guys don't believe are true. So I will say it. Waste my time. I'm gonna waste my time like with the satellites and other stuff in space. You don't even believe it, so it's pointless.
Well, is there anything?
what the fuck are you doing here, dude?
Anything that doesn't require? Hold on. Well, then in that case, is there anything that doesn't require belief? Let's take that out of it.
Everything requires belief.
Belief in what specifically?
Something that you can verify yourself in reality doesn't require belief. Anything like that for the globe?
The ISS flying overhead.
Like belief, as in even belief in other people work, like.
No, that would be believing again. But something you can verify.
The
I said,
constant size of the
if I had the money, I could probably verify it myself.
Okay, so you can't
and verify and show it to you as well with a little camera.
Okay. So at the moment you can't verify it.
I mean, I can, but still, you're not happy with the methods that I use because I just cited them before, and the other guy was. I'm not gonna repeat myself.
Well, so what did you? How did? By verify, I mean like something that you can do to empirically prove that you live on a ball that spins. Yeah. Like not just I heard a story about a guy with sticks and shadows.
Yeah, I
That's not
said
what.
it before, but I'm not gonna go back at it with you. Like you can ask.
Okay, what was the thing that you did to verify it?
I said, for example, if you want to know about the rotation, just by standing on Earth, the most retarded thing you would do is just look at the sky, and you have a 50% chance to be absolutely right. As in, it's either you are rotating, or it's the stuff up in the sky rotating.
But that would just be guessing. That wouldn't be
Well,
verifying.
I'm just approaching the guesses. This is just one of them, right?
Okay, so you're saying the globe is just kind of based on a guess then, not verifiable evidence?
Then I can make another experiment very easy. If I have a laser that can point out very far, you can buy one for cheap. I mean, cheap. They're relatively expensive, but not super expensive.
Right.
You place one on a stick in the beach, and then you go on a boat, and you stay on the same path of the laser, of course. After a certain time, the laser is going to be over your head. How?
I
If
like the
water-
sound of this test. Okay, now who's done this test and measured curvature?
Plenty of people. Even you guys, actually.
Could you show us or name one person who's measured curvature with a laser?
I mean, let's bring the flat earther that did that, not specifically with the laser, but with a powerful lamp. Same thing, like a source of light.
No, you said a laser.
Oh, laser specifically, like I have to look for a video now of somebody doing that?
Well, it's your argument. Haven't you seen anyone do that?
Yeah, it's seen in the Netflix
What about the
documentary.
guy, using the gyroscope? That laser?
I thought you said a laser.
Yeah, what is a
Put a
gyroscope?
laser on a stick.
What is a
It's
ring
ring laser
on a
gyroscope.
And
You
you
ring
said,
laser gyroscope. Yeah, I had to be
you said,
precise.
you said have a boat go away from you.
Yeah.
So that
Or you
you're
can do
obviously
that
not
on
talking
Earth
about
as well. Like listen, you can do that on Earth. You don't have to be on water. But
Right.
water is
Why are
better
you
because you
just
guys believe
Let's stick with the laser.
level
Let's
shit.
stick with the laser because that actually sounded like you maybe could demonstrate some curvature with that. So who did that?
Oh, you can. You can, definitely.
Okay. Yeah. So who did that? Definitely.
What was the guy of the Netflix? I don't know. I don't even know why you're asking other people.
Netflix.
Like, No,
Wait,
we're
also
asking
you
other
here-
people. I said
saying-
I
are
can
you
do it.
saying-
I said I can do it.
Wait, are you saying the only person who's measured curvature is a flat earther?
No, he made the experiment. So you would be more propense to believe a flat earther like you, right? If he did the
Well,
experiment
no, I
and
want
failed,
to. Well, if he's still a flat earther, it doesn't really make sense that he measured curvature. Which glober measured curvature?
like thousands.
There you go.
millions, probably.
I just sent you ski
But
chicken.
before you say, you told me that I shouldn't. Well, one sec. Before you said that I shouldn't use belief. So why are you asking me to tell you all the people that did that? I cannot.
Well, it might
I cannot bring you
it's
the
something
belief that I believe that they
verifiable.
did. Repeat that.
Well, then
That's
that
some
could be
shouting,
something that
man.
you try and
Let me tell you
verify. So, which of the globers measured the curve with a laser?
Why are you asking me that? You say that I can't bring out the people that did it.
Because it was your claim. You said you could take a laser and you can shoot it out at a boat and you can measure curvature. So
It's
someone
important
must have
that other
done
people
that for
did
you
it.
to
If
say
I
it.
can do it and you can do it, that's all. That's what you asked.
Okay.
You literally said you can do it.
Yes,
So who
I
did
can do
it?
it. Yes, and you too can do it.
Okay, so who did? Okay, so who did do it?
I don't
Or
know if
has done
there's
it?
somebody specifically that did it. I should Google it right now. I don't
Oh
have the
my
number.
God, it was your
Googling it. I'll find it for
Okay,
you.
It was your
Bro.
Different question
freaking
now.
Okay.
claim.
Changing topic.
Let me check it out. But then how can you say this is something we can definitely do to prove the globe if you don't know
The
anyone who's ever done it to prove the
Because
globe?
I can do it myself, and
This
the
guy's
day
an
that I
idiot.
will,
This
I
guy's
will
a
bring
how,
you a
freaking
video.
but how do
moron.
you
Right?
know?
I'm
Right,
never gonna
but
do
you, how would you know that you can do it yourself if it's never been done?
Wait, you have to wait somebody else to do something for you to know if something is possible to do?
Well, if no one's ever done it, how would you know it's possible to do?
You tell me that nobody
To
has
measure
ever
curve.
pointed a laser in a certain direction?
No, but you're saying it measured curve. You can measure curve of the
No, you
surface
can
of
use that.
water.
You can use that to measure curve, yes.
Yeah,
You see,
but
there is a
you
little
don't know
picture.
that
There is a
because you
little
don't know
picture
anyone
of
who's ever
that,
done
right?
that.
Look
Yeah,
at
I
But
this.
you
sent
don't
you.
know anyone who's
There
ever
you go.
done
I
that.
sent you it.
Look at
Take a
this.
look at
Look
those.
at this in
It's
chat.
pretty. It makes it really clear.
Very
So light
easy
light
to.
isn't going to bend if it's a flat Earth, right? It's just going to be a straight line. But if the Earth is curved, then the light would be higher if you're on a different part of the planet
It's very straightforward. This
So
is the
because it goes
is
in a
this a
straight
laser
line.
test? I'm driving, so I can't look. You have to describe it. Is this a laser test?
Oh, you shouldn't be talking to us.
Okay, so this is the test. You take a laser, you put it on top of a mountain, then you go like 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers away, put a camera on the other side of the mountain, and then you just shine the laser, and
How
then
far are they shooting the
you'll
laser?
see the
What's their
laser does
elevation
not
behind it?
curve.
Way
It does
further away.
not go in a straight line. It actually
Right. Okay. So who
directly
did
goes
this? Who did
overhead
this?
of the camera, proving the Earth is
Okay.
round.
So how far did they shoot a laser?
More than 10 kilometers for sure. I don't
Yeah,
know
more
about
than
the
10K.
record of
I'm
laser,
not.
but
I'm
they
not
can do
totally
it.
sure. I can.
Well, give us the numbers. If you're presenting it for your argument, you need the numbers.
Okay, after I bring you the numbers, I would like your numbers and your experiments that you did personally.
Well, it's you. You're the guys making the claim that you can measure curvature with
No,
a
I'm bringing
laser,
them.
so
I'm
you
bringing
guys are
them.
gonna have to demonstrate that.
So after
All
you do
right.
that, I'll wait for yours.
Good stuff. Well, we'll wait for whatever you present. We'll go through it. I'm just glad you guys have moved on from
So
sticks and
it
shadows
was
from the BC.
Bob Knodel, who's a flat earther, conducted this experiment, and
Really?
it proved the Earth was round.
He's no
Right.
longer
So
a
how
flat
far
earther.
did they shoot the laser?
Yeah,
How far did
well,
they
that
shoot
would
the
make
laser?
sense that he's no
He made
longer a
an
flat
experiment
earther
and he
if he
proved him wrong,
literally
of
conducted
course.
an experiment proving that the Earth was round.
I like these guys.
That would make
Okay.
sense.
So this is a laser test. This is a laser test you were talking about, right?
Laser or light or whatever it is,
Well,
something that
hold
can
on, photons
go
are
far.
laser. That's the same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
Well, no, you said you could shoot a laser across a distance, and the
Yeah.
deviation of the surface from the laser would demonstrate surface curvature. Yeah, that's what you said.
Mm-hmm.
How far did they shoot the laser?
The other guy said 10 kilometers, but I don't know. I have to verify that.
It's your claim, bro. You better come ready.
Are you retarded? He claimed if there is any experiment, I gave him the experiment. You didn't ask me about numbers. You didn't ask me about nothing. Unless you want to do
given us
now.
anything. Yeah, I'm asking
Neil,
about the
Neil,
details,
stop
and you
interjecting,
don't know.
Neil. Like,
You're talking
shut
about
up.
Bob Nodell. What laser test did Bob Nodell do?
Anyway, lasers can go.
He proved that there
You
was
don't
this
know.
experiment. That's what you asked for, right? Are you asking for something else?
No.
He's asking
No, we were very clearly talking about laser test. You child.
You asked
Are you gonna
who
pay
performed
attention?
this experiment.
Yeah, a laser test. Retard.
Light is laser, bro. I mean, a flashlight is a laser
Laser
cannon.
is just a concentration.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
no. See, now you guys are trying to get away from the distance laser test, which was originally claimed and asked about, and now you're like, oh, well, we can't find one of those, so we're
No, you're just asking something different now. You're changing the...
No, I'm on topic. You're trying to bring in something else. We want the laser
what,
test.
telling you that a laser is light? Is that what we're trying to bring?
Where
No, you're
is
trying to
the
claim
laser
you
test?
shot a laser over a distance. What's the laser test? Who did it? What distance did they shoot the laser?
It's regardless, because you asked me to don't believe in other people.
No, it's not regardless. It's your claim.
Yeah, my claim is the experiment is that, and that's it. That's the experiment.
And that's it. Done. Hey, my experiment. Santa. That's it. Done.
Yeah,
Santa's real.
That's it. Done. You can go and
You
test it
haven't
yourself now.
presented one. You haven't presented one.
I did. And there is even a picture of that. How come there is even a picture of this thing that I didn't draw?
But that's the thing. That's the argument to sum it up here from the Globetards. It's, well, if you just believe it and you tap your heels 3 times,
I don't believe it. That's why I told him, go and do it yourself. This is the experiment.
Well, we
He asked
have to
it,
believe
don't
it.
believe
We
other
have to
people.
believe.
Nah. You ask
Hold
him
on,
the tooth fairy.
You have to believe in Santa
hold
Claus.
on. Are you talking about the cartoon image of a guy with a flashlight? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, to picture it, to retarded people.
What the
you have to
fuck?
make it in
No, we're talking about an observation in reality, not cartoon.
Yeah, the cartoon is representing the experiment.
You're an idiot.
Is it? Oh, is it? So that guy is like, what, 700 foot tall? That's representing reality?
700 foot tall? What are you talking?
Jesus Christ.
Where do you even
Jesus
see
Christ.
language in the
This
picture?
is really
anyways?
cringe. I'm not gonna lie.
He's
Yeah,
very cringe.
that doesn't look like a laser to me, guys. Do you guys know what a laser is?
Yeah, isn't it light?
Yeah, it's not a flashlight.
Did I say flash? Or I just said light?
So you said a laser is what you said.
No, I said laser is light.
Monkey.
I said laser is light, and even the other guy
You
said the
said
same thing.
you can use a laser and you can shoot it at a boat and the laser will go over the boat. That's
No,
what you
I can use the words interchangeably. Laser and light. It's still light.
No, when you say laser, you said you can go out and buy a laser. It's quite affordable. We all know what you're talking about, but now you're trying to back
The laser gyroscope actually is not inexpensive. A laser gyroscope costs tens of thousands of dollars.
Dude, why are you bringing this up now, man? We're talking about lasers.
Just do a GoFundMe and you can buy one. Guy.
All right, okay. So we'll draw a line under this. There is no laser test that measured curvature.
Yeah, there is. There
Thank
is. I
you.
said you just.
Oh, okay. Could you post that now then instead of fucking rambling? Post it.
What posted? You want me to go now out
The
and do a
laser
video for
test.
you?
Post the laser test.
Post the laser test.
Yes, post the laser test. The one that you just said it's been done. Holy shit.
No, you're asking
Yeah,
me
it was
about
in the
something
it was
that
in the
I can do.
Netflix
that I can
documentary,
do.
man. You haven't seen the Netflix documentary on your own fucking thing.
Do you know the difference between a laser and a flashlight, dude?
Like I really gotta post a link to the fucking documentary. Like, come on, man.
All right. Okay. So
There you
only the
go.
flat earthers prove the globe. The globers aren't smart enough to prove the globe, so they had to get the flat earthers to do it. Was that it? None of you guys have.
Normal guys, we already did it and established it. But since you guys are arguing it, you have to do the
You
experiment.
already do it. How did you already do it?
No, we did it in the past thousands of years ago. You guys are bringing this up now.
Sticks and shadows again. The sticks and shadows again. Is that it? That you didn't actually.
Are you
measure
sure you are an
curvature with?
educator, man? You don't seem very educated, man.
Oh yeah, you seem like a real brainiac.
He's driving right now, so like he's a little distracted.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he can't like multitask. Yeah, go home.
Guys, I could be doing a handstand, doing arithmetic in my head, and it wouldn't be difficult
Sure
to
you
make
can.
you guys look like.
Yeah. Do some
I mean,
arithmetic
you guys
right now,
have
bro.
just like embarrassed yourselves multiple
Hey,
times.
if you did any arithmetic, please show it.
Yeah, do some arithmetic.
Just show me your calculations. I'm curious.
We're doing the arithmetic of globe proof. 0 plus 0 equals 0. 0 globe proof. There you go.
You sound like Terrence Howard when he's like, "Oh, square root of 2 is 1," stuff like that.
Okay, very good. Well, you sound like a guy who doesn't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe and just has a blind belief based on cartoons from the government.
Yeah, sure, cartoons.
Yeah.
Cartoons.
Let's see their edited pictures.
I don't think the government made Kerbal Space Program. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Okay, excuse me. You get your globe belief from video games. Is that better?
The video games that adhere to rocket science, yeah. It's like all of the math,
they adhere to
everything.
rocket science?
Like
Yeah.
literal rocket scientists worked on the
show some
game to make
cartoons,
it accurate.
Yeah, keep on
So
showing
you
your
play
cartoons,
video
boys.
games and say, hey, look, there's reality. I'm playing this cartoon video game.
Well, yeah, you can create like an elliptical orbit around the Earth, and like all of the math and everything. It all adheres to reality. It's all real
Wow,
math.
this is good stuff. You know that Hyrule also exists, and you can run around Hyrule, and you can.
No, that's not
fight
in the
little
game because that's not in our universe, right?
Yeah,
So
no,
why
that's
would that
in a
be in the
game. I
game?
played that in a
Isn't this the
game.
video, by
Played
the
that in a
way?
game. That's a good belief. I played it in a game.
As someone who's studying rocket science currently, the games are pretty accurate. Just saying.
The games are super
How
accurate,
can they be
man.
accurate? How can they be accurate if the Earth isn't a globe?
Because
That's a
the Earth
really
is
good
a
question.
globe,
You should
and
ask
I
that
use
for
it
yourself.
every day. It's kind of like my
Okay.
entire career and profession of what I'm studying.
Okay, what is so for the guy who's studying it? What do they tell you? Who do they tell you measured the Earth to be a ball?
We don't talk about that. We use the fact that the Earth is a ball
Oh.
to produce
So
well-produced
how would you know it is a
engineering.
ball then if it wasn't measured? How would you know it is a ball?
Because the fact that we use the fact the Earth is a ball to produce well-rounded working engineering.
Someone must have measured it first,
This is
right?
a stupid question. It was measured thousands of years ago. Okay.
Hold on, retro. Stop spazzing out.
So let's
they
say,
must have
okay,
measured it before assuming it. No.
let's
The
say
shape
we didn't
was
know
the
what the shape of the Earth was, and we assumed it was a shape, right? And we designed all of our engineering to build this one thing off the basis of this assumed thing we made, and it works
Right.
perfectly.
So you're telling me they did all the rocketry off the baseless assumption that it was a globe?
No, they know
did
it's
it
like
with the assumption that gravity is real.
That's
Okay,
why
so
it
how
works.
did they prove that it was a globe before that then?
No, they did it.
I'm
Taking into account
Not
gravity.
you, French guy. You've already embarrassed yourself. I'm speaking to the Rocket Man now.
Eratosthenes, but also what?
Eratosthenes, that's the name. Thanks.
Eratosthenes assumed it though. We already went through this like half an hour ago, guys.
The observation confirmed it was.
Oh, my bad.
So he assumed.
Totally not totally not in the 2,000 years. We totally didn't see that like he was right at all. Yeah, definitely got a point there, man. Yeah.
So assuming a globe and then
Sarcasm, by the way.
calculation with that assumption isn't measuring a globe. You understand
He's
that?
autistic, man. He's not.
That's Charles. He just said it was an assumption.
He was actually really close to like the actual size of the Earth. Like he was off by like a couple thousand metrics,
Oh, right.
but
Okay. So which
like he was
measurement?
super
Which
close
measurement
just from
confirmed-
an observation.
Which measurement confirmed what measurement confirmed his conclusion?
He made an observation, and then it was later measured, and then he was right.
Okay. So who measured it? Who confirmed his claim with a measurement?
I'll answer your question in a minute. I'm at work right now. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Oh, that's right. You don't have it. Oh.
When I come back,
there we go.
Shut the fuck up.
Just when we're getting to the good bit, guys.
Also, like tracks. It's also
The Rocket Man. Surely you must have. Someone must have measured it before you're doing your orbital mechanics and all that. How did they get R radius?
So I don't think anybody's ever directly measured radius. They've only calculated
Matthew,
it.
we're not speaking to you.
Doesn't
speaking to Rocket Man.
Doesn't exactly matter to me. It works, and there's other ways of proving the Earth's a globe, like
But
me
it must-
tracking
it-
satellites.
okay,
so now it doesn't
to
matter.
you so it doesn't matter if the Earth is or is not actually a globe to you.
I mean, if I'm going to be brutally honest, no. But the fact that we assume it's a globe
there
and
you
all the
go.
engineering works perfectly kind of indicates
There
that
you
it is a
go.
globe.
See,
Also, the fact we've
he
taken
doesn't even
photos,
care.
we use rockets on a regular
Rocket Man-
basis, we can
Rocket
track
Man
those
doesn't
rockets.
even care if it is a globe or not.
But I
it
know
doesn't
it's
change his daily life for
doesn't
sure.
really affect
Neither
his
does it
day-to-day
change.
life. It's just
That kind of tells you all you need to know. You're not really interested in the truth of this matter. You're just
we
interested
assume
in
it's
your
a globe.
Kerbal Space fantasies.
so. We assume it's a globe. All our engineering math is based on the globe. We produce things based on that
so it's an
engineering, and then that
assumption.
engineering works. That kind of gives you an indication of what the shape of the Earth is.
I think that's called is that a pragmatic fallacy? Or
No,
what's the one or a utility fallacy? It works, so it must be true. That's some kind of fallacy.
I mean, if you,
What do you mean it works? That
I
must
can
be
walk
true.
through
That's
the
literally how
engineering
we
with
base
you
our
and
life.
see how
Like,
we
what
get
the-
to where we are. I've got
Yeah,
about 2,000
I mean that's a cool
pages.
story, bro. But I mean, so
to
far
show
you've
you.
shown zero evidence for the claim that the Earth is a ball.
Tracking
It's assumed.
satellites. Satellites can only work on a globe.
Satellites. Huh.
Yep.
Do those orbit?
Satellite.
Yes, they
You're
do.
just assuming it.
Oh, so he's saying satellites orbit now. How does that happen?
Thanks to
A rocket
gravity?
puts
Like,
them
what do you
into an
mean?
orbit.
That thing that you
You're
don't
gonna
believe
need
in?
to have a radius for that.
That's why you calculate it.
Yeah.
All right. So never measured. only ever assumed in calculation.
No,
Right.
it has been measured and we use it in our calculations. We just
want
don't
them
have
to
to
measure it
repeat
with a
the
tape.
radius
No,
calculation every
Matthew just told you it's never been measured. It's only assumed in calculation.
Never been directly measured, like the height of Mount Everest has never been directly measured either.
Yeah. There's no 3959 mile long tape measure that
Right.
took
But
kind of the,
unlike the curvature, we can obviously detect Mount Everest.
Yeah, we calculate the height.
Unlike the globe, which has never been observed or
precision,
measured, and is simply
Technically can't
assumed
detect it because there
No,
are clouds on
similarly,
top
we
of
use
it.
math to calculate the radius.
in assumption. So you assume it.
Right. We assume that it's a globe, and using that assumption, we calculate the radius.
Right. So are you guys not interested in trying to verify that it is actually a globe? You just
We use
go with the
other
assumption.
things to verify it.
Can you be specific?
Okay, how do we verify that the Earth is a globe then?
Are you aware of surveying?
Observing sunsets?
Surveying techniques?
So how do we verify that it is the globe that you're assuming?
By observing that sunsets exist.
Well, that wouldn't tell you that the Earth is a ball.
No,
Yeah, it
that
does.
wouldn't.
It's the best
Exactly.
explanation for how sunsets work.
Why? Because it
An
says
explanation isn't a verification of your claim. An explanation of
Close
why
enough.
you see the sun doing
No,
something
not
isn't a
close
verification of a curved surface of the Earth. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about that the fact that the sunsets exist, that the seasons exist, moon phases, all of these things are best explained by a globe model.
So you're just using multiple fallacies based on the assumption and then assuming that's true.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to talk about logical proof, sure, I'm talking about just the best explanation, not logical proof. The best explanation.
Right.
That's
so you
how
don't
science
actually
works.
have any proof for the Earth being a globe, then it's just based on assumption.
Oh, proof is for logic and mathematics. We're talking about science and the real world here.
No, you're talking about assumptions.
Right.
A globe.
Right.
Right. Okay. Well, there you go.
That,
There you go.
that
folks.
assumption is the best assumption that explains all the observations.
Okay, well, your best assumption, quote unquote, that would be very subjective. I'm sure it is your best.
Right, you have a better one?
I'm sure it makes you feel very warm and cozy at night, but I'm not interested in your best assumption. I want to
Why
know
not?
if it's true.
Well, you're not going to get proof.
I know. That's the point. Well done. We're not going to get proof. There you go. So it is a belief. You guys have a belief system.
Bingo! It's a belief in the best explanation for the
There you
observations.
go. There you go. So for all the other globers who come in telling us, we know the Earth is a globe. How dare you say the Earth isn't a globe? You heard it here first.
No, you can know things without proof of it.
Well, you just said it was a belief. So there you
Belief
go.
and knowledge
Anyway.
overlap.
I'm going to go on mute. So who have we got from the flat Earth side that can pick this up? Let me have a look. Crypto, are you here? You're a good listen.
It's
Maybe
possible
Crypto's
to
busy.
believe true things, therefore belief and knowledge overlap sometimes.
Miggy, you still here?
Yeah, I'm about to be on the road. I'm going to deal with him in just a moment. Matthew always usually comes in here when there's a lot of folks, but he's going to realize when he starts to assert all these claims, I'm going to actually hold him to point. So
I'll
he
put
better be
Alpha
ready.
on mode. Put him on mode.
So once I jump on, Matthew, you're on the hot seat.
Yeah. He's a Captain Save a Glober.
Alpha, you're on the hot seat. I got to put you on mode.
Well, I don't have to be in
No,
the hot seat. I'm
Brandon.
just contributing the conversation. I mean, somebody else can take over.
No, let's let Miggy take it over. Let's go on mute for a bit.
You actually came in pretty fiery, and I like it. A little spunk today. I don't know why. But
Wait,
hopefully,
if
we'll take that spark out of your, or that twinkle in your eye is going to leave you.
Wait, if the flat earthers come in a little bit spicy, it's okay. But if I respond in kind, it's not.
No, I said I like that. I'm telling you, I like it.
Nice.
Never heard a refutation of the work done by surveyors. So I just posted a link about a flat level lake. I forget how long the lake was, but using reciprocal zenith angles, Earth curvature could be measured. I didn't do it, but a surveyor did. And I've never heard that the work by surveyors refuted by flat earthers. I think that's interesting.
I think it's interesting that you guys always seem to post the same single random guy on YouTube who's now pretty much left the discussion and doesn't even talk about it. Well, that Jesse
That's not
guy.
a refutation of his work. That's
Well,
a
I don't know. You
fallacy.
haven't really asserted. You haven't really presented anything.
We did.
Talk us
Have you
through it.
watched the video?
You just blinded your eyes.
Nah, talk us through it.
Talk us through it.
So he sets up a theodolite at one side of a lake, and then a receiving station. I don't know if it's a total station or maybe another person with another theodolite on the other side of the lake. And he takes reciprocal zenith angles, which must add up to 180 degrees if the Earth is flat. And he finds them add up to more than 180 degrees, slightly more, thus proving that verticals that are at a big distance from each other are diverging. And then using the math, you can determine Earth curvature.
So what distance was he using this theodolite?
I'm not 100% sure. I just did a quick search.
Well, because you know the theodolites
he has
have
all
like a
what you guys say?
Range. You know, like theodolites have a recommended range of use.
Yeah, do you know what that range is for?
Well,
200 meters.
What I ask you.
It's for range finding. So when you're using a surveying rod, you've got stadia marks in the telescope, and you can estimate how far something is away from you just with one instrument using stadia lines.
So they've got a the manufacturer will provide a recommended distance. So
yeah,
what was
the
type? So what was the max for the theodolite he was using, and what distance was he trying to use it at?
Yeah, I don't think you understood what I just said. Theodolites,
well, I'm just
the
asking
primary
pretty simple questions.
Theodolites, the primary purpose of theodolites
they've all got a range, right?
Measure
they've got
angles. Notice you're just
range.
talking right over top of me. So
because you're trying to avoid
listening.
the question. You're trying to avoid the question.
You
misunderstand. They've got effective range, yeah?
That is in range finding. They have effective range for range finding. I'm trying to explain to you what that is, but you keep talking over.
No, but they've got an unlimited range. Are you claiming they've got an unlimited range for whatever you're claiming to use it for?
All right,
measure angles. Measure angles, yes.
Angles. All right. Measuring angles with range finding. Are they doing any type of discovery for the Earth being a globe with range finding? Answer the question, yes or no.
It's gracious.
Please answer the question, sir.
Yes, the yes or no question that doesn't make any sense. Range finding is
range finding. I'll say it again. Let me say it again. I'll restate it. Does range finding help us to ascertain the information that the Earth is a geometric shape like an oblate spheroid? Yes or no? Please answer the question.
You put me on mute, so you're not really interested.
Yeah, I am. I unmuted you so you can answer the question.
It was so good when you weren't here, bro. Oh my goodness! Now he's gonna start to mute. And say,
so when one educator can't answer the question, let's ask the other educator. Matthew learns. Does range finding have anything to do with ascertaining the information of the Earth being an oblate spheroid? Go, sir.
Range finding finds ranges. It measures distances.
Okay, so answer the question. Does range finding in any way ascertain the information that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Yes or no?
No. Finds distance.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that is all. That's all, folks. All right, let me unmute you guys. You will continue to speak now. I just wanted to get that.
Alfred
Where's the guy?
Conversation.
Did he leave? Oh.
Why would he
I didn't
leave?
want him to leave.
It was flowing conversation.
I didn't want him to leave.
Then why the fuck would you mute him, dumbass?
So you can't talk and talk over people, dumbass.
Yeah, I believe that's the reason too. I think you're right.
Well, there you go. Thanks for agreeing.
You're welcome.
You know, it's that easy. What about Moot? And stick to the facts. Stick to what we're talking about. Don't get scalloped to something else. And it's important, right? So we have to talk about what is giving us that specific information of geometry. We only want to stick to that. We don't want to go to other things. Speaking of other things, doesn't give us that information. So specifically, geometry of the Earth.
That Earth Matt said in chat that he's trying to you teach us something. He said 0 interest in learning anything. Bye. He's trying to teach us something.
No, the interesting part about it, he's an educator, right? And Matthew is too. But if you're going to be intellectually honest,
You have to state the facts. Does range finding have anything to do with ascertaining the information that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Yes or no? And the answer was no by Matthew. And the other guy didn't answer that. So methinks he ran away because he didn't want to face the music, which is, sad, but
I think it's because he didn't want to talk to you.
Right.
Aw. Need a hug.
Not from you.
Home police are here.
Now, Brown Recluse is all up in his feelings because for 2 days now, well, today's the second day, he's been trying to prove so badly with all his might that the Cavendish is an experiment. And just please focus on the experiment. That's all you got to do. And I'm like, no. What did we see in the physical natural world that gives us the question by which we would want to do a controlled experiment for this? And I got crickets, I got excuses, I got mental contortions, and everything else. So, yeah, it's very apparent to me.
Lies, and just this ramblings of a beta cuck. I agree.
Yeah, I walked outside and a baseball hit me right in the face, dude. Fucking let's do the Cavendish.
I'm just saying, like, if you had the answer to the naturally observed phenomena that was observed for the question to be raised, whether or not Cavendish was to be done as an experiment that's controlled, that would suffice. But you couldn't do that. You couldn't connect the naturally observed phenomena to the experiment, which is, it's sad for you, but also you didn't know the reason why the Cavendish was done in the first instance. And I had to show you that it wasn't what you thought it was, right? Which is horizontal attraction. Wasn't that? So, I don't know, man. What do you want to do with the information that you're trying to use as the crux of your argument? Brown Recluse? What do you want to do with that? Can't do nothing. I don't know. The sad part about it is I give you the guys the mic and the floor. Say again?
You guys tired to be in an echo chamber all the day?
Well,
no, an echo chamber.
Does Matthew think that that's an actual experiment, or would he say it's not, like a scientific test?
We've got Matthew's kind of side on this. He could tell you too, but like the point that's being raised here is that when things are being done with the physical and natural world, well, we have to address it in that specific way, the category, right? So in concerns to the size of the Earth or the shape has nothing to do with that. The how, why questions aren't to be asked in that particular instance. It's a what is question. What is the size? What is the Earth? So we got to stick to what is important about this.
No, you're absolutely right. So saying things the full moon is the same angular size all night long, that is literally just an observation about a phenomena that everybody can see and everybody can agree on. And so then the next question would be, okay, so what does that say about the shape of the Earth, if anything? But you're right. It's just about that.
You could try to make the correlations from things that you say are basic understandings of ideas, but you can't draw from that a naturally observed phenomena. And so from me to you, it's like you have to understand in this forum that's the only thing that's going to stand at the end of the day. If you don't have that, why would I give you the mic and the floor to do so? Tell us about what you think.
How is the moon not changing angular resolution over its arc in the sky, not a phenomena that is natural?
Not that it's a natural phenomenon?
Are you arguing that the moon traveling across the sky at the same angular resolution is not a natural phenomenon?
Angular resolution, what are we dealing with?
Would you mind restating your point, Matthew?
Angular resolution, what are we dealing with here?
Matthew,
the size of something. The size of something. The size of something. Now, is the size of something a naturally occurring phenomena? Answer the question. Please.
100%.
100%. All right, since you walked right into it, how is the size of something a naturally occurring phenomena? Go on.
Because God created it that way.
Well, there's your answer, folks.
Wait, aren't you Christian?
Do you guys agree with him? He's a glober.
No, Alpha, aren't you Christian though?
Aren't you?
Well, he takes the Lord's name in vain, so I don't know how Christian
he is. Aren't you a Christian?
Okay, stating what I am or what I am not is not relevant.
So you don't believe God did this?
It's not relevant. It's not relevant to the topic. All I'm asking you guys, if you listen, are you gonna agree with the gentleman at being a person who wants to state facts as that being a strong case for the Earth being a globe? Yes or no?
You change again.
Yes or no? Answer the question. Yeah, you just backed up from your microphone, so now I can't hear you sounding off.
It's a different question. I thought we were talking about.
No, the question was, how does this pertain to the shape of the Earth being a naturally observed phenomena?
And how is that important?
Yeah?
If it's a
What do you mean, why is that important? Okay,
Yeah,
so
why is
it
it
was raised. So first of all, the first person to state it was Matthew Learns. And the gentleman, Brown Recluse, repeated what he said, thinking he has a point. But I just showed Brown Recluse that the size of something is not a naturally occurring phenomenon. Yeah?
Fooled me.
Well,
Can I ask you a question, Alpha?
Yeah, hold on, Brown Recluse. I know, but seriously, dude, like, here's what I'm saying. The reason why I don't want you to follow what someone else is saying is for this particular reason. Because when you do so, like the person that was before you got it wrong, now you're wrong as well. You're alongside. So don't agree with somebody who's on your globe idea mindset just because he said something. They're not right. I can prove them wrong, and then by proxy, you're
Let me
wrong
ask
too.
you a question. Let me ask you a question. Is the moon traveling across the sky a natural phenomena? Yes or no?
Yeah, you said angular
Yes
size.
or
Are you
no? Now I'm asking you the question.
Are you changing your argument?
Okay, yeah. So now my
Are you
full question.
changing
Now my full question is: the moon traveling across the sky at the same angular resolution a natural phenomena? Yes or no? Yes
Angular
or no?
resolution, you just
Yes.
made it,
Yes
you
or
just made
no?
it a
Yes
question.
or no?
You just
Yes or
made it a
no?
question about size, angular resolution.
Obviously, answer my question.
No.
Yes or no?
No, that's not how this works. You just made it. You at first said traveling. At first you said, hold on. At first you said traveling across the sky, which was I was going to answer that, but then you restated the question again as angular size. Once again, talking about size. So now the question is size a naturally occurring phenomenon? So I need you to go ahead and tell us how you've seen that, and as a naturally occurring phenomenon. Angular size.
How's that?
Angular size.
A question with a question, Alpha. How have?
Nope. Sorry. Is size a naturally occurring phenomenon? Answer the question.
Are you a naturally occurring phenomenon? Because you are outrageous, astronomically outrageous. Honestly.
Well, this wouldn't even make sense. This wouldn't even make sense because if you're claiming like a scientific,
Well, don't just agree with him because you guys agree on the same points.
Your naturally observed phenomena is the size of something. Well, in the science, you're trying to figure out the cause of that.
My
so
question,
your experiment is the hold on. So it doesn't make sense if you're trying to claim something to do like the cause of the size of the moon.
I'm not saying.
You're trying to prove what the globe is.
No, sir. Please don't misunderstand my question. My question, I'll say it even more clearly, and I'll elaborate even further. Right? Is the fact that we see the moon travel across the sky at the same at the same size as it travels across the sky, is the fact that we see that a natural phenomena? That's my only question. Not deriving cause, not deriving anything.
Yeah, the occurrence of size has no partaking of what it's doing.
But does it though?
Throw out the size. The moon can appear to be larger when it's like closer to the horizon, and then it can appear to get smaller as it goes higher in the sky. It doesn't always look like it stays exactly the same size.
That's just an illusion, though.
Have you ever seen the harvest
Right.
moon?
But then how would you?
Your whole size question.
More Satanist lies. More Satanist lies being spewed from the globetard.
Oh yeah, let's change topic now because he doesn't want to answer the question.
Well, you just said it's changing. Well, he's just saying it's changing size now. So if your whole argument was based on it not changing size, your own guy is telling you that it does appear to change
Bro, he
size.
stated a completely fresh question, and you guys still going on the past of what he said. It's crazy.
But changing size and appearing to change size are different things.
Right.
Right, but it appears to change size. That's all you
Trust
have.
me, bro.
All you have is an observation. You're not up there measuring it with a measuring tape, are you?
No, you're directly measuring the angular size, though.
Okay, so
the
directly
apparent
measuring
fucking thing, right?
once again, Matthew. Once again, directly measuring angular size, is that a naturally occurring phenomenon?
So it's an observation. I'd call it more of an observation than a phenomenon.
Oh,
it's just like a measurement.
Okay. Oh, there you go, Brown Recluse. Thank you.
Alpha, can you get more condescending? Like, I don't know if I've ever met someone as unlikable as you. Honestly.
All right,
It's
McLovin.
his job to be like this,
Just be
man. Why
chill.
don't you
It's all
understand?
right.
It's not
It's
his
all right.
persona.
It's all
Hope has
in
got
good
him
fun.
so
Come on, guys.
triggered, man.
He does, respectfully. I hate to give him that ego boost, but he really does, just because of how disingenuous he's being with his moderation, quote unquote moderation of the
I
channel.
agree.
Bro, this is
I
all
agree with
art
Armo.
tactics. Like, they're
Alpha
all
is like the worst person in
muting
here.
you, gaslighting you, and shit.
Is that Trig? Oh my god.
Yeah, Trig, why are you gonna come in like that?
Is this your first interaction with Fleurs, bro?
No. These guys have been in here for like 9 months solid.
No matter the server,
doing
they
the
all
same
act the
thing that
same.
you've done. I mean, you've been in for like a few hours, but they've been doing what you're doing for like 9 months now. Failing
Every
to prove
day,
the globe,
dude.
Azenau,
Yeah.
talking about Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows from the
No, that's
BC.
not what I'm saying. You said that about your
They've been doing
behaviors
this for
as
9
like a
months, bro.
community.
9 months of this. From some of
There's
these
a reason
guys.
you guys only talk in your channels and not
Yeah,
in
you don't understand our behavior is what he's trying to tell you, dude. We've been dealing with these same guys for 9 months saying the same shit every day.
I'm saying this about you guys, not the other way around. You
I don't
Fleurs.
care about your feelings. I'm telling you how it is, dude.
But I didn't
Well,
ask
listen,
you
it
a
doesn't matter
question.
what you
You
think
seem to
about
agree.
us.
Can I just say
you're
something?
the guy struggling
just say-
to prove any evidence for a globe.
I feel like
Alright,
we've talked
what's up,
about a
McLovin?
lot of evidence, right? So again, everyone, when someone says like people keep saying the same thing over and over again, that applies to everyone because when someone believes in something to be true, they're going to repeat it.
You're not going to mislead what I'm trying to say,
No,
dude.
no, I'm not.
Yeah,
okay,
you are. That's what
so
you're
dude,
doing, man. It gets
I'm not
annoying when you hear the same fucking thing from the same fucking guy every day, dude. You don't understand that?
I understand what you're saying. But you say the same. Everyone says the same thing that they believe to be true when talking about true things, right? You guys continue
We're
to
not
say that the Earth
interested
is
in
flat.
beliefs. We're not talking about beliefs. We're not claiming beliefs again and again. We're asking for the evidence for the beliefs that you guys are presenting.
So you guys
and we're
switch
not getting
tactics
them.
now. Instead of having
why
claims, you guys just
No,
ask
dude,
questions.
you switched the fucking topic when you started whining about your fucking feelings, man.
Who's this guy
You
talking?
can't have
I
your
don't
cake
even
and
know
eat
you.
it. You claim a
Where's this
globe.
nigga
That
yapping,
is a
bro?
claim. If you claim a
Exactly.
globe, that's a claim.
Mute this fat ass.
Alpha only means globe tarts.
Is he a rounder? I bet he is a rounder.
Anyway, who's got a good point for the globe? Anyone?
Sure. GPS works.
How do we measure distances
Earth's a
between cities,
globe.
by the way?
GPS works.
Do we use a tape?
Good with that, Matthew.
Okay.
Do we use a tape to measure distances between like cities or countries?
Yes, you fat nigga.
Really?
That guy's a troll. That other guy's a troll.
This whole channel is a troll.
Yeah,
This whole channel. You're out of order. Everyone's out of order.
All right. So you asked if they're measuring distances between what with a measuring tape?
I don't know, like countries or continents.
I don't think so.
How do they do that?
Good question. How do you think they do it?
Well, you tell me. You're the educator. I'm asking you.
No, I'm not going to be your educator. I'm just looking for some globe evidence.
Oh, okay. Sorry then. So who should I ask this question to, if not the educator?
I don't know. You can Google it.
Educator. So allegedly,
The Google is gonna tell me something that you don't like.
Sir, allegedly you're supposed to be coming in here spitting facts, telling us how we're wrong that the Earth is flat and
Oh
stationary.
no, sorry. I just
You're
came here
supposed
to understand.
Yeah, if you're
Oh,
if
sorry,
you're
I
coming
came
in
here to understand your model, not to ask questions.
Well, I
sorry
understand
to
your
have
model.
to-
No, listen. You're not understanding your particular idea of the Earth that you think you live on. And that's the problem. It's not the problem that we're speaking about flat Earth. The problem is you think you live on an Earth being a globe. That's the issue. That's the real issue that you don't want to talk about. So
don't believe
we're
in
going to
nothing, man.
talk about it, and we're going to ask you, how do you know you live on a globe? Now, can you answer that, please? How do you
I
know?
just came here to know about your model, guys. That's
How do you know you live on a globe, sir? Are you obfuscating and running away because you don't want to answer the
No,
question?
you're changing my question. I'm asking what's your model.
Okay, so now answer my question. How do you know you live on a
I
globe?
haven't got an answer for mine.
Well, yeah, because we already did answer you. We're telling you that it's not about you thinking about flat Earth because you don't even know if you live on a globe. So we're redirecting you to where the question should be asked, which is, how is the Earth a globe?
Do we live in a cube?
How is the Earth a globe?
Can we possibly live in a cube?
How is the Earth a globe?
I don't know. Ask your friend.
I don't know. Ask your friend. I don't know. Ask your friend. So you don't know is the true answer to that question.
I don't know the
How do you
flat
know
Earth
you live
model.
on a globe?
Yes.
I don't know.
I don't know the flat Earth model. Yes.
No, flat Earth model. We're not talking about flat Earth. We're talking about your idea of you living on a spinning pear.
Wait, the channel name is flat Earth, and you're telling
I
me
don't care what the channel name is. We're asking people.
Okay, so
if they know
sorry,
they
it was
live on a
misleading.
globe.
I can.
Misleading. You can't what? You can't tell me how you know the Earth's a globe? Well, yeah, you said I don't know. I already know that. So what use for you to be in here not understanding flat Earth if you don't even understand you live on Earth as a globe? Huh? Tell me that.
Sorry, I got misled by the title. I leave the mic.
I know you leave the mic. Go ahead and run. Run, coward, run. Keep running and don't stop.
Running.
And when you think you got somewhere far enough, keep fucking running because I'm going to be chasing you the whole way fucking
Yeah,
down.
the zombie herd of flat earthers.
The zombie herd. Is that why you're here? Is that
I have
why
a
you're here? You're still
question
here?
for the flat Earth
go ahead.
theory on
go ahead.
weather. So, how do you explain weather under like the flat Earth theory?
Yeah, weather has nothing to do with the spherical idea of the Earth being a blade spheroid, or that it's in motion or spinning. All it has to do with is temperature and pressure, volume. These are the things that are consistent with our understanding of weather. Yeah, pretty simple. Well, it's actually complex, but the idea behind the generalized idea is simple. It's not too overcomplicated. You know what I mean?
What about things like natural disasters, like tornadoes,
weather,
earthquakes, tsunamis?
Yeah, it's naturally occurring phenomena that takes place. Well, actually, it's extraordinary. So it's not often the case that these things occur, but when they do occur, we can ascribe them as to something that occurs in nature. But
I mean, you'd have to say that.
The cause of the effect, however, on, let's say, earthquakes are only kind of regulated to a kind of a speculation, right? There's these tectonic plate notions, that sort of thing. But these ideas that are conceptualized are only good enough for like basic understanding. The intricate, like deep dive into like if we know that's the real thing or not, that would be answered as a no. But a conceptualization can be understood.
Well, you can measure things like seismic activity, and you can measure the movement of the tectonic plate.
Retro, I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Retromind. Doesn't it only make
I'm
sense?
not sure if I'll be able to answer it accurately, but
It's a question about your question. It's a question about your question. Doesn't it only make sense to ask flat earthers questions where the thing would be only possible with a globe Earth and impossible with a flat Earth? Those things you just asked, like why wouldn't it be possible with a flat Earth?
What? That's a hot mess, dude. You got run that back
That
zero.
was kind of what I was saying. I was just saying that doesn't.
Oh, my pizza's ready. I gotta go.
I'm just saying those things aren't exclusive to a globe, are they?
Yeah.
Exactly. So.
Yeah, I think that's what he was saying, though, Cyclone, wasn't it?
Yeah, that
At least
is what he was saying. Yeah.
Listen, which is the case for the celestial sphere, right? And so that's kind of what I point out as well. If it's not conclusive, you can't use it in your argumentation. If it's inconclusive, think about it, guys. I gotta get going.
Peace, bro.
So I'll ask a question to the group. If we talk about flat Earth versus globe Earth proofs, right? Why is it that distances over land, right, can be accurately formed and plotted out over a spherical Earth, but when it comes to a flat map projection, no 100% distance accurate map can be produced from a flat perspective? Because again, we talk about like the Mercator projection, which I'm looking at right now, right? Again, like obviously South America and Africa and Australia are nowhere near as big as, like Greenland, but that is due to the distortion of the spherical projection onto this flat plane, right? So then how come we cannot, a globe accurately represents the distance between like Africa and the size of Africa versus South America, right? At the distance that we measure between two places on Earth, right? But on a flat Earth, the distances do not match up. Like specifically on a this one is a azimuthal equidistant projection, right? Or a Mercator projection, really any flat projection of Earth.
Well, all the projections of maps are distorted. There is no 100% accurate map.
I agree with you.
So are you asking like pertinent to the map though?
Yeah,
Like,
on a
why
globe.
doesn't it line up on that map?
Yeah, why can't the flat Earth be mapped, but a globe Earth can be mapped accurately?
It can't be. Yeah, the globe cannot be mapped accurately. That's why they got to make projections. Then if you say these projections are wrong,
projection onto a
if
flat
every
plane.
one of these projections are wrong,
They are.
what's wrong? The map, the model, or the math?
The distances that the land would cover in this projection, right? Obviously,
It's the shape because you're trying to project a 3D shaped thing into a 2D plane.
Correct, exactly.
Right.
So
So
the math
3D
is
maps
wrong.
are accurate.
3D maps
So
are accurate, yeah.
3D maps.
Show the map. Show the 3D map then. Let's start there.
It would be a globe,
Let's show that globe and let's talk about it.
Okay. Do you want me to just post a picture of a globe? Because I can post. Everyone knows what a globe looks like, but I can post a picture of a globe.
People aren't using globes to navigate. People aren't using globes to navigate, guys. I don't know why you're under that
along these
assumption.
lines, by the way.
And you know, if you're on Google Earth and then you zoom in to where it becomes a map, it all flattens out.
It seems flat from this close to Earth perspective. I agree with that.
Yeah, so it seems flat. There's no measurements of curvature. How's it a globe?
This is it, guys. Like,
Again, but what I'm saying is, again, on a globe, the distances between places make sense and hence are able to be plotted out on this GPS
But we don't
system.
have a globe, though.
But then how come on a flat projection the distances are distorted from what we see in reality? Why is that the case if it's flat?
You're trying to flatten out a globe that doesn't exist.
Right, but again, I'm talking about on a projection, right, on a map that we make, any map that we try to derive on a flat plane, right, of the Earth, right, has distorted properties compared to the actual properties we see from the land
because
masses.
you're transposing a globe onto a flat.
Okay, wonderful. Then how come we cannot create an accurate model of a flat representation of our Earth that has accurate accurate?
Are you asking why we haven't? Are you asking why we haven't mapped the entirety of Earth?
Yeah.
Is that really what you're asking?
Why? Well, because again, I believe that we 100% have, and you believe that we have not. Correct?
no, it's not that. It's not what he's asking.
Who do you
because
believe?
Not the entirety.
maps the
Because you guys,
entirety?
Not 100%. Not every inch of the ocean has been explored.
No,
not every
because
square.
they believe there is more Earth behind the wall. So
but
that's
the
why he's
observe.
fabricating.
Don't straw man us, French man.
No, you are trying to do that. I see what you're asking.
Don't straw man us, French man. I unmuted you thinking that you would compose yourself and not just blurt out retarded statements. So try and
I
do
wasn't
that.
doing you. I was talking about him.
Well, I'm not claiming anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, regardless, you claim that the Earth has not been fully mapped out, right?
Well, you can't map the Earth, right?
Why not?
Well, how would you?
By navigating around the Earth, right, and then mapping out the distance traveled between 2 points, and then projecting that.
Are you allowed to go and just travel across the whole Earth and map it?
100%. I mean, again, you can't travel into. There's private property
How do you know that
laws.
you're allowed to do that?
There's private property.
There's restricted
There's
zones.
plenty of
there's
restricted zones.
military. So you really can't freely even travel
You can go to
from country to
Antarctica.
country, let alone map the Earth.
Yeah, you need a passport.
You would need so much resources and support to do something like that. You would effectively need the weight of a modern navy behind you. So you're asking why
it's a difficult
right,
test.
so you're asking why we haven't done something that would require an entire navy to do.
Why? Well, yeah. Again, if it's a self-evident truth, why can that not be mapped out? But
Because
Earth can be mapped out.
You just answered it. Because we don't have a modern navy at our disposal.
But some
And
people
neither do you.
again. But
Oh,
don't
some
you think?
people do.
Who
does?
Again,
Who
so if
does?
we talk the rich to the
telling you
rich.
it's a globe. Yeah, the people telling you it's a globe.
Why are you asking?
Right.
Like,
So again,
sorry, Cyclone, do you believe in Wi-Fi? Have you built Wi-Fi? I'm pretty sure you believe in it, right? So why are you asking?
This is an interesting spiral.
I mean,
wow, he spiraled into Wi-Fi? What is that all about?
I think he's trying
do
to
you have the
demonstrate.
resources to build your own Wi-Fi and be absolutely.
Oh, really? What's your argument? So you do have the resources to map the Earth. Is that your
It's
argument?
the same as yours. Like you're saying that you cannot have possibly the budget to do that because you would need the resources of a whole
Right.
navy.
So you shouldn't really make a claim about it then if you can't do it.
So I'm asking you, can you claim that?
Did I claim that I was going to map the entire world?
Well, you didn't ask that.
Yeah, you said, why haven't you made a map of the whole world?
Yeah, why people in general? Why don't you think they made the correct map? I mean, people.
And
have
what did I
resources.
say? And what did I say?
Says that he cannot.
And why not?
because he doesn't have the money.
Okay. Not just
but
money.
Yeah.
All kinds
Money,
of things.
resources,
A
whatever,
navy.
permission, and et cetera.
Right. So there you go. That's why you can't do it.
So therefore, you don't believe in any map of that we have.
So
Like,
it's not an argument.
No, but how do you travel yourself? How do you travel?
It's hard to build a navy when you're all collecting welfare, right? They're all they're collecting welfare
I
money.
mean, yeah,
They don't have any
especially if you
jobs,
sit all day
so-
talking about flat Earth.
Oh wow! See, triggered man is still triggered after 9 months of being unable to prove his little globe religion. You can just get in the bin, you little pussy. Just stand in the gallery and just try and insult people because you don't have an argument. You've only got a religion. Little melt.
Well, so here, let me try and find some common ground, if you wouldn't mind, right? So obviously, we know we got the Earth has physical properties, right? We can all agree on that, right? And at least from a personal perspective, I believe I can at least agree upon the fact that it seems flat and motionless. I can secede that point. That's how it seems from my human perspective, right? With that being said, right? Is it flat and motionless, right? Or is it a spherical globe that is so big that the limits of its speed and rotation and size are beyond our human concept? Right, that is the question, right? How do we determine how do we determine from A to B, right? 100%. Right.
Well, you would have to measure either curvature or motion. Well, you actually need to measure both. At least.
Okay, I believe we can measure motion, right? So again, in my opinion, right? So again, if we wrote,
how can we do that?
We do have to use the stars as reference points and the planetary bodies in order to figure out.
That would just be there. Well, so the stars move, fine.
How do we know if it's the stars moving versus if it's us moving? How do we figure that out?
Exactly. You're claiming it's us moving. So how did you verify that?
Right. Well, we can see, right, due to our position based around other things, right? So for example, we seem to move relative to where the sun is, right? And so does like Jupiter, Venus, Mars, the other celestial.
No, we don't seem to move. Why did you say that?
Again, if you look at the projection, right, the mapping of the celestial sphere and the bodies that we see, right, if you map out the patterns and the ellipses that we seem to make around each other, right, even if one second, that are apparent, right, from the celestial sphere, if they were real objects, and these, as opposed to projections on a dome, right, if they were real objects in the celestial sphere, they would hypothetically be moving around us and therefore obscured, right? So again, in the spherical globe Earth model. Right,
I'm asking you how you verify that assumption that it's actually you moving, not the things you observe moving.
Explaining it.
Well, again, we have to use frames of reference, right? What is moving relative to what, right? So
how do you prove that it's you moving?
Well, again, we can view, relative our distance to something else, right? We can compare, again, trigonometrically, the distance between three things and figure out what has changed in those distance over a certain amount of time, right? So if we talk about the sun, Mars, and Earth, right?
But you're only tracking their change, their motion, not yours.
Their change relative to ours, yeah. Again,
that would be assuming ours. I'm asking how you verify that.
Let me try and articulate this the best way I can.
Don't just say we look at those things moving and assume that we're moving.
When we observe something, right? We observe it from a certain angle, right? So again, if we're looking at the sun, I'd be looking straight at the sun, right? Eventually, our viewing distance removes the sun from our viewing completely. Like the sun is completely obscured, right?
The sun moved.
Right. Well, again, for sure the sun moved, right? But we don't know if the sun moved or if we moved, right? How do we determine?
How do you prove that? That's what I'm asking.
But we don't know. Again, it could be either. Do you secede that fact?
Well, we only observe the one thing moving, so it would be on the person claiming that something else is occurring to evidence that. Otherwise, why would we entertain it?
1 second. Do we observe that thing moving, or are we moving relative to that thing? How do we determine what?
Well, if that's your claim, you need to provide evidence for that.
Well, how is it your claim that the sun is moving, right? So again,
it's not a claim; it's an observation which you agreed to. We can say for sure that the sun is moving as we observe it. You're claiming that it's possible that you're the thing moving, but if you can't provide any evidence for that, then what is it?
Well, no, again, I'm not saying that the sun is moving, right? Again, in my worldview, the sun is moving, right? But when we see something move in our peripheral, in our vision, right? The question is, are we are like again, if we talk
Yes,
about
I
the
get the
sun, one second,
question. I'm
one second,
asking again, what was the
one second.
verification of you being the thing moving?
Right. Again, I'm saying, how do we figure out if one of these two claims are true, right? Because you can't say for sure that it's the sun moving and not the Earth,
Yeah, well,
right?
it's your claim,
It's
so
not.
I'm
It's
asking,
no,
how
no,
can
no.
you verify it?
Go ahead, but you're saying specifically that it's apparent that the sun is moving. When I'm saying that it's not necessarily
Yes,
apparent that the sun is
it's
moving.
observable. It's observable that the sun is moving. Yes.
Again, again, is it the sun moving or is it the us moving relative to the sun? Right? How do we know?
We observe the sun moving. So if you're going to claim it's you moving, you would need evidence for that for the 20th time.
Well, he's explaining how can you jump to the
No,
evidence.
he's not.
You've
He's
done
just
and
saying
finished.
it could be
But you
either.
claim the sun is moving, right? Again, you
Yes,
don't
we
know.
observe the sun moving.
No, you
We
don't know
observe the
if
sun moving. Yes.
you
We observe the
observe
sun
your
move through the sky
perspective.
every day.
You observe the perspective of the sun changing relative to you, right? So
Moving. Yeah. When you say changing, you mean you observe it moving relative
but
to you.
again, if you're looking at something, and again, if you move out of my peripheral, right? If you spin around me and leave my view of sight, right? And then I spin and bring you back. 1 second, just let me talk.
You've just done the same thing 20 times.
No, I'm not, because again,
I
you're
know
not.
what you're saying. It could be us moving. Yes.
No, I'm saying we don't know. We don't know whether it's one or the other due to the frame of reference, right? We are
So are you
locked.
concluding that we
in this
don't
frame of
know,
reference.
or are you concluding that we don't know, or are you concluding that we are moving?
I'm saying that you cannot conclude that it's the sun moving or us moving. You can't conclude
so
that
you're
unless.
you're saying we don't know.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can't conclude that.
No,
so you're saying we are the thing moving.
No, I that's what I personally think, right? But how can you claim that it's the sun
What's
moving?
the evidence? What's the evidence for that?
I just would like you to see the fact that you again, it's a truth claim either way. Again,
No,
you from your perspective.
That we observe the sun moving. Yes, you're saying that it could be us moving, and I'm saying, what's your
That's
evidence
not
for
what I'm
that? You're
saying.
saying we don't know. Yes, that is what you're saying.
I'm saying we witness the sun change from our view over the time, right? So again, our view of the sun changes.
Yeah,
right?
because it moves.
Right, but obviously, if it's noon in Texas, and you somehow fly as fast as fucking possible in an instant to New York, the sun will be still noon in Texas.
See the sun moving. You'll still see the sun moving.
That doesn't refute anything.
The sun will still be noon in Texas, is what I'm saying, right? So again,
it doesn't refute anything.
It does.
You're not moving this along. You've just got to the point of saying we don't know what it is. Is it us moving? Is it the sun moving? We don't know. That's all
I'm saying all you can claim by viewing the sun is that your perspective of the sun is changing over time. That's all you can claim. You cannot claim the sun is moving. You can claim your perspective of the sun is changing.
You observe the sun moving. You see the sun moving east to west through the sky every day. Yeah?
You view the sun changing in perspective from your view.
When you say changing in perspective, you mean it's moving through the sky.
How do you know it's moving? How do you know it's not us moving?
Okay, so when you're going outside during the day, you just see the sun sitting still in the sky, do you?
If you stare at it, it seems pretty damn still, yeah.
So what if you do a time lapse?
If you do a time lapse, it looks like it looks like it travels across the sky, right? But from that perspective of that time lapse, yeah.
Was that so hard?
I said it looks like it travels across the sky because from the perspective.
Why are you playing semantic cycle?
So you agree? So we observe the sun moving, yes?
No, I'm saying from our it changes in our perspective. It changes in our perspective.
You just said we observe it move east to west through the sky. You just said that.
No, I'm saying that's what it looks like.
Yes, so we observe it to move east to west through the sky.
So, but again, if you're standing still and I move to the left, right, it looks like you're moving out of my frame of reference, right? But I'm the one moving, right? So again, we know that because I've just established. 1 second, Cyclone, please, 1 second. We've established that I'm the one moving, right, in this scenario, right? So, but again, with no frame of reference, like this frame of reference being the space around us, the room around us in this hypothetical, right? There's no frame of reference except for looking at this object, right? So we are on the locked frame of reference.
Saying we don't know.
I'm saying we can figure it out, but I just like you to secede the fact that you cannot claim the sun is moving.
Are you saying that we figured out that we're the thing moving?
I'm saying you're claiming the sun is moving.
I'm not.
But all you can claim.
Observe it. I said we observe it, and you agreed.
No, sir. I've been saying
Again, I might. Okay,
what happened in the time lapse again? What happened in the time lapse again?
If you let me clarify for the time, it looks like it's moving across the sky.
So,
Ergo,
we observe it move through the sky.
from
Yeah,
our
exactly like you
perspective,
said.
it's changing from east to west, right? That's again,
Yeah,
that's how we
just like
view
I
it.
said. So it moves
But
east to
again,
west through the sky.
again, but I'm not saying it does move east to west in the sky. I'm saying that's what it looks like. But if we were on Earth
So we
spinning,
observe it to move.
again, and if we were on
When
Earth
you
spinning,
spin
it would look
on
the
your
exact same.
axis yourself, do you see things moving or you are moving? I mean,
Okay,
you
so
can
are you
claim
now
that things are moving.
claiming that we are? So you are claiming that we're the thing moving, yeah?
No, I'm asking you. Do you
No,
claim that things are moving when you're spinning yourself?
You're not claiming that we're the thing moving.
Stop
No.
changing my
The sun's
question. It's
moving.
very clear.
No, this is a clear dichotomy. You're saying it looks like the sun's moving, but it's us
I
moving.
haven't even
That's what
mentioned the
you're
word
saying.
sun, by the way.
Well, this is the conversation we're having. Go back to
Yeah,
sleep
and
if you're not paying attention.
if you are spinning, are things moving or
No,
you are spinning?
no, I'm speaking to the other guy. So
Well, the
are
other
you gonna
guy,
get
please
to the
ask him this
point where you
question.
tell us? Are you gonna get to the point where you tell us if we've got evidence that we're the thing moving, or if it's just I don't know?
Frame of reference. If you don't understand that,
Frame of
not my
reference.
fault.
Thank you. Again, it depends
Yeah,
on
it's
your
an a priori
that's I
reinterpretation
don't know.
where
words,
you
bro. Just Google
inverse
them.
the description of what we observe. I'll
You're
say
just
it
saying you
again
don't
because I
know.
know it's going to be whistled past. It's an a priori reinterpretation and the inverse description of what we actually observe with no good reason. That's what you're
No, it's
doing.
not. No, it's not.
It's exactly what it is. You don't empirically
No, it's
detect the
not.
Earth to be spinning. Stop
It's not
talking
our.
to
It's
me.
not. It's not a priori.
It's entirely a priori. You never empirically detected by any a posteriori means
Gregory's
that
back.
the Earth is spinning.
Because really, you guys just said, yeah, we observe the sun moving, but it could be that we're moving, and that's all you've said.
Oh, sir, you're misquoting me again.
No,
I said
we
we
went through it with the
observe.
time lapse. It looks like it's moving. You said.
That's exactly what I said, right? Which is
Yeah,
means
so
that
we
it
observe it to be
changes
moving,
in
but that
our
was
view. It changes in our perspective from east to west over the sky. That's again, if you clarified and finished my statement,
yeah.
that's what I said, right? So,
Yeah,
Again,
so it's
that's your
observed
a
to move through the
priori
sky.
reinterpretation
all
of our
right,
observations.
100%, guys. If you want to
You just
misinterpret
said
me, if you want to misinterpret me, right? But just at
you
least
just said it
fully
10
include my
times.
statement. Exactly. And then
Engage the
You say
retort
it's
that we're
observed to
saying to
change.
you.
a priori redefinition is what you're
That's
saying.
what I said. Okay, let's get
Right.
to the conclusion, Brian Recluse. So, do you have any evidence that we are the thing moving?
Yeah, yes. Again, in our relation to the other celestial bodies, right? They are
What's the
obstructed.
evidence?
Will you fucking shut up? Like, just I was talking. Like you said, present the evidence. Present the
What's the
evidence.
evidence?
Present the evidence, but shut up while you're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's exactly what you're doing. You're over. You know. Anyway, what
I
I'm trying
think
to say.
you're.
What I'm trying to say, Cyclone, please, right, is if we observe the other celestial objects, right, and again, you know, assuming that every we do have to assume that everything exists in what we understand as space, because we can see these other objects, real objects, existing within our peripheral in the celestial constellations, right? They are obstructed by one another, right, revealing that they exist in three-dimensional space and not are simply lights that you know pass next to each other or through each other, but they are obstructed and cast shadows upon one another, right? Therefore, they are real objects in
No,
our
not
solar
right.
system.
Quit saying right every time you say something, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could have objects moving in front of each other because the objects are moving. That wouldn't tell you that you're the thing moving.
Like you literally appealed to the very observation that we just said repeatedly to be indicative of its antithesis.
Indicative of its antithesis. Please elaborate.
You're appealing to the instance of seeing the celestial bodies move in the attempt to prove that it's not the celestial bodies moving, but that it's the Earth spinning.
You just did the same thing with the sun, but you've done it with
Yeah, if you
the
listen to
star.
any of the words that I said, right? I said from an Earth referential point, it looks like everything else is moving, right? But if you use the,
It looks like the sun's
shut
moving
the
too, right?
fuck up, please shut the fuck up. You know, please shut the fuck up. Anyway, if you observe, if from an Earth referential point, everything else looks like it's moving, right? But if from a solar system referential point, the Earth is then spinning around the sun.
You don't have that reference point. You can't use
You've
that.
never observed that. You've never observed anything
That's imagination.
not while on the
I've
Earth.
never observed a germ, and yet I believe the germ
That's
theory is a thing.
imagination.
That's
No, your
digressing from the fact we
imagination.
just told you.
Again.
You have never observed the cosmos from a point
Yeah,
other than being on the Earth.
True. I mean, except for the
So
ISS
that's
live
why I
stream.
told you. So that's why I told you.
There's the ISS live
Listen,
stream, and then
listen.
there's
Hold on.
That's why I
the
told you.
Hubble Space
It's
Telescope.
That's why I
you know,
told you right? I'm trying to finish the reply to you. That's why I've been telling you. That's why Cyclone has been telling you. He's been going in circles with you to expose that you don't have any a posteriori appeal to substantiate believing that the Earth is spinning and the celestial bodies are not orbiting above the face of the Earth.
So just to
It
clarify,
is your a priori reinterpretation that inverses the description of what we do see. You've repeatedly said to us several times, it seems that the Earth is still, it seems that the sun and the celestial bodies are moving, but really it's the inverse of what we see.
Right. Do we?
Yeah,
All right.
just quickly, hold on, Brown Recluse. You need to concede that you claiming a reference point that you don't have isn't evidence.
I would disagree again, only because from a referential standpoint,
I disagree kind of thing.
From a again, if you believe that again, that cannot be used as proof. That's your opinion, right? But from a referential standpoint, I am correct in the fact that the Earth appears to orbit around the sun, and so does the other celestial bodies in our solar system.
Not evidence. That's a claim, bro. That's not evidence. That's a claim with no reference.
You just repeated the very same error we just refuted.
So Brown,
that's a posteriori.
So Brown, if like flying baseball comes and hits you in the face, couldn't you say that from the baseball's reference point you hit it?
Yeah, 100%. That's how reference frames work. Like in physics, that's how reference frames work.
You so missed the point. Do you understand that you're not standing on the baseball?
Right.
When you hit the baseball.
From the baseball's perspective.
Hold on.
Right, from the baseball's perspective.
You've never seen that. That's the point.
Right, but that's what the question was.
No, it's not.
So retarded.
Your question was from the baseball's perspective, from the best baseball's referential frame.
Have you seen that? Was the question.
No, that was not the question.
It was the question.
No.
Listen, you guys ask us why would they lie? This is why. Look what they've done.
This is why.
They've turned us into Satan worshipping sheep.
No, they've made you say that the person's actually hitting the baseball and all this kind of retarded shit.
No, that wasn't the question.
You need to concede that you claiming an outside of Earth perspective that you've never had and only ever seen on a screen is not verifiable evidence.
I think that I would argue that you guys need to concede that a posteriori arguments are not the only way that one can come to a truth claim. You do not have to simply observe something. I'm not going to concede your fact. I'm not going to concede your fact, so you can move on. I'm not going to concede.
So you are claiming, or you're claiming you've seen something that you've never seen.
No, that's not. No, I'm saying that it can be used as logical evidence.
He did concede. He said, "I'm not going to concede."
You don't have any logical evidence.
So facts are the truth. So you just
didn't give any argument.
Contradicted yourself.
So many arguments.
You didn't give any argument. You just repeatedly said your cosmological belief. You didn't give an argument that indicates the premise is true.
Yeah, you're just begging the question.
All right.
So anything else for motion of the Earth?
Well, what about your model?
Again, what if
evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball, like they told us?
Again, will you take the ISS live stream as evidence, like as a constant 24/7?
Can we verify that it's real?
You can see the ISS fly overhead. I can post a link in the chat.
Any of the pictures?
Oh my god!
Does seeing a light overhead tell you that the ISS light?
How now you're claiming that it's a light? Why is it a light? How are you making that truth claim?
If the supposed ISS live stream is from a place that cannot exist, then appealing to supposed ISS live streams cannot be valid.
How are you making the claim that it cannot exist?
How do you see it if it's not a light? Do you see a dark spot or do you see a light?
The ISS is presented as being taken from a place that cannot exist. Therefore, appealing to a supposed ISS live stream cannot be sufficient to verify
as a place that cannot exist.
Who said that? You?
It presented on a place that cannot exist. What does that mean?
Yeah, you think that there's an artificial vehicle that. I'm about to finish the sentence. You think there's an artificial vehicle flying around in a cosmic vacuum, whilst the Earth is a humongous ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum wrapped in water and gas.
100%.
And the way you attempt to account for this is gravity, either bendy space-time or mass-attracting mass. Those are refuted.
I disagree. We haven't talked about any of those points.
Okay, well, we're going to get to them.
as
You
a
just said they were
mass
refuted. You just said they were refuted, but we haven't gotten to them yet. So
they've been refuted in history, not in this dialogue.
we disagree. We disagree.
Hold on. We're gonna move this forward. So, if we don't have any other evidence that you guys want to present for motion of the Earth, we can move on to the gas pressure.
No, can I please? My evidence, real quick. My evidence is the ISS passing through our atmosphere, right? So again, the ISS travels around us in an orbit.
On YouTube.
Again, I can send you several videos of amateur astronomers, regular people, just witnessing the ISS pass in front of either the sun or the moon, and several compilations.
So you see something moving in the sky again. How does that tell you that you're moving?
If the ISS is a real thing and orbits around the Earth.
Oh,
do you know what fabricated evidence is?
Yeah, you know they can make videos and images of anything.
You're making a lot of positive truth claims without evidence. I'm posting videos.
Well, he's appealed to two things. Let's not conflate the two. He's appealed to two different things. He's appealed to supposed ISS footage from the ISS.
Yeah.
And then he's appealed to supposed observations
which
of that machine moving through the sky.
Which correlates with the position of the ISS. Yeah. ISS can be tracked and observed.
There could be something moving in the sky, and they could be making videos and claiming that something is going on with that light in the sky, which might not be the case. You understand that?
Right. It doesn't follow from the conclusion. There's an artificial vehicle flying through the sky, sending down, recording video, and then eventually publishing video that it recorded. Therefore, it is flying around a humongous ball, wrapped in water, wrapped in gas, in a cosmic vacuum, with so-called gravity holding everything together. That doesn't follow from that premise.
And momentum.
I just feel like there's a lot of disingenuous.
Well, dude posted your ISS hoax for you. If you want to check it out, it shows you all the hoaxy shit they do.
I'm pretty sure that video is true.
What underlies the appeal to this is universal gravitation. So this is the refutation. Mass attracting mass is the proposition that the sheer existence of matter is the cause of other matter being pulled to other matter. If that is the case, then the independent variable in the hypothesis is the sheer existence of matter. In order to verify the hypothesis, you have to manipulate the independent variable. So you have to manipulate the sheer existence of matter in order to verify that the existence of matter causes, just let me finish, just causes other matter to be pulled to other matter. You and no one else, not the God, cannot manipulate the sheer existence of matter. So you cannot do the experiment to verify the hypothesis. So no one knows this hypothesis to be true. It's unverifiable.
I gotta cut you off. I'm
sorry.
Same
thing with bending space-time. The sheer existence of matter is causing space-time to curve so that things fall along the surface of space-time to fall to the center of the given material entity.
Sorry, I just gotta say that you're completely wrong in the fact that, again, the fact that gravity exists is the dependent variable and not the independent variable, right? How massive an object is the independent variable.
No, stop. No,
it is because it explains everything.
You didn't listen. You didn't listen. Stop and listen. No, you're wrong.
You are.
Gravity is very often equivocated by you people. You can't make up your mind on how to say it consistently. You say gravity in the sense of mass attracting mass. And that is the implications, as I just spelled out. So it by necessity implies its unverifiability.
The dependent variable in the gravitational equation is the gravitational acceleration. So the dependent variable, again, is the big G, the gravity itself, right? The independent variable is how massive an object is. So you are just objectively wrong in what you said.
No, I'm
reading
wrong.
This off to you.
They are not being consistent with the premise.
Are you sure it's not
I'm going to finish the refutation. So no, the reason you have to reply that way is because you know full and well that this premise is unverifiable. It's very obvious that to say that the sheer existence of matter is the cause of other matter being pulled to other matter is not only an ontological error, because any entity being what it is and sheer existence is not at all causal. It's non-causal. And if it were causal, you couldn't manipulate that independent variable in the hypothesis to verify that it really is the cause.
You can.
The independent variable is how massive an object is. That's the independent variable.
No, that's not in the hypothesis.
Oh, then you're
That's not the
misunderstanding it.
hypothesis.
Then you're
It is not
misunderstanding it.
no, it's not talking about
No.
the quantity or the motion of the matter or the
You don't
distance between the material
understand.
objects.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
The gravitational attraction is directly proportional to how massive an object is.
Right, matter being matter, not
How
the quantity
massive
of
it
matter.
is. How massive it is.
That's not in the hypothesis. Stop saying it.
Let me
This
read.
is just dishonest.
Let me read
That
the
is
gravity
not in the
equation.
hypothesis. It doesn't
Gravity-
say that this. It must be at least this quantity of matter
You know, we
in
can
order
just
for
go to-
gravity to manifest.
Like,
That is
stop
not in the
like it's moving.
hypothesis.
Force of gravity equals the mass of the object times little g. That's what
That's
gravity
not the
is.
point. We're not talking about the strength being proportional to the quantity of matter. The
What is the
hypothesis
point? What is the
plays
point then?
that matter is the cause, that the sheer existence of matter is the cause.
That's not true. We don't.
It is.
Gravity
That's obviously true on the face of the premise.
No. By virtue of matter existing, these effects are observed, but it's not necessarily saying that is the cause.
It
right?
is. I know it's ridiculous, but it is saying that. You don't have any good reason to deny that that's the implication of the premise. The premise is matter attracts matter. Mass attracts mass. Not a specific quantity of mass, not a specific distance between the material entities. None of that. Not the acceleration of the material entity. Mass, period. Simpliciter. Attracts mass. Matter being matter pulls other matter to other matter. That's obviously stupid, but that's the ad hoc retort that was contrived several centuries ago to account for why things don't fall into utter oblivion.
So it just sounds like you're not addressing the point that I made, right? Where gravity.
I did exactly address the point that you just made.
Okay, no, you said right that mass attracting mass, right, is refuted, yada yada. Okay, I understand that, right? But when gravity is determined, right, so the force that we can observe to be gravity, right? Again, the mass. Again, when we say the mass acceleration of mass, right? The calculation of which we determine how mass is accelerated, right, is using that little g and gravity, and is inextricably linked to the mass of an object, right, which is the, again, independent variable that you're misconstruing with whatever nonsense you're spewing.
Right, you don't even know what the point is. You're just repeating the same points
Because
over
you're
and
not
over
saying
again,
anything.
not addressing the refutation being said to you.
The
So I'm going to
refutation-
say the refutation again.
You're just saying it's ridiculous. That's all you're saying.
You're just trying to steamroll my voice, and they cannot refute anything. You're not tracking, and you're trying to change the proposition because you know the
I'm saying you're
proposition is
objectively
not
wrong.
tenable.
I'm saying
It's
you're
not
objectively wrong in
talking
your premise.
about the quantity of matter. It's not talking about matter
It is.
moving being
It
the
is.
cause. It's not talking about the distance between the material entities. It is simply mass, aka matter,
making a causal
simpliciter,
claim. It's not making a causal
being
claim.
matter, being the cause. That is the implication of the premise.
All right, man, you win. Because you're not engaging with my questions. You're
I
just
am
not-
directly engaging it.
No.
You have to add an extra caveat so that you can rescue your position from the refutation. There is nothing in the history of this doctrine that specifically says that it's not the sheer existence of matter and says it's only the specific quantity of matter. There's never been an idea.
What about
There's
the bending
never
of
been anyone
space-time?
that says you must have at least this much matter in order for gravity to manifest. That's not the idea.
Well, in quantum mechanics, obviously gravity breaks down. Newtonian physics breaks down.
It breaks down because it's false.
Okay.
It doesn't just break down in this ridiculous idea. It
Right.
breaks down because it is false,
So can we not observe things falling down to Earth at 9.8 meters per second?
which is not an instance of mass attracting mass.
How do you know that?
Because mass attracting mass is obviously unverifiable, like
What
I've
about-
already said.
Can I adjust the Cavendish experiment? That shows two objects being
It's
attracted
not
to
at
each other.
all a verification hypothesis.
Why
It is
not?
not a distance between the material entities. So
Why
he
not?
did not take the hypothesis that I just refuted.
Wait, no, please elaborate why the Cavendish experiment is null and void.
He did not test the hypothesis I just refuted. He didn't manipulate the independent variable, which is the sheer existence of matter.
No, I just stated the independent variable is the mass of an object, and why can't you engage with that?
I did engage with it. He did
And
not
you're saying I'm wrong.
manipulate the
You're
sheer
saying I'm wrong.
existence of the material entity. So he
So
didn't
how is that
verify
your burden of
the
proof?
hypothesis. Stop talking to the answer. I'll say it again without you trying to steamroll through my answer that you're asking for. He did not verify the hypothesis I just refuted. He did not manipulate the independent variable, which is the sheer existence of matter. He
Right.
did not do that.
But would you agree with me that if the effects of gravity are directly proportional to mass, right, then the mass itself would be the independent variable, right?
No, you're taking for granted.
And we agree that no one.
No.
Oh my God.
You take for granted that mass attracts mass is true when you didn't verify hypothesis. Didn't manipulate the independent variable. Switching out material object A for material object B is not an instance of manipulating the independent variable in the hypothesis, which is the sheer existence of the given material
100%.
entity.
You're right.
It's density. Why things go down?
No one can hear you.
And we have to shout.
Can anyone else hear him?
He said, "Why do things go down?"
No, if he says it's density, right?
He said he's not sure what causes things to go down.
I think yesterday he said it was density. Maybe I forgot.
He's having a hard time right now because we showed him clips of them faking the ISS, on
Oh, no, I'm
harnesses
asking
and
you.
shit,
I was asking you
all
to
the
give me the
video
specific
stuff,
video.
and now he's having
Can
a
you
heart
give it to me?
attack. He wants each link from NASA.
No, just one,
where
just
they're
one,
on
just one.
YouTube, so you can watch like them doing it there, where people just clip it and make a whole posting of like 20 of them in a row. He doesn't like that part. He wants to watch all those hours of clips.
No. I just want one video of one of the snippets that you showed me. Anyone.
You find it yourself like we did.
Okay, so I have to research it because you don't have it. No worries. Just say that. Anyway, let's not change.
So if you think he doesn't have it, why did you ask him?
I conclude that because he didn't provide me with that.
Okay, you're given an answer already, though.
Well, you can probably correct me if he has it, so you can send it to me.
No, that's not what the scoop is. He already gave you the full context. You then moved the goalpost for you.
So he showed me a whole video with different snips of different events. Asked me, can you give me one video of a particular event?
What answer were you given?
He didn't give me nothing. He just told me go and search.
The same as before. See, you run it right back through the cycle. Okay.
I think you have a problem of understanding of the situation.
That you already ignored. Okay. You were given lots of content that you already.
How do I verify the content?
You've already ignored the first thing posted. Why the fuck would anyone post you a second thing for you to ignore? This is a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You are manifesting the answer you want. As soon as somebody says, here is your answer. This is what you're looking for. This is a video, and you just not on it. They're not going to pick up a finger to help you again. You slapped them the first time they reached their hand out.
It's called stupidity.
It's blanketed ignorance. Just blanketed stupidity. You can test this. Go to any other channel and do exactly the same bullshit and watch the feedback you get. Ask something for something.
Creed, shut up, Creed. Please stop talking.
Ask them for something. They give it to you. Then ask them again. You'll get exactly the same feedback. Over and over and over again. As soon as you brick the first answer, as soon as you prove you're just a brick wall, you ain't paying attention, you ain't listening to shit, you won't get one more word, not one more piece of information. Because you've proven you're not getting the first thing. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? You ignore it. That's why. You put it on mute and you bounce your ass out of here. You're not in here in good faith. You can't even use the first thing given to you.
So, anyways.
Who was a squawker who was jumping in there? I mean, see who. Yeah, there was two people. Someone was like, crit.
Yeah, I heard that other voice. I don't know.
Oh, maybe they got banned. There's a lot of deleted messages. So Hack, do you get it now? You have to use the first answer. If you don't get any more answers. You've run out of faith. The end of the road, you've reached the end of the road.
I think you're going senile, man.
Wow, really? That's what your takeaway is?
I mean, not even like a pretense of trying to restore trustworthiness.
All I asked was, can he provide me with something so I can verify his video?
Done and done. Done and done.
Yeah, done and done. Exactly. I don't know why you're making such a fuss about it.
You can tell that he's one of these people that does this routinely and habitually.
Stop doing that, Holmes, man. You don't know me.
He's so calm.
Go ahead, tell us what was in the
and
videos
comfortable.
that were sent to you.
He just posted a video of the different clips, and I just asked me verification.
And which ones were? What did you see in those clips?
So just like there is one, the first 10 seconds is this snippet of a live, I guess. And I was like, okay, can you just give me the original so I can compare the two? And if they are the same,
You want each one of those clips? You need the
no, just one, only one. Like I'm not asking. Of course, it's too much to ask for clips. Like that's a lot of work.
Let me ask you a question. I know this is going to be a mind blower for you. You think that all those little snippets put together, each one of those are a group of actors that the guy that made the YouTube video put together and pretended to be in the ISS? Do you
I'm
think
not jumping to any conclusion. I just wanted to have a verification, bro.
You should come up with something.
I will come up with something after I have a verification. Like that's why I don't want to jump to a conclusion and be wrong. Fair enough. Like I mean, that's quite honest to me.
So you were told to go to the main server, go to the ISS channel, and look at the videos.
Yeah, but there are thousands of them. That's why I said, if you know one, just give it to me. If you don't know, I will search it myself.
Go
No
through
problem
and
at all.
look for original.
Yeah, I will have to go through a huge list. No problem.
Okay, so that doesn't need to be repeated, so that's enough.
Yeah, you don't need to interject.
I think that
So
map
no
lover
measurements
guy
for the Earth's.
was Misha.
Mhm.
Not right to hand.
So
It's
still
a
no
bet.
measurements for the.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just saying. So still no measurements for the Earth's supposed sphericity. Unless someone would like to show us the measurements and the operation to ascertain those measurements of the Earth's curvature. How would you even ascertain that the Earth is spinning? Anyone? What does Google say? Let me see. How we know the Earth is spinning.
Hey, Gregory.
Hi.
Hey, I just have a quick question. This doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth, but I was just curious. Do you take high blood pressure medication? And I'm not saying this in a joking way. I'm just curious.
Of course not.
Okay, I didn't know. Because you're pretty heated yesterday, and I was just wondering.
You definitely sound like you're on high blood pressure medication.
This whole channel sounds like that.
Okay, as long as you're healthy, that's all that's important.
That is true. The AI overview answer to how do we know the Earth is spinning? Earth's rotation is too slow for humans to see in real time, but there are ways to observe its effects. We'll call pendulum, night and day, stars, tides.
Even the AI knows better.
Yes, that's right. Palestine is flat. There is a God after all. That's right.
Pendulum. Why aren't all the other pendulums some object hanging on a metal string, not swinging around night and day? It's not necessarily indicative at all of Earth's rotation. Stars. I mean, we see the celestial bodies moving, not the Earth. Tides. That's just a terrible appeal. You can have waves and tides while the Earth's surface is horizontal.
What causes the tides in
That's
a horizontal Earth?
indicative.
What causes the tides in a horizontal Earth?
What else causes water to
Causes
rise on one
waves.
side?
You know, what causes waves on a lake?
Say,
We're not talking about waves. We're talking about tides.
We have an answer. We have an answer called pressure. What do you think about that?
Okay, where's the pressure come from?
Weather system.
On
Weather
heat,
systems-
all that stuff. Just the weather in general.
Yeah, have you ever seen a hurricane over before it makes landfall? How it recedes the water from the particular location that's going to be affecting? Huh?
Sure. You're saying tides are due to hurricanes?
So sure means that there's pressure involved with the hurricane, right? Yes or no?
You're saying tides are due to hurricanes?
Does pressure
Yes or no?
involve itself with the hurricane? Answer the question.
Yes or no?
Yeah, we're talking
Mark?
about tides. We're not talking about hurricanes. You're confusing the
Oh
two.
my God! All right, go ahead, Greg. You get him. I'm kind of busy at work.
Greg's gonna have
Yes
a
or
tough
no, Mark?
slog here. Yes or no?
I don't
What?
want any other answer except yes or no. Yes or no, Mark?
What's the question?
No, of course you don't remember the question. Do hurricanes involve pressure?
Hurricanes involve pressure. Yes, they're very.
There you have it.
They're low pressure.
All right,
Yes.
there you go.
So what do they cause? How do they relate to
Right,
tides?
so no need for Earth's rotation, right, at all.
Or the moon pulling on shit. Yeah, weather.
I still don't understand the relationship between pressure. Can you show me how the pressure systems and how they relate to tides? You can point to a meteorological map that shows that.
Yeah, go for the anthropometric pressure points. There's a map that shows you all the pressure points over the oceans. Type that into Google.
And they would correspond. They would correspond to tides.
Right. Wait a minute. I'm right. Okay.
I said right. It's a figure of speech. If you making sure you understand me, which I'm not.
So is it true? Is it true that there's pressure points over the ocean?
Yes. All right. I'm asking you, or they relate to tides.
All right then. There you go. Well, that's
I'm
a simple
asking
answer.
you, do they relate to tides? Obviously, you don't know they relate to tides.
Yes,
That's what I'm asking.
yes,
For a citation that they do, can you provide a citation that they do?
Yeah, you're just
Please provide
obfuscating
that.
at this point. You're just trying to multiply
I'm
words and
asking
speak
for a
very fast so you
citation.
can
I'm
annoy
asking
people
for a
in the basement so
citation,
that you get
explanation of how they work.
your explanation.
You can't provide it.
That you just
You
multiply
can't
words,
provide
just
it
keep
because there
being
is none.
disruptive, and they just keep trying
You
to talk
can't
to everyone,
provide
trying
it
to say
because
a
there
whole
is no
answer to you. You
explanation
just
for
keep
how the
doing
pressure points do tides. You
doing
just keep talking.
what you're doing to everyone else, and you just keep trying to talk to everyone. Yeah, that's what you do.
Citations. Evidence.
Yeah, so let's try this again, right? Because we
Citations and
can
evidence.
still prove the point
I
without
can
you
verify that
obfuscating
you
the
try to
issue.
talk through people.
Citations and evidence.
Yeah, so
Please.
still more talking through everything that's being said to you.
All I heard was some assertions. I've not seen citations or evidence.
Yeah, of course you didn't hear anything because you keep talking to the answer that you're asking for.
Please provide it. I'm asking for evidence or citations that these pressure points cause tides.
So you haven't refuted the issue, just to be clear, right? You haven't said an argument to falsify. So you haven't said an argument to falsify our reply. You're just being obnoxious with you requesting a citation, right?
I've
That's
heard
not
a
a
reply.
refutation.
I've not heard an argument. I've just heard a reply. Now, a reply without evidence is not an argument.
No, you've heard an argument. The argument was said to you.
I've heard pressure points over the ocean, but I've not sort of seen any documentation or evidence to suggest they can account for tides.
Now, if you didn't hear an argument,
rotating Earth,
it wasn't because
which
an
the
argument wasn't
rotating Earth.
said. Just to be clear.
Oh, there was there was no argument.
So just because you didn't hear an argument doesn't mean an argument wasn't said, especially given your antics.
Yeah,
you're doing nothing but
there's no
exposing that
argument
you're an
there.
obnoxious disruptor now. You do this
There's
every
no
time you come in
argument there.
here. You just talk through every reply said to you and pretend to be critically considerate. Every time you come in here, your behavior doesn't change.
Yes, because I hear assertions without evidence.
Oh, so you concede to my critique. So thank you.
I hear
The
an
man, Mark
assertion.
G,
I don't hear any
just
evidence.
conceded to the critique that he deliberately comes into the voice channel to be an obnoxious motor mouth rather than critically considering the arguments that he's pretending that he's trying to critically consider.
I'm critically considering them. I'm waiting for evidence.
So,
Can you
given
provide
his
that?
concession to that critique,
I conceded nothing, but the fact that I haven't seen the evidence.
he's no longer worthwhile engaging, given that he explicitly conceded to that critique.
No, not worthwhile engaging because I demand evidence. That's a good one.
Right, as he just did it again. You heard that? Right, that wasn't the reason why I said why I'm disengaging him.
Oh, it's exactly why you're disengaging me, because you dug yourself a hole you
So
can't
now he's
get out of.
blatantly lying. Right, flying in the face of the
Provide
reason
the
that I
evidence.
did
Provide
say
the evidence
as to why
for
I'm not
tides
engaging
being-
him. He's going to
provide
dig
the
in his
evidence for
heels
tides being a
and
result
try to
of
lie
pressure.
to the public and to me that I said some other reason that I didn't say to justify not engaging him any further. This is the likes
You
of
can
these
just shut me
people
up by
that
providing the
scientism
evidence.
produces.
If you provide the evidence, I will shut
This
up
is
and
the
go read.
likes of these people that scientism produces. This is what you get. This is what scientism produces.
The need for evidence.
Anyone who's not deluded or not paying attention can clearly see your sophistic antics. So there's no justification to sit up here and pretend as though there's no other coherent and plausible explanation or account for why this side of the earth or this side of the waters is descending and this other portion of the waters is ascending. That's not at all necessitated. That is not at all indicative, let alone necessarily indicative, of the earth spinning.
Oh, you could claim it's fairies moving the water, but I want to see evidence.
I wonder why you don't press your own position with that same demand, because you've never seen Earth rotate.
I've never seen Earth rotate. I have plenty of evidence that Earth rotates, but you won't provide evidence of the tides. Which
No,
is what
you
we're talking
don't.
about. You won't provide evidence that pressure.
You don't have
systems affect
any
the tides.
evidence that the Earth is rotating at all.
You're trying to change the topic now because you won't.
I'm not changing the
defend
topic at
your
all. I'm talking about the same
your
subject that I was
assertion.
talking about in the first place. I'm talking
No,
about the same
you asked
subject I
about
was
the
talking about
tides.
in the first place. I'm not changing the subject at
Tides.
all.
Tides. Evidence that the pressure systems affect the
Yeah,
tides.
tides were mentioned on the subject of Earth rotation. So you're not tracking with the dialogue. Anyone who was here
I'm
earlier
exactly
heard me
tracking with the
mention tides
dialogue.
because I was talking about the AI overview answer when you type in the question in Google as to answering the question as to how we know that the Earth is rotating. And one of the answers in the list of answers from the AI overview is tides. That's why I was talking about tides. But if you
And
weren't
you
so
were
determined
dismissed
to be
as
belligerently
tides.
ignorant and invincibly ignorant and obnoxious, trying to disrupt the entire voice channel because you're such a sycophant for scientism, you would have recognized that and acknowledged that.
Yes, you dismissed tides as evidence, and I said, "What? Do you have a better explanation?" And you said, "There's lots of other explanations," and you provided one, or your compatriot provided one, and I asked for evidence, and I haven't seen it.
What was the claim you made about tides?
The tides
Rodwin and Alpha mentioned an instance
No,
of
I'm asking Mark
the instance
G.
of
What was his
hurricanes
claim?
being indicative of pressure changes in the atmosphere, and so it
Mark
causes
G,
the
what
tides
was
to
his
ascend.
claim?
Yeah, I'm asking Mark G. what his
I didn't
claim
make a
was.
claim.
Oh, his
Your
claim.
claim.
Never mind.
Your claim.
All right, so
your
you're not
claim was that
making a
tides.
claim. Okay,
I'm
you're
not
not
making
making
a
a claim
claim. Your
about
claim was that
tides.
tides are not indicative of Earth
Hold on,
rotation, and I said, "Do you have a better explanation?"
hold on.
Explanation was
So you're not
provided, but
making
no
a
evidence.
claim. You're not making a claim about tides, but you did claim that the Earth is rotating.
I said I challenged the assertion that tides are not indicative of Earth rotation.
So you're not arguing for Earth rotation either.
I'm arguing the point that you dismissed tides as an indicator of Earth rotation. And I said,
No, I
well,
wasn't
okay,
talking
do you have a
about
better
tides.
explanation? Do you have a
No, I
better
didn't talk about
explanation?
tides. I'm not making a claim about tides, and you said you're not making a claim about tides, but you did make a claim about Earth
The
rotation.
claim was tides. The claim was made that tides are not indicative of Earth rotation. That was the claim.
Well, I'm not making a claim about tides.
But you
Why
may
would I
not
need to
be,
make
but
a claim about
that's what the
tides?
topic of the conversation was till just a minute ago.
Well, you brought up the tides, so I
Until I
assume
got
you had
meta.
a claim about them.
No, I didn't. My claim was my issue
Okay.
was having you guys
Well, if you don't have
substantiate
a
your claim
claim,
that tides
and
are
I
not
don't have a
related to Earth
claim,
rotation, but you can't
okay,
substantiate
so you
that.
don't have a claim about tides. Well, we don't need to make a claim about tides because you're not making a claim about tides. Why would we need to?
You already did. That was part of the
Mm-mm.
conversation a minute ago.
No, I didn't make any claim about tides.
You may not have, but the claim was made in the room that tides are not indicative of Earth rotation. That is a claim.
Well, it doesn't matter because we don't have to make a claim about them. You said you're not making a claim about them.
You're
we
the
have
room. The room, including Gregory, made a claim about tides. I'm
Another
asking you
nauseating
to think that's
circle with
true.
these scientist
Even if they
sophists.
did make a claim, they don't have to make a claim because you're not making a claim.
Those are English words, but they don't make any sense, right?
Oh, you don't understand basic English?
Evidently you don't.
Autoamnesiac.
I guess not.
I
So
do.
do you want to?
You're
Do you
saying
want to
I don't have to make a
do
claim because they didn't. They
you
made
want
a
to move
claim.
on to your claim about the motion of the Earth that you claimed was happening?
I'm not claiming anything. Not right this second. If you want to change the topic
But
and,
you did
try and
just say
provide
that the
cover
Earth
for the
was rotation
claim
and
you
there
guys
was
made.
evidence for it. You just said there was rotation and there's evidence for it.
No, that was not what I said. I said the claim was made.
That is what you just said.
The claim was made in this room that tides are not evidence for Earth rotation.
No, during that
Right?
you said
That was
the
the claim.
rotation separately. You mentioned the rotation. You said the Earth is rotating and there's plenty of evidence for that.
That was challenging. I said that there's a better explanation. There's an alternative explanation for tides and Earth's rotation, but that was the claim.
Right. So you are claiming
The claim
Earth's
was
rotation.
the claim was that tides are not. The original claim that I was
I don't
disputing
care
was
about
that
the
tides were not.
We're moving on from the tides
Tides were
because you're
not
not making a
indicative of
claim
that.
about it. You're not making a claim about the tides. We're interested in the claim you made about Earth's rotation.
Oh, you're not interested in defending your claim. Yep, I understand that.
I'm not making a claim. I don't need to. You
Way
made
to
a claim.
You're
deflect
not interested in defending. You're trying to white knight the
that you know
claim
the
that was
Earth is
made a minute
rotating.
ago about the tides.
You
Way
made
to
a
deflect
claim.
from the
Okay.
fact that you're dodging your burden to prove that the
Okay.
Earth is rotating.
So let's just draw a line under this then, Mark. Are you saying you're not claiming the Earth is in motion, rotating?
I'm not. That's not the topic of this conversation.
Okay, you're not claiming it. Cool. We don't claim it either. It's nice and neat. No claims. Cool. Welcome to Flat Earth. Who else we got? Light to the moon. What's up?
The Cyclone, while you were gone, I was reading the AI overview answer when you type in the question, how do we know the Earth is rotating? So it mentioned Foucault's pendulum, night and day, stars and tides. That's what it mentioned.
Wow. Sounds about right. You might as well just get one of the chatbots in here. It's going to perform better than these guys.
So, I just said the succinct refutation to all 4 points, right? Foucault's pendulum. Why don't all the other pendulums on the Earth, every other object hanging on a malleable string, not swing around as the Earth is rotating? You can have night and day cycles on a horizontal plane and a stationary Earth with the lights moving, not necessarily the surface that we're standing on moving. Stars, same thing. And the tides, again, pressure change. Don't need the Earth to move at all.
I'm like a new listener here, so thank you for doing all this.
You're
Our
welcome.
pleasure.
What's up, Nick?
Is the Earth really flat? Like, do you mean like flat as in like Obviously, there are hills and stuff, but it doesn't wrap around.
No, it's not. It doesn't wrap around into a ball.
Yeah, flat in the sense of orientation, not in the sense of topography.
Yeah, of course. Like nobody's saying
it's like a topographical motionless plane.
But then how do you explain like you can travel around it? Is what I don't get.
But you can travel in a circle over a flat surface.
Yeah, I mean, assuming of course that you have the same like continuous rotation around like the central point, but I'm saying like any which direction you take, they all go around. They all loop around.
It's a circle on both. Circumnavigation, circle around a ball, circle around over a flat surface.
I think you're misunderstanding. Like, if you do an infinite amount of routes, no matter how you paint it, you're gonna meet an edge if it's flat, right?
No one's doing that.
But in a globe, it would hold that any like circumference, any real direction would still yield like a full trip. It would
This is AT Cyclone. You're speaking to AT.
I thought.
Wait, who's this AT person?
Why are you sneaking about?
Sneaking about. This seems like.
Yeah, why are you pretending to be a new guy?
This seems like mischief. I'm just asking a question.
Well, consider this reply, right? So you just said what you said, right, Nick? So what? Therefore what?
Well, therefore, it can't be flat, obviously. So it's a baseless claim.
Well, you've been here for 9 months, so you already know it's not a globe, Nick. Why are you pretending?
Have I been here for 9 months? Man, I'm Nick. I'm here.
Yeah, you've been here
to learn.
since we started this room.
I'm here to learn, man.
Okay, well, Nick, the problem is that your logic sequence is non sequitur.
For it to be a globe.
How is it a non
logic
sequitur?
sequence, Nick, is non sequitur. It doesn't follow from the premise. You can't fly around a disk, but you can fly around the surface of a sphere. Therefore, the surface of the Earth is spherical. It doesn't follow.
9 months, and you're still on circumnavigation. You slow learner.
I mean, this AT person must be pretty sound, because if he's not swayed over to this like fallacious argumentation, I mean, at least he has critical thinking in order.
Yeah,
so I applaud him.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah, good space cartoon believer. Yeah, he's very obedient.
I mean, this room has been dying, and I think for a good reason, right?
Yeah, you never saw
This room's been dying. You see how he just
like.
exposed himself? This room's been dying, so he's been here before.
Thought you were new here, Nick.
I've been told.
New here.
I've been told, right? Allegedly.
A way to save yourself. Nice rescue.
Rescue.
Yeah, see, if you can't even be honest with yourself, how do you expect that you're going to be honest to us?
Wait, can you stop comparing me to this AT person? Like,
Nick, nice. Since you believe the Earth is a ball, you have a dilemma. It's in the open chat.
Let me see the dilemma. Oh, this is too long. Do you really got to read all this?
I'll read it for you. The first argument is the following. It's the first horn on the two horns of your dilemma. If the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, then the horizon isn't the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball. The horizon is only an optical phenomenon, therefore the horizon is not the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball. This is the second horn. If the horizon is the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball, then we can only see to the horizon. We don't only see to the horizon, we see beyond the horizon. Therefore the horizon is not the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball. The first rule of inference to the first argument is modus ponens. The rule of inference for the second argument is modus tollens. You can read more about it in the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's wrong, right? The second horn is incorrect. So therefore, the whole statement is null.
Okay, you have to say an argument to justify that critique.
No, it's not. It's invalid. So I don't have to justify its invalidness. It's invalid.
You have to justify your critique. That's exactly what you have to do.
Okay, I mean, I can justify my critique, but I think it's pretty apparent why, right?
Okay, that's not an argument. Waiting for you to say an argument to justify saying that the second argument is false.
I'm aware. This is separate to that. I'm saying I would hope it's apparent, but now here's my critique. So my critique is this. Since there is no real description of what vision is, and when you invoke the term see, right, you're talking about seeing. Is this with tools? Is this with your eyesight? Does refraction come into play? Are there outliers to vision that can interfere? What if you take your hand in front of your eyes? I mean, all of this isn't covered, right? And so when this lackluster sort of second horn is trying to be shoehorned into this two-step argument, I just have to say it's null. It's null. It's a non-argument.
Okay, so
It's
specifically
trash.
identify the error again.
It's trash. Oh my god. No.
They identify the
I won't
error
repeat
again.
myself.
So you didn't actually say an error. You just multiplied questions as to what, at best, what SEE in the argument means. But you didn't actually expose the error in the argument. At best, you're just saying that there's an ambiguity here. When it's not ambiguous, you just don't know what I
No,
mean
I did.
by the
It
word
should be
"see" in the
apparent
proposition.
because you say we don't only see, right? So here you collectively establish a we and you collectively establish a see, right? So there's some form of like collective vision being established here. And you also make it a positive claim that we don't, right? So in this, you establish the collective mass don't observe this, right? And therefore you say, well, then it can't be. But you haven't established this. So therefore it's null. It's so
What do you mean
apparent.
established what?
Are you talking about like mere eyesight? Are you talking about with optical enhancements? Are
Either
you
way, aided or unaided eye.
Okay, so you've seen past the horizon with your naked eye. Or the collective mass see past the horizon with their naked eye.
No.
Oh, so you are incorrect. Thank you.
Right, that's not my error, right? You're insinuating that I said
You said
that
with
we
the
see
naked eye.
past the.
I just
You're,
asked you. The whole room heard you say that. Wait, I mean, I'm just Nick. I'm just new here, but it sounds like you're spurging out a little bit, homie.
You're insinuating.
Why are you spurging out?
You're insinuating.
Wait, say
Right,
insinuating one more time.
Stop
please.
talking to me. Yeah, stop talking.
Just say it one more time. I want to hear one more
Stop talking
time.
to me.
Insinuating?
Right,
Come on.
so you're stop it talking to me. Yeah. So you're insinuating that I did say that we can see past the horizon, beyond the horizon, with the naked eye, when I didn't, right? Either with the aided eye or not, we don't see past the horizon with the naked eye, but we do see beyond the horizon with the aided eye, right? We don't see past the horizon, beyond the horizon, with the unaided eye. We do see beyond the horizon with the aided eye. So the first part, right? We don't see only to the horizon with both aided and unaided eye. We do see beyond the horizon with the aided eye, not the unaided eye. Therefore, the horizon is not the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball. So your misinterpretation is just refuted.
I muted him. He bounced.
Yep. Same antics every day. Same garbage every day. Not even like a pretense of improvement. It's just like not even an iota of improvement at all. So anyways, anyone else? Given the dilemma has already just been said less than 5 minutes ago, who else wants to tell us how they know the Earth is a ball? Would someone mind unmuting Mark so I can refute him on his ad hoc appeal to refraction?
I posted a picture in chat that proves the globe Earth.
So you're just going to whistle past the dilemma?
I didn't whistle past the dilemma. Refraction, if it exists at all, you can debate whether it exists. Refraction exists at all, and it can bend the light even a millimeter beyond the apparent horizon or the geometric horizon. Your dilemma is false.
So we're not debating the existence of refraction. No one's denying the existence of refraction. The fact that refraction happens.
Awesome.
So we don't have to keep quibbling about that point because I already talked to you about this point before. And secondly, you don't have two medians for the refraction to occur. The density gradient of the atmosphere is vertical and not horizontal. And so light was going to refract to the less dense medium. So it's going to refract upward. And so you wouldn't even be able to see the observation that you're trying to explain away with that ad hoc. So there's that.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
It furthermore implies that the refraction is making the curved surface appear flat, which is ridiculous. Can't verify that. It's also implying that the horizon will be extended away from us, especially by orders of magnitude, but is also unverifiable, and also implies that the object that is completely behind a much larger object when on the surface thereof is going to appear on the top thereof, and there's no demonstration of that either. So it implies falsehood, and it's
Let me
self-defeating
know
in
when you're done.
ways. Yeah, you'll know when I'm done when you hear me stop talking.
Yeah, you're kind of going on here. I get the point.
Yeah, you're an adult. You should know how to detect when someone's finally done saying the
bringing
entirety of
up
their
all kinds
reply.
of arguments
If
that
you
are
don't
not
have the
related to
discernment
the
to detect
dilemma.
whether someone is done with their reply or not, then you might as well not engage. You don't
You're
have the
just rabbit
acumen to
trailing.
engage in this forum.
You're gish galloping and rabbit trailing because this has nothing to do with your
I'm
dilemma.
talking about one point, so I'm not gish galloping. You don't know what that is.
You are, because this is not germane
But
to
I'm
your,
obviously not.
your
Since we're only talking
dilemma.
about the one single point.
No, it's not. I can
Yeah,
explain
I'm talking
why.
about your retort appealing to the ad hoc appeal of refraction. Yeah, I'm talking about that, not 1,000 other different things.
Okay, good. Sounds like you're done. All right, good. Now, you brought up a lot of things that had nothing to do with your dilemma, which is making water appear flat or having the horizon appear beyond things which didn't appear behind. That's a different
You said they're
topic.
not relevant to the dilemma when I guess you'd be right because they were relevant to your ad hoc retort to account. Right. So acknowledge that. Acknowledge my reply was to your
dilemma.
retort.
Your dilemma, no, because
Say
this is
say yes.
You're burdening.
Say yes, Gregory. Your reply was directed to my retort.
All right, I wasn't done here, Gregory. You accused me of interrupting
Mark,
you. So
acknowledge. Say in the microphone out loud that my rebuttal was to your retort. Appeal to refraction. Acknowledge it.
My retort was about your dilemma, not about anything else.
Okay? My retort was to your appeal to refraction. Acknowledge it.
I didn't make any of those claims about refraction in this conversation. You're putting all kinds of
acknowledge
things
that
in there I
my
didn't say.
retort was about your appeal
Acknowledge
to
that I didn't say
refraction.
any of those things. I didn't say any of
Why are
those
you not
things.
acknowledging that explicitly in the microphone? Acknowledge
Because I
that
didn't say any
I
of those things.
made
I
the
didn't make
retort
claims for
to your appeal
refraction.
to refraction. Acknowledge
I'm
it.
talking about your dilemma
So you're being patently dishonest again. You won't even acknowledge that my retort was to your appeal to refraction.
Keep interrupting him, dude.
It's devastating blow to your dilemma. Okay, so let's
Yeah,
talk about
you're
your dilemma,
continuing
right?
to obfuscate the fact that my retort was to your appeal to refraction.
No one
Acknowledge it.
talks like this, dude. No one talks like this, Gregory. You sound stupid, dude. No one talks.
No one
like
cares
that,
about your cavils. So let's try this again. Acknowledge that my retort was to your appeal to refraction. Acknowledge it.
Okay. So I'm just gonna say that refraction exists, right? I'm not gonna put any other burden on it besides
Say,
that.
I'm not engaging you any
stuff.
longer. You're dishonest.
Okay. No, obviously
You just want to
I didn't
clearly
make any
acknowledge
other
that my
claims.
retort was to your appeal to refraction. It wasn't an addition to my initial dilemma that I'm showing you as you make this ad hoc appeal to refraction. You just won't acknowledge that my retort was to you concerning your appeal to refraction. You won't even acknowledge that. You're just dishonest.
You made exactly one. You made one out of all the points you said. You made exactly one counter argument to me, which was talking about the gradient. That was a legitimate response. All the other crap you said was just red herrings thrown in there to just distract people from what was actually being argued. Okay, that's exactly one.
Yeah. So once again, you're not acknowledging that the multiple points that I mentioned are the implications of your appeal to refraction. But you're not going to acknowledge that because you're dishonest, because you're a scientism sycophant. All those points that I mentioned are the implications of your appeal to refraction. Acknowledge it.
My implications are strictly about your dilemma, which is in big trouble right now.
My retort to you about your appeal to refraction is the implications of your appeal to refraction. It's a reductio ad absurdum argumentum.
He's distracting me away from the argument because he knows his dilemma.
No, I'm not distracting you away from the argument. I'm talking about your retort. My rebuttal to your retort where you appeal to refraction is directly relevant to your retort with your appeal to refraction.
Let's talk about your dilemma, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to let you try to dominate the conversation. I'm not going to let you try to dominate the VC as you try to talk over every answer said to you. So I'm giving your medicine back to you. I'm being very stringent with you. Yes, I am.
Talk about it. You talked about you wanted to challenge the dilemma. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I'm talking about it now. So after I said the dilemma, you then replied with the appeal to refraction. Then I refuted your appeal to refraction, exposing that it's an ad hoc retort. Your appeal to refraction implies that you wouldn't be able to see it because it refracts to the less dense medium. So, Beyond that, it implies that refraction can make curved surfaces appear flat. That's ridiculous. It also implies, by necessity, that the horizon is to extend away from us by orders of magnitude. That's also ridiculous without any verification. And it lastly implies that the object that is completely obscured by the much larger object, when it's on the surface thereof, is going to appear on the top thereof, and you have no verifications for that. That's another false implication. That which implies falsehood is false. Your implications are false as you appeal to the ad hoc retort to refraction. You are done.
Okay, the last three things you said are completely irrelevant to this discussion. The first
They're
thing you said
directly
is
relevant to the
relevant.
discussion, to the implications of your appeal to refraction. Not going to let you start with that. No.
Yeah, I'm not making those claims. So you can talk to
I don't
somebody else
care that you're not
that makes
saying the
those claims.
implications of your appeal. Those are the implications of your appeal,
No, that's
which are
not
false,
not
whether
the
you say them or
implications of
not.
appeal. I'm trying to make the case that if
Oh my
refraction
God, you're
exists,
pathetic, dude.
and if the refraction exists, which you admit it does, right? Atmospheric refraction exists, and if it can extend the apparent horizon by 1 millimeter, I'm not talking about orders of magnitude. I'm not talking about appearing flat. If it can extend it by 1 millimeter, your dilemma is false.
Doesn't follow at all. You have an object that is completely obscured by a much larger object, while that smaller object is on the surface thereof. Light is not going to curve around the surface of the Earth so that you can now see the object that's completely obscured behind water curve. Get over it. So every point that I said is not irrelevant. You can't just hand wave the arguments that I just said to you. Those are the false implications of your appeal to refraction.
I'm trying to scroll back to your dilemma, but it's been scrolled by the chat. Give me a minute. I'm going to read it
He's
again.
never going
to
to
make
talk
sure that
about
that's
his
in there.
dilemma. He's never going to talk about it. He's stuck on this one thing. He's never going to get off it.
Yeah, the dilemma.
Rob.
The dilemma doesn't carry the burden of seeing things you can't others see. It just carries the burden of seeing beyond the apparent horizon, which is all we need for the refraction, right? If refraction could push the apparent horizon back by a millimeter, that's all we need.
It's just a non sequitur retort. It does not at all account for the fact that we see beyond the horizon. You're trying to account for the fact that we see beyond the horizon because you want your magic light to bend around the curve, which it doesn't do, and you have no demonstration of it doing it. You don't have two mediums. You only have one. The density gradient is vertical, not horizontal. So then the light bends upward towards the less dense medium, necessarily implying that you wouldn't be able to see the very phenomena that you're trying to account for. So you wouldn't be seeing what we see if we lived on your ball. And if refraction is your appeal, then it necessarily implies the falsehood that refraction is going to make curved surfaces appear flat. That's stupid. That's false. And it implies that the horizon is going to extend away from us. That's false. That's stupid. And it's going to imply that the object that is completely obscured by the much larger object while sitting on the surface thereof is going to appear on the top thereof. That's stupid, that's false, and doesn't have any verification. Your appeal is ad hoc and implies falsehood.
Okay, again, you keep going on. Your first point is the only one that directly addresses my assertion, right?
So you're just recycling the debate.
Yeah, well, you keep recycling your stupid points, which had no bearing on the argument.
Yeah,
right?
you keep saying a reply that's not ideologically relevant, and you just keep saying a reply that hand waves the reply. You haven't any sound argument that refutes anything that I said to you at all.
Well, no, I'm gonna go to the first argument, which is the only legitimate thing you said, right? Which is
everything I said is legitimate.
Well, in terms of this, germane to this argument, germane to your dilemma, right? We're not talking about
germane to the argument also. Yeah, legitimate and germane to the argument, relevant, logically relevant to the argument. Everything I said.
No, everything you said was not logically relevant, Gregory. Right?
It was. You don't have any good reason to say that it wasn't.
The only thing you said was that you made the claim that the pressure gradient would only curve things away from the surface of the Earth. That is.
How about you quote me better than that?
Well, you said many things. I'm trying to go back to the very first argument, right?
Yes, you obviously don't have the acumen to remember the words that have been said to you. So that was a terrible rendition of what I actually said to you.
You do ramble a lot. If you re-render it, I'll try and steal man it. Sure, go ahead.
If you don't have the acumen to remember a simple paragraph, then I can't help you.
It was more than a simple paragraph, dude. You made 4 arguments there. I'm trying to go back to the very first out of 4 arguments.
It's not 4 arguments. It's 4 different false implications, 4 different implications that render your argument null and void, implying that you wouldn't be able to see the phenomenon, even though we do see the phenomenon, and that the curved surfaces would appear flat, and that the horizon extending away from us, and that objects completely obstructed appear on the top thereof. No.
Okay, refraction doesn't have to do all those things to disprove your dilemma, right? It only has to extend the horizon however minuscule amount, right? Could be a millimeter, right? And then your dilemma's done.
Yeah, it's not
right?
doing that, right? It's not
Okay,
doing
let's
that.
talk about.
Right?
Let's
You
talk
don't have
about
any
like.
justification to believe that refraction is going
Okay,
to extend the horizon to make it seem that it's several miles further than where it really is.
where does your dilemma talk about miles? I'm sorry, where's that in your dilemma?
So how about you misinterpret the argument again? Your appeal to
No,
refraction implies that the
would you like?
horizon would be
I'm responding to the argument.
further away
Like
than
to
it is.
refine
It's
the
not just
argument?
moving a millimeter away. It is several miles away. Like with the swan, the horizon should be in front of the oil rigs. They should be completely obscured or almost completely obscured, but the horizon is behind them. So that necessarily implies that the horizon is several miles further away than what would be possible on your ball with a radius of 3959 miles.
Where's the black swan referenced in your dilemma?
How about you obfuscate? Right, your appeal to refraction necessarily implies that the horizon would be several miles further than it would be.
I'm only responding to your dilemma the way it's written, Gregory. I cannot respond to
Right,
things
so
that
way
aren't
to obfuscate the issue again, right? You're not acknowledging and engaging the retort. You're not acknowledging and engaging the critique that I'm saying to you. Your appeal to refraction implies that the horizon, among other false implications, would be extending away from you by several miles.
Okay, so you don't think your dilemma is properly worded? It doesn't encompass all these things.
Right. So try to obfuscate the issue again. That
Right.
dilemma is addressing the first instance when the sphere is mentioned. That's your dilemma. And then your retort to it is your ad hoc appeal to refraction. So the last thing that I was just explaining to you was refuting the false implication of your ad hoc appeal to refraction. I'll say again, since it's honest.
Do you understand what a dilemma is?
Auto amnesiac. My last reply is to your retort with your ad hoc appeal to refraction. That's why I'm saying that.
Right. The way dilemmas are written, it's a logical exclusion, right? That something that you say is not available, and something unless it's proven otherwise. So the way your dilemma was written, okay, is that you cannot see beyond the horizon, right? And that's all that's in there. It's not you can't see 5 miles beyond the horizon.
Thank you for another truism as you dodge the critique.
Oh, thank you.
We don't need to hear you explain the truism. We don't need to hear you explain the truism again.
I'm repeating my understanding of your argument.
That the argument in the dilemma doesn't mention miles. We don't need to hear that again. We don't need to hear that again, right? When I tell you that your appeal to refraction implies the horizon would be extending away from us by several miles, then acknowledge that's the refutation to your ad hoc appeal to refraction to attempt to refute the dilemma.
The dilemma is only a dilemma if you start bringing evidence, like evidential stuff like the black swan. It's not a dilemma anymore. It's not a logical statement, right?
Yes, it is. It's demonstrative of the second premise in the second horn and the second premise in the first horn, that the horizon is only an optical phenomenon, the first horn, and that we see beyond the horizon that it's not the summit of a water curve wrapped around a ball, the second horn. So yes, it is empirical corroboration of both arguments being logically sound.
Oh, you can have it be empirical if you don't rely on empirical stuff to justify it. You could say this is evidence, but as soon as I say that refraction allows you to see beyond the horizon at all, your dilemma is done. It's just the way it's written.
No, it's not done. I've already refuted your ad hoc appeal to refraction.
You can try and pretend the syllogism says something it doesn't say, but that's what it says.
Right, I've already refuted your ad hoc appeal to refraction. Engage that reply I just said.
You've not refuted the ad hoc appeal to refraction.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have.
Because
I'm going to say it again. So this is the refutation. So this is the refutation to your ad hoc appeal to refraction. This is the refutation. Stop talking. I'm going to say the refutation to your ad hoc appeal to refraction again. I'm going to say it again. So here it is. You don't have two mediums. So refraction is not happening. The density gradient is vertical. Becoming more dense, becoming less dense. Stop talking to the refutation. Stop talking to the refutation. Stop talking to the refutation. You said that the ad hoc appeal to refraction is fine. I'm refuting it now. Stop talking to the refutation. So again, your ad hoc appeal to refraction necessarily implies that you would not even be able to see the phenomenon because the light would be refracting upwards away from the earth and not to your eye. It's not curving around the ball. You don't have your magic bendy curvy light for it to curve around the curve to your eye. Furthermore, if you appeal to refraction, then you're trying to say that even though it looks flat, that the surface of the waters appears flat, it's really curved. That's another stupid implication where refraction does not make curved surfaces appear flat. It also implies that even though the horizon seems to be much further away than it would be on my radius with 3959 miles, it's really much closer away. So necessarily implying that the horizon is extending away from us. And lastly, that I know the object is completely obscured behind water curve, but it appears to be on the top just because the light is so determined to bend around the curve so that we can finally see it. Implying the falsehood that refraction is going to make an object completely obscured by a much larger object, especially when it's on the surface thereof, to appear on the top thereof. All false implications that make your ad hoc appeal evident to be ad hoc.
Okay, sounds like you're done. Good. All right, let's talk about your misunderstanding of what refraction is and what it means, right? So refraction does not need multiple mediums, right? It can go through one medium, or you can consider it multiple mediums if there's different layers of density, right? And it is different layers of air have different densities over water, especially over water, right? And what light can bend up, it can bend down. It depends on the temperature gradient, right? So that's let's just start there. I'll give that as an argument. So light can bend up, light can bend down. Now, if you want to talk about how much it bends and whether it bends enough to see like the black swan thing, that's another topic, right? But it bends, therefore renders your syllogism, your dilemma, so-called dilemma, as a false dilemma.
Yeah,
That's
false. It's bending up away from your eye or bending down to the surface of the earth and not bending toward your eye so that you can see the phenomenon, necessarily implying you couldn't see the phenomenon that you're trying to account for with the ad hoc unjustifiable appeal to refraction. So no, again.
I'm not accounting for any phenomena with this.
Exactly. You're failing to account for why the horizon is further away than it would be if your ball had a radius of 3959 miles.
When the air is cooler over water, right? In other words, the water temperature is warmer than the ambient air temperature, the light will bend downwards. That's just the way it works.
Away from your eye, not toward your eye, so you couldn't see it, so you couldn't see the phenomena that you're trying to account for with the ad hoc appeal to refraction. Not to the eye. It would bend away from the earth or toward the surface of the earth, not toward your eye. It's not trying to curve in a parallel fashion with the earth's surface. It's not. Let it go.
Oh, light doesn't curve. It's a refraction. It's a refractive gradient.
Exactly,
so
an angle of incidence that would be away from the earth, not toward your eye, or down to the surface of the earth, not toward your eye, so you wouldn't see it, so you couldn't see the phenomenon you're trying to account with the ad hoc appeal to refraction.
No, you absolutely do. You do see refraction towards the surface of the earth. Why wouldn't you see that?
Right, way to miss the point. It implies that you wouldn't be able to see the phenomenon that you're trying to account for, but you do see it. So your appeal to refraction implies that the falsehood that you wouldn't see it.
Refraction can bend light towards the surface of the earth over distance. True or false?
Way to keep repeating things rather than acknowledging the conclusion. Your appeal to refraction has been thoroughly refuted on 4 distinct points. It implies that the angle of incidence would bend the light away from the earth or toward the surface of the earth, not towards your eye. The light is not curving in a parallel fashion to your eye.
Parallel fashion to your eye. I don't understand that statement, but
right, it's not curving with the earth. It's not curving along the surface of the earth. It's not trying to make a curving trajectory along the earth surface, above the earth's surface to your eye. Light isn't doing that.
Light can bend over distance towards the earth. Is that true or false?
Towards the earth, not to your eye, so you wouldn't see it.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. The angle of incidence is not trying to get around the curve. It's not trying to curve around the earth to your eye. If it's bending at an angle of incidence, it's going to bend away from the earth or towards the earth's surface and not to your eye. So you wouldn't see it, but you do see it. So that implies the falsehood that you wouldn't see it, even though you do see it.
Okay. So we see a photon bouncing off something on the horizon that should not be visible, let's say on a globe Earth, right? Or should not be visible on a globe Earth, even if it's just a foot beyond the geometric horizon, right? Okay, photon bounces over that. It travels in the direction of your iris, right? Right?
My mother was calling me. Hang on. I would not be answering this.
All right. I'll wait. I won't say anything while Gregory's off.
Wow, things are getting heated, huh? So I wonder what's going to settle this once and forever. Does anyone have any suggestion?
I hope Gregory's mother's okay.
Oh,
Okay.
sure.
Besides the interruption. So we're still going in circles with you?
That was your mother? I assume she's okay, right? We're okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. All
Thank
right,
you.
let's get back to arguing about refraction. All right, so refraction bends towards the more dense medium, right? Okay. And if the situation in the air is such that the light is traveling across different mediums, different densities of air, it can refract. Not necessarily bending. It can sometimes bend along the curve of the Earth, but it would be bending in different. It would be like a cue ball, right? It'd be different angles, right? It doesn't actually curve. It ricochets off the angles, which is why we see wavy lines. We don't see a perfect image, we're through a telephoto lens or something, right? So it can do that, right? And under special circumstances, you can see all kinds of crazy stuff, and people have seen those mirages and all those sort of thing, right?
So again, whether you want to say it bends toward the Earth or not, the angle is not following the curve of the Earth. So it's going to go to the Earth and not to your eye, and therefore you would not see it, but you do see it. So the implication of your appeal to refraction implies the falsehood that you wouldn't see it, even though we do see it.
Sure, some of the light can bounce off something. Let's say light photons come down from the sun in an object, right? Some photons will go into, let's say it's on the water, because we talk a lot about those. Some photons will go into the water, some will go back up into the atmosphere, some will bounce at all kinds of different angles, right? It's diffused, right? Some of those photons will travel through the air and get bent by refraction towards your iris. And some of those photons that shouldn't be hitting your iris under
It's
other
completely
circumstances.
obscured behind Earth curve. It's completely obscured behind water curve. No, they wouldn't.
I wasn't done. I wasn't done. So some of the photons that would otherwise not hit your iris get bent by refraction in to meet your iris. Okay, but you'd have to deny refraction then.
No, I don't have to deny refraction. It's completely obscured behind Earth curve, water curve. So it's really under the summit of the water curve. So it's not curving around the water curve. No, light does not do that through the atmosphere, especially on a clear day. No.
All right, so the clear day has nothing to do with it. It's about the temperature gradient, right?
Especially on a clear day has everything to do with it. The visibility of the day.
It has nothing to do with refraction. It's more of a temperature gradient, right?
Has everything to do with seeing. We're trying to see the light refract. We're trying to see things.
Right. Yeah, that doesn't affect the refraction gradient, right?
So way to reply to something that wasn't said to you. Stop doing that. Stop that.
All right. So refraction exists, and your claim is that it can't account for the light that we see beyond the horizon.
Refraction is not going to make the light bend around the Earth curve. It won't do it. It is behind Earth curve. It's obscure behind her. So no, the light is not trying to bend around the curve.
Okay, first of all, stop saying bend because that's not what refraction does, right? It doesn't bend
Excuse
the
me, it's
light.
not trying to curve around the curve. It's a more apropos word. You're right.
It doesn't.
I'm being called again.
Refraction doesn't curve, right? It's an angle of incidence, which you know because you said it, right? It's an angle of. It's a refraction. It's like a
You
angle
cannot
of
hear
incidence
you.
equals
You
angle
just said
of.
bro, his
So
mom just
yes,
called
yes.
again. Just wait.
So it doesn't curve. It's multiple angles of incidence happening when it hits different layers of density, right? Changes the angle of the photon, right? And this can curve light that otherwise would be in the sky, let's say above you, into hitting your iris. Allowing you to see the.
You got another phone call, Mark.
Oh,
Mark.
sorry, I don't want to argue without. That's fine. That's fine. I don't want to argue without him here.
Thank you, Cesar. Thank
I'll
you
wait.
for that.
Yeah.
I'm back now. So the
Okay,
light is
good.
not trying to curve around the Earth curve.
No,
It's not trying to do it.
trying to
It's
curve.
either going to crash
It's
into
not-
the Earth or extend away into away from the Earth. It's not trying to curve around the Earth curve.
It is changing at angles of incidence, right? It doesn't actually curve. That's the thing, right? And you know this. I know you know this. That's not what refraction says it does, right? Multiple angles. So it bounces off each layer. That's a different density, right? And a photon that would otherwise, let's say you're sitting on the beach, a photon that would otherwise go over your head comes into your iris. Not difficult.
Yeah. So it's not going to your eye, Mark. Let it go.
I said goes into your iris. I
It
assume that means
won't do
pupil,
it.
Pupil,
It
retina.
won't.
I can say all that.
No, it won't.
You just say it won't. Can you provide evidence? Because I can provide.
Can you
studies that
provide
show-
that light does this?
Oh yeah.
Can you provide that things that are completely obscured behind a much larger object while being on the surface thereof is going to appear to be on the top thereof because of refraction? Can you do that? Can you prove that refraction is going to extend the horizon from us? Can you do that? Prove that refraction is going to make curved surfaces appear flat. Can you do that?
Yeah, actually, I can. So hold on. What you're actually referring to, the generic case is atmospheric refraction. What you're appealing to here is that curved surfaces appearing flat is something called atmospheric ducting. That's a special case of refraction. And actually, I can. I'll post it in the chat in a minute. I'll pause our conversation and go dig up the link. But I'm going to post it in the chat.
Does anyone know what else? Does anyone else know what he just referred to?
Go look at just Wikipedia article on atmospheric ducting. It's exactly what you're talking about.
Does anyone else know? Someone.
No. Is that a new claim?
So supposedly the so-called atmospheric ducting is going to make curved surfaces appear flat.
It's a
Is that his new
case of
claim?
refraction. It's a special case of refraction.
Okay.
That's
Can
it.
you demonstrate this occurring?
Yeah, hold on. I'm digging up the link. Give me a minute.
What is it? What's this atmospheric ducting I'm hearing about?
Never heard of it.
Another one. Is it just light bends in a certain way?
From atmospheric refraction?
It's a special case of atmospheric refraction that describes exactly what you guys are talking about.
Ah, so it's
We aren't talking about anything.
So it's globe cope then, is that?
That Gregory was talking about, not we, Gregory.
No, I didn't mention atmospheric ducting either.
No, I said it's a description of what you were describing without using those words. And you asked me for evidence, and I said, okay, well, what you're asking for is essentially proof of atmospheric ducting, which is a specific.
No, I asked you for a demonstration of the thing that you're claiming.
Yes, and I said what I'm claiming essentially is what Gregory was trying to get me to claim or defend was that things that would appear that the globe Earth would appear flat using refraction.
Now earlier he said,
"Isn't that what you need?" Isn't not claiming atmospheric ducting now?
Yeah. See, Earlier, he
Can you
said
guys not understand
the
English? I
points
said
that I
atmospheric
mentioned
conducting is a
earlier. He said
specific case of
the points
refraction.
that I earlier he said that the points that I was saying just now, those false implications, are just irrelevant. That was he said several times. Now
They were
he's said
relevant to your,
they
your dilemma's dead, dude. Your
the curved
dilemma's
surface
completely
appearing flat.
dead.
That's now an instance of atmospheric ducting. So he just changed his retort.
No, your dilemma's dead. I gave up on that.
Right, so now he's changed his retort. He went from that's just irrelevant and just stupid and hand wave to that's an instance of atmospheric ducting, Gregory. Hasn't demonstrated anything. Hasn't demonstrated to us that refraction is going to make curved surfaces appear flat. So,
well, I think what he's trying to do surfaces that already appear flat are going to appear flatter. Maybe that's what he's
in
demonstrating.
telecommunications, an atmospheric duct is a horizontal layer in the lower atmosphere in which the vertical refractive index gradients are such that radio signals and light rays are guided or ducted to tend to follow the curvature of the Earth and experience less attenuation in the ducts than they would if the ducts were not present.
What?
Is it hard if I burn stuff in here?
Yes, fine.
This is at best trying to prove that light is going to follow the curvature of the Earth in a curved pattern. It doesn't say anything about making the surface appear flat. I mean, making the curved surface appear flat.
I think that's exactly what it's saying.
Baseless assertion. We need a demonstration, Mark, not a baseless assertion.
Yeah, I was providing firstly a definition of what I'm talking about, right? Because you guys didn't know what it was. So that's step one. Give me a minute.
Cap it off with some sort of affirming the consequent. Radio signals reach, or atmospheric ducting does exist. Is that going to be what's going to happen?
So just to clarify, atmospheric duct, him appealing to atmospheric duct, he's appealing to atmospheric duct, a horizontal layer in which the lower atmosphere, in which the vertical refractive index gradients are such that radio signals and light rays are guided or ducted, tend to follow the curvature of the Earth. So this isn't concerning, like I just said, the false implication that this appeal to refraction implies that the curved surface would appear flat. This concerns another false implication where the light is trying to curve around the surface of the Earth.
If light curves around the surface of the Earth, you'd see the Earth as being flat. Is that not obvious?
No, it's not obvious, right? We don't see an illusion of flatness.
Sorry about that.
We see what is really a horizontal surface.
Yeah, but if ducting was happening, how could you tell the difference?
Right, so the way to digress to the hypothetical, not the observation.
The observation is a flat surface, right? So how could you tell the difference between ducting and a flat surface?
Yeah, so that's the base axiom and self-evident claim.
So it's going to make the flat surface appear flat because your appeal to atmospheric ducting is trying to account for why the curved surface appears flat. Now you're asking me, well, how would it affect the flat surface? Is it going to make the flat surface appear flat?
Okay. So I posted
What's your point?
I posted a detailed study in the South China Sea of atmospheric ducting under different atmospheric conditions and when it happens and when it doesn't happen. Read that. Get back to me because that's exactly what you're
What does it have to do with accounting for the curved surface supposedly appearing flat rather than the apparent flat surface really appearing flat?
Because it follows atmospheric patterns. Atmospheric patterns show you that sometimes the curve affects radio signals and therefore light waves. Sometimes it doesn't. And it does only under
so just
very
presuppose.
And
presuppose that you're on a ball where this is happening.
No, it's not presupposing anything. It's measuring the
Yeah,
atmosphere
it is.
conditions.
Yeah, you didn't
It's measuring
find the
atmosphere.
ball. Hello? You didn't find the ball in order to know that the light is doing that over a ball.
You have to explain. You have to explain why atmospheric conditions. Sometimes we're on a globe. Sometimes we're on a flat plane.
So you're
Sometimes it's a
affirming
globe
the
again.
consequent, not repeat the
No,
thing that I'm
not
refuting.
affirming the consequence. No,
Not
you would read the. If you read the paper,
not
you'd understand that's not what's being done there.
not
Right?
repeat the thing that I'm refuting. So you're going to appeal to atmospheric ducting as the account for why curved surfaces appear flat, even though you never have measured nor seen the curve.
Oh, the curve's been measured tons of times. We talked about this.
You haven't done it once. You haven't shown anything to measure Earth curve.
Right. We could rabbit trail onto that if you want, but you could read the paper, right? So you have to
Rabbit trail. It's the same subject. You're in a spheroidal geodesy dilemma. We're still talking about your sphere.
Yeah. So if you want to talk about you know, the measurement of the Earth curve, we can do that. But we're talking about refraction here, right? And I just provided a paper which they measure refraction and the differential refraction due to atmospheric conditions, right? So sometimes radio signals obey the globe model, right? They can only proceed to the horizon of the globe, and
Which has
sometimes they
nothing
don't.
to do.
And they,
Which has not. Stop it. Stop it. Which
Wow,
has
you're being
nothing
really
to do
irrational here, Greg.
with the implication you're trying to account for. It has nothing to do. Nothing in here. Nothing in the Wikipedia article. Nothing in this article has anything to do with making a curved surface appear flat by means of refraction. At best, you're trying to talk about light curving around the ball. That's what it's at best relevant to. Has nothing to do with making curved surfaces appear flat.
Gregory, if the light curves along the surface, right? That's what you'd see. You'd see that the thing would appear flat. I don't know what you're arguing here.
You have never seen that.
Oh yeah, we've seen.
You've never seen that.
Yeah.
You've never seen light curve. You've never seen light from anything in the world curve around a ball so that it appears to be flat.
First of all, the black swan shows that. Second of all, the study I just showed you, it demonstrates and correlates it with atmospheric phenomena that could be observed.
Oh, that's your a priori reinterpretation of the black swan.
No, it's not. Yeah,
exactly what it is.
Right.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Justified under parsimony, but I can get to that.
Hold on a minute. We're going to have to stop this going in circles ad hoc explanation nonsense, Mark. Do you have a claim, or are you going to, go ahead and make a demonstration for what you're claiming instead of just explaining it ad hoc?
I posted a scientific paper.
No, you didn't demonstrate it. You posted something. You posted a source. You posted a reference. I need you to demonstrate or at least explain what it is that you're talking about so we can observe this in reality. And I'm also going to have you, of course, give me where we got the radius of the sphere so we can verify that, and then we can have this ad hoc explanation fit that.
Okay, we're talking about refraction. I posted.
No, we're not.
I can post.
We're talking about atmospheric ducting, and that is in reference to the curvature of the Earth, which I need you to go ahead and give us the measurements for that we can verify.
Right.
Right.
You can look up Landsat 8 and Landsat 9 all day long.
No, you can look it up, and you can cite it, and you can give us what we can verify. This is your claim.
How about GPS? Would you like to use GPS?
How about, okay, so is that falsifiable, Mark? No, it isn't. So,
oh yes, it absolutely.
Do you have something that we can falsify, Mark? Do you have anything that we can falsify?
GPS is absolutely falsifiable.
Are you and I going to jump on a rocket ship and cruise up to one of these satellites that you're hoping exists?
Oh,
no.
We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that at all, right?
We don't have to do that. We can just affirm the consequent. We can just already assume that they exist and then go from there.
No, because
so what are we going to do?
All right, would you?
What are we going to do?
For 2 seconds and let me finish.
What are we going to do? What are we going to do?
You're obviously, threatened by my assertion here.
Oh, I'm so threatened.
Yeah, well, you should be because this is embarrassing. the globe model, the globe geometry, right, which is supported by GPS. In other words, the latitude and longitude points, which you can correspond to any point via GPS. In other words, GPS will tell you exactly what your latitude and longitude is, right?
Yes, it's a reification. Do you have any globe measurements that we can verify, Mark?
Do you even know what reification is?
Yes, treating the abstract as concrete. So you can make a model and create it like concreteness. Yes,
Well, first of all, a model is not concrete. A model is a model. It's an abstract.
Obviously not. That's why we need the actual concrete first. So where's this concrete curvature in the beginning? Where's it at?
Right. I'm talking about if you do GPS,
I'm talking about you getting the actual concrete curvature from the beginning.
Sure. If you model, you talk about falsifying the globe.
No, not if you model concrete curvature from the beginning, Mark.
What do you mean from the beginning?
Where's it at? Where's it at? Where is it in physical reality so that we can go out and measure it? Show it to me.
It's under your feet, right? So if you
okay, and so we're going to measure this how? We're going to measure it how on the Earth, since that's where we're at.
Right. If you measure your latitude and longitude wherever you are, right, and you travel in any distance, both
flat plane, a Cartesian grid.
If you travel, however, in any distance.
Yeah, you ignored that part, Mark. The Cartesian grid on a flat plane, Mark.
I'm saying this is how you falsify it, right? You can.
The Cartesian grid.
Would you just shut up and let me?
So please keep repeating that until he addresses it, please.
No, I'm not saying. So I'm addressing it here.
So not the Cartesian grid. The Cartesian grid.
Because obviously you don't want to.
On a flat plane.
Right?
Mark,
you can do this experiment, and you can work under the hypothesis that it is a Cartesian plane. You work under the hypothesis.
We have an experiment. This is a naturally observed phenomena. Mark, you scattergunning and rumpusing. This is not going to work. We need the actual curvature in reality, Mark. Can you get that for us, please? Can you show us how we can measure the curvature in reality? Where's it at?
I'm going to tell you, right? So I
want you to tell me. I want you to show me.
I can explain to you how you can falsify the globe, right? Or excuse me.
No, I'm not asking. Is that what I asked for, Mark? Is that what I asked for? What did I ask for?
You asked for the curvature, which should also be supported.
Yeah, I want the physical curvature that we can measure on Earth in reality. I'm not asking for how you can falsify a globe. So I want you to show me how we measure the curvature of the Earth in reality.
Sure. You get your latitude and longitude, and you travel a sufficient distance to measure.
Latitude and longitude are not curvature, Mark.
So again, that self-defeating appeal to angular measurements to the celestial body is necessarily implying that the surface of the Earth is that horizontal surface and baseline.
Right. No, the distance traveled, right, would only be supported, especially if you go northwest or any not perpendicular direction, would only be supported by a globe model. In other words, you would not be able to travel.
Perpendicular to what?
So latitude, if you went across the globe in terms of a not
begging the question.
Depends on your globe model.
Begging the question. Now it depends on your globe model. Mark, you're flailing. This is pathetic. I want you to show me the curvature of the Earth in reality, please.
Okay. Depending on your flat plane, you can only move in one direction to have it be accurate. You cannot move in two directions.
Depending on what flat plane are you talking about now, Mark? Are you a flat earther?
Any flat plane you want to introduce would not be accurate compared to the globe model, right?
Now it wouldn't be accurate. You don't. Yeah. So now it's a straw man fallacy. You're straw manning us now, Mark. What flat plane are you talking about? What flat plane are you talking about?
It's a logical conclusion that any 3D surface cannot be mapped onto a flat plane.
Any 3D surface cannot be mapped on. So you're saying that there's no such thing as a flat map. The 3D surface, or even the globe that you, with the topology that you have, cannot be mapped on a flat surface. So no more flat maps. That's an absurdity.
There's no such thing as a flat
roof. So all the maps are inaccurate. So why are you bringing up latitude and longitude with me, Mark?
I'm bringing it up because if you map latitude and longitude onto a flat plane, it does not work out, right? You'll end up.
Okay, so we're going to use lat and long because there's no way we could actually, affirm this, right?
You could measure the distance that you travel.
You can measure the distance. Are distances calculated in curves or straight lines?
Distance is calculated based on your travel. Like if you get in your car, you can measure the distance you travel with your tires, right?
Yeah, cardinal directions, cardinal distances. Are those?
You can measure the distance, or if you're running, right? If you're outside.
Is an inch a curve or is an inch a straight line?
I'm sorry, what?
Is an inch a curve or is an inch a straight line?
An inch is a straight line. You can measure.
Okay, so every distance is a straight line. Thank you. So so far you've given me nothing but flat plane and no curvature in reality, and it's getting really old, Mark.
No, you're obviously purposefully missing my point because you don't want to understand it.
Yeah, I know. You're missing my point where I'm asking for curvature in reality that we can measure physically, and you're not doing that.
You can measure this.
Okay. So where's the drop over distance that I'm looking for? That 8 inches per mile squared that you guys love so much? Where is it?
You'll find it. If you drive far enough, you'll find that you travel further.
If you drive far enough in straight line distances, you'll find the curve.
What would appear to you as a straight line will actually be a curve over the globe. Yeah.
Okay. How would we determine that's curving? Should we be measuring that?
Yes. If you measure the distance between 2 points, it will not support a flat Earth model. Will support a globe.
What model is that? What model is that, Mark? What model is that?
Any flat plane will not be able to map onto that.
Any flat plane, but you said flat Earth model.
Any flat Earth plane.
Are you creating some straw man in your mind? Okay, which one? Which one are you actually debunking? Can you tell me?
Doesn't matter. Any of them.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter then.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter.
You could
So
rearrange.
your argument doesn't matter then.
Let me be clear about this. Because you're confused on this point. You can rearrange the globe into a flat Earth model, and it might work on either one of the two latitudes. You might be able to get one. You might get latitude or longitude to work out, but you can't get both. That's it.
Great. So you've created a straw man, and that's all we're talking about here today.
No, not created a straw man. I've created a logical problem for you to be able to map a 3D globe.
What is the logical problem? Because all I have is someone telling me that they won't give me any Earth curve in reality.
I gave you the curve. You drive along, you're going to experience a curve.
Where can I measure it, Mark?
That curve.
Where can I measure it, Mark? Mark, where can I measure it?
You can measure
Okay, so if I drive, give me an example. If I drive where, how will I find the curve?
You can. It depends on which way you're driving. But if you drive,
oh no, it depends. It depends on which way I'm driving. Are you crazy, man? So now it depends on the direction as to whether or not it will curve. I thought it was curving in every direction. Mark, you're being pathetic today, bro.
Now he's appealing to the topography of the Earth rather than appealing to the oceans, which would be the better appeal for his position.
Hold on. I misstated by saying the direction matters. It matters if you try to map it to a flat plane. It does not matter on a globe, right?
Show us the oceans wrapping around the ball, Mark.
Sure. Pull out Google Earth. It's all there.
Google Earth is a flat plane. Google Earth is a Cartesian grid. It's a flat plane.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, you can't rotate that ball around.
On Google Pro, you can do elevation profiles, and it's all flat and straight.
Really?
Yeah,
the
one for you.
See the
at
big ball.
56 after the hour, Africa. You can see its elevation isn't curved.
You can also see demarbling in the video that I've posted several times. So I'm going to post it again for you, showing that the laser over 10 miles is parallel with the surface of the waters, when it wouldn't be if you lived on a ball.
Yeah, more refraction. Nice.
So it can be measured. No, that's perfect.
Did you see what Radwin just posted?
That's perfect. So refraction, so that it can't be measured. Thank you, Mark. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, that self-defeating ad hoc appeal to refraction, what implies that you wouldn't be able to see the phenomenon because it's refracting away from your eyes and not towards your eyes, making the curved surface appear flat, which is a stupid implication, making the horizon extend away from us, which is a stupid implication, making the object appear on the top of the object, even though it's completely obscured by the much larger object and standing on the surface
thereof. The first thing that comes up is a globe Earth, and it was Africa, whatever.
As you talk through that entire answer.
Yeah,
again.
I've heard it before, Gregory. It made no sense.
I've heard you before, so I'm going to keep talking to you since I've heard you before, since that's a valid justification to keep talking to every answer that you don't like.
I say things different.
Stop talking. I've heard you before. I've heard you. Stop talking.
So there's the Google Earth. Would
You
you like
before,
to
stop
retort that
talking.
Google Earth as
Right?
a plan?
Every time I've already heard you before, so now it
I
justifies
can't see
me
North
to
America
interrupt
on
you.
that Google Earth. I must be missing North America there. I don't know where it is on that flat plane.
Yeah, so your self-defeating appeal to refraction, your self-defeating appeal to elevation angle measurements, which are involved in ascertaining Latin long, that necessarily imply that the surface above which you're getting the elevation angle up to the celestial bodies is a horizontal surface.
Yeah. So would you like to refute my assertion that you cannot map a globe curve, distance on a globe curve, down to a 2D surface, no matter what?
Bro,
You have to say an intelligible sentence.
Mark, it's a baseless assertion. I don't have to like retort anything.
Other than
You
just saying
understand what I'm
that it's just an assertion with no evidence.
It's just a baseless assertion. Why do I have to answer a baseless assertion?
Hold on. Let's say you believe in globe, right? And
Let's say
you're
you
a map
don't
maker.
actually have baseless assertions that you're just going to be throwing in here. Let's say that.
I'm trying to explain the problem, because the problem is well understood, and even by grade school children, right? Right? That 2D.
Dude, you don't have to throw out the underhanded slights. That's not necessary.
I didn't mean that as an underhanded thing, but
Well, then just shut the
talk about that.
Shh, dude. Just shut up. You don't have to add it. You don't have to add it. It's not necessary, and you don't have to do that either, right? So just prove your claim. Just prove your claim. Don't tell me about what we can't do. Don't tell me about the model that we can't do this on. Show me the Earth curve in reality. That's why we're here, and you have yet to do it.
I told you how to demonstrate it for yourself, but you refused to do that.
Yeah, you told me to drive, and then you totally bombed yourself and said it depends on which way you drive, which is silly. Come on, dude.
I said I misspoke, because that's with respect to if you map it onto a 2D surface, right? But on a 3D, on the
It's a nonsensical reply. That doesn't even make any sense at all.
It doesn't make any sense.
So if you look at maps, there's different they call them projections, right? There's different 3D projections of the globe onto 2D surfaces, right?
What globe that you're begging the question for? What globe?
No, I'm talking about the generic problem of mapping a 3D surface onto.
I'm talking about what globe, Mark?
The globe you're sitting on, or standing, or whatever you're on.
Yeah, don't beg the question. I want you to show me the curvature in reality that we can find. Is this how they did it? Did they do this back in the day when they decided the Earth was a globe? Did they get out a map and be like, oh, if I drove this way, and then if I had it reified this way, and then in the Latin longitude this way, by the way, it needs a flat plane, then I must be on a globe. Is that what they did, Mark, or did they try and measure Earth curve in reality? Which one did they do?
Oh, they measured Earth curve in reality, but I'm explaining to you.
How did they do that? How did they do that?
Appeal to any instance of that being demonstrated. You have yet to demonstrate that to us.
You don't want to do it yourself. You don't want to
You don't want to
demonstrate
do
it
it yourself, bro. Tell us.
Yeah, way to shift the burden of proof again. That's a fallacy. Stop doing it.
I explained how you could do it, and you could measure it yourself, but you're
Yeah,
denying
way
that.
to shift the burden of proof again. That's a fallacy. Stop doing it.
This is Mark's logic. If you drive this direction on this reification, then you'll find the Earth curve. That's your basically how I'm going to find Earth curve in reality. This is stupid, dude.
You have no idea.
By driving along the various
stop using that word.
Doesn't actually demonstrate that the general orientation of the surface of the Earth is a ball.
I'm saying
if I drive on this reification.
Nice. Yeah, you're just making yourself look dumb by using words you don't understand.
Yeah, some more self-defeating appeals to Latin long. So appeal to something else. You're more shifting the burden of proof. So appeal to something else.
Appealing to something you can demonstrate yourself, that you can observe, but you refuse to do it.
So again, shifting the burden of proof.
I've demonstrated how you could do it for yourself, but you refuse to do it.
You haven't demonstrated anything. You do the act of demonstrating. You.
Does this have drop over distance in it? How much drop over distance am I going to find when I drive, Mark? Mark, how much drop over distance am I going to find?
Well, the calculation's complicated. You guys simplify it to 8 inches per mile squared or whatever it is.
How much curvature am I going to find, Mark?
You're going to find that, approximately.
How am I going to measure it? How am I going to measure it?
Hold on. Depending on where you are in the world, right? But because
once again, it depends on where you are, which direction you drive. So it's not 8 inches per mile squared in every direction below my feet.
So the general orientation of the surface of the Earth is in a local area?
The Earth's oblique spheroid, right, which was proven.
You didn't appreciate that rhetorical question. The general orientation of the surface of the Earth, overall, is in a local area?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, way to defeat yourself with that appeal. It depends on where you are. If you're here, you're going to see the curvature. If you're here, you're not going to see the curvature. If the Earth is a ball, you're going to detect the curvature, especially over the oceans, over any point.
Equator, which was proven back in the 18.
Yeah, you had to talk to the entire reply. I'm going to say it again. If you're on a ball, as you talk to the entire reply still, as you talk to the entire reply.
Please, I don't want to have to mute anybody one at a time, please.
All right, I began speaking before him. So you're not getting it. You're only going to be in a particular spot to see the curvature. You can't go to any point of the surface of the Earth to detect and measure the general convexity of its surface.
Breathe, Vladdy.
Yes, you can measure some curvature from anywhere. It is slightly more curved at certain areas towards the equator.
Okay, so it doesn't matter where you are.
No, and it doesn't matter which direction you drive. I'll just say
curvature. You're not going to see curvature over here, but you will see curvature over here.
So how do I experience this drop over distance as I drive?
You drive. You will experience the drop over distance. You may not realize it, but you experience it.
How do I experience it? How would I be able to measure that in some kind of tangible way?
The number of miles you drive in your car, for example.
Wow. Is everybody here miles that you drive? 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, the sheer act of driving with a speedometer in your vehicle, as you calculate the distance you drove, is going to indicate that you traversed around the ball.
That's exactly right. Would you like me to
That's
explain
exactly
why?
right.
Wow. I
That's
learned
logically valid.
That distance cannot be accounted for on any flat plane.
The
You can't
distance?
measure a distance over a horizontal surface.
What flat plane? What flat plane are you talking about?
The flat plane in your head, I guess.
Let's try this again. Do you believe you can't measure a distance over a horizontal surface?
It will not match properly. The actual distance you drive will match the latitude and longitude on a globe.
There it is. See, the reification. The reification, right?
Yeah, reification. Funny. Again, you don't really understand that word.
Yeah, the Latin.
Okay, you sort me out then, Mark. Apparently, I don't know what reification means. Why don't you tell me what reification is?
A reification is treating something as concrete, which is abstract.
Oh, okay. So the map model and the thing that the Earth that you're traversing, the concrete thing, right? You go ahead and you make a map, and then you treat the abstract map like it's what you're driving over, right?
No.
No. Oh, no. Oh, so we're just going to treat the concrete as the concrete. We're not going to talk about the map. We're not going to talk about latitude and longitude lines. We're going to talk about curvature, drop over distance. Well, lat and longitude only work on a flat plane. So how do you get lat and longitude? Is that flat plane derived or is that curvature?
Latitude and longitude measure distances accurately on a globe. They do not measure distances if you.
Okay, that's an assertion. That's an assertion. So what I want you to do is I want you to show me how you would get that grid on a curve. What are those in relation to? Are they in relation to the celestials by chance?
They're in relation to the Earth, the sphere of the Earth. They're divided up based on the 360 degrees of a circular rotation.
Yeah. What's the reference?
The globe is the reference.
So the globe references the globe.
Yeah, it's a circular rotation, which we got 360 degrees, I believe, from the Mesopotamians, right? Mesopotamians had the idea of dividing up a circle into 360 degrees. There was this globe, therefore we map it on 360 degrees, right?
Yeah, 360 degrees, right?
Yeah.
So latitude has nothing to do with elevation angles to Polaris, then.
It's it may have originally, but it's arbitrary based on
the understanding
of the globe.
So you can show me how they got that Latin longitude angle from a globe, then, right?
Fallacy on that if you want, but that's the way.
I want you to go ahead and show me how you get elevation angles from a curve. No tangents. Nope, beg the question.
Elevation angles on a curve. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
from the curve. You get an angle from a curved surface that you live on. No tangents. No flat planes. How do you get that angle? Because you said it doesn't work on a flat plane, so you can't use a flat plane, right? It wouldn't work, right?
What wouldn't work? Sorry, just
You said Latin longitude and distances and all that stuff wouldn't work on a plane, so I know you're not using a plane to get these angles.
What I mean-
Show me how you get an angle to a curve.
Let me be more specific. When I say it doesn't work, it would not reflect your actual distance. Your distance on a flat plane would not match your actual driving
You
distance.
broke up. Say it again.
Sorry. What I mean when I say it wouldn't work is I mean it would not reflect the reality of what you drove. So if you drove and you had a latitude longitude on a flat plane, which you could have, right? You could put the
Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop. We're asking
But it
you,
would not measure
how do you get an angle of elevation from a curved surface? Show us.
Can't show you because you're not in the room with me, but you can establish it with. But why is that? Why does that have anything to do with my argument for the globe?
You hear him squirming.
No, I can do that, but it does involve a tangent, which is identical to the flat plane at the point at which
No
you enter.
tangent. No tangent. Because a flat plane won't work. A horizontal reference frame. A horizontal reference won't
Oh my
work.
God! Can't bring in
According to
geometry.
you, a horizontal reference won't work, says you. So show us how you're using a curved surface to ascertain an elevation angle. Go ahead, please.
I don't. You're saying all kinds of things which don't make sense, right?
Yeah, I asked you the globe references. Hold on a second. I asked you earlier.
Is a tangent.
Mark.
Yeah.
Mark, I asked you earlier. I said, so the globe references the globe, right?
No, it doesn't. No.
And you said yes.
The experiment I proposed to you. I'm arguing against two people here, so maybe I'm confused about who says what. But
You're saying the exact same thing, dude.
The experiment I proposed is a way of falsifying either the globe or any flat plane you want to throw at it.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do.
Not answering the question.
I'm going to drive a mile in my truck. I'm going to drive a mile.
Well,
now what?
Your mileage may not be enough. Your
If
car
you're
may not
going
be
a
accurate
mile
enough to
straight up,
you'd have to drive a little farther than that.
you'll have a greater chance of seeing the curvature of the Earth if you go a mile straight up. Provided it's a clear day
let's
and
try
there's
this
no
again.
buildings
I want
obscuring the horizon, you
to
should
begin
be
the
able to
following
see
way.
the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
So,
all right.
This is
Here we
how
go.
you get. Let's try again. Mark, your answer is this is how you get an angle of elevation up from a curve is the following way. Finish that sentence.
Why do you want to change the
How
topic?
curved surface is ellipsis. Finish the sentence.
Why is it germane to my other topic?
Because you're trying to get an elevation angle up from the curved surface of your ball to Polaris and the other stars to get your Latin long. So, the way you get an elevation angle up from a curved surface is ellipsis. Finish the sentence.
That's your invention and your claim. I
To
have nothing to
understand
do with it.
See him
latitude and
squirming and
longitude,
dodging?
you got to
See him
be
evading?
I'm not squirming and
north,
dodging. It has
south,
nothing
Squirming
to
and
do
dodging
with
and
that
evading.
in modern cartography.
Yeah, let's try this again. The way you get an elevation angle up from a curved surface is ellipsis. Finish the sentence.
Why are you concerned about this? This has nothing to do with my argument.
Because that has everything to do with you trying to get elevation angles to Polaris to get your Latin long.
Latin long have nothing to do with Polaris in modern
It
cartography.
has everything to do with Polaris, you moron.
There's no need to get angry.
Not in modern.
Hold on a second. This is not a cartography server. I'm sorry, Mark. You must be confused. See, you only want to talk about maps and cartography. We're talking about reality. What about in reality? So if I drive a mile, maybe you said it's not far enough. If I drive 2 miles, how much curvature did I experience in 2 miles?
Right, you guys now shifted from Latin longitude back to my argument. Okay, that's good.
No, I just brought up Latin long. You said Latin long is all, it's part of this argument that you just made. So I went 2 miles in a certain direction. And apparently there's a grid here, Latin long, right? So how much curvature did I experience in that 2 miles in reality?
On average, you'd experience 8 inches per mile squared.
Wow. So how do I detect that? How do I detect that? Or are you going to say, I'm going to go back and refer to the reification of the map, the projection, and then say, oh, because I went this far on a curved surface in the Latin long that was reified, that's how much curvature I should experience.
Okay. You're either going to be driving, there's two possibilities. Let's say you drive, obviously 2 miles is not enough to really measure it with a car, but let's say you drove 1,000 miles, right? Or you went on a boat and you sailed a certain distance, right? No, it's harder to measure your distance over water, so that's why I use cars. But let's say you drive 1,000 miles, right? Right? You're going to be either driving over a flat plane or you're going to be driving over a curve. Your distance will be greater over the curve than it will be on a flat plane, no matter what flat plane, right? So I'm saying that the difference in that distance would establish that you're on a curve, right? And you could actually, if you measured it carefully enough, you could measure the curve.
He's saying
You
nothing.
could determine the radius.
Mark, I just drove 1,000 miles. That's all I did.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know how did I determine how much curvature I went over? How do I measure it in real life? Or are you saying just go back to the map? Because the reification will tell you.
Let me do some quick math and I can figure it out.
No. How do I experience the drop over distance in 1,000 miles? You're not telling me how I experience it. You're saying, hey, let me go back to the reification and then I'll let you know. You're not telling me that I'm experiencing it. You're saying, and you're not telling me that I can measure it. You're saying that because we've already baked it into the reification, when you go 1,000 miles, Mark, you're not listening to me. I'm covering this, and that's why you're interrupting. I'm interrupting. You see, now you're interrupting because I'm already proving your point to be stupid. I don't experience, right, the curvature in reality. What you do is you go, okay, you went 1,000 miles. Let me go back to this model, and then I'll tell you, once I look at the model, how much curvature you went over. You didn't experience it. You can't measure it. But according to the model, this is how much curvature you negotiated.
Now let me refute this false idea that Polaris has nothing to do with elevation angle measurements as it concerns latitude. It's right here in the Google result at the very top. In geography, latitude is a coordinate that specifies the north-south position of a point on the surface of the Earth or another celestial body. Latitude is given as an angle that ranges from -90 at the South Pole, quote-unquote, to 90 degrees at the North Pole with 0 degrees at the equator. It has everything to do with Polaris. You're wrong.
Who here owns a telescope or has a telescope? Anyone?
All right, Van Man, you've decided to bounce in here and, just kind of throw in your 2 cents while 3 people are talking. So I muted Mark.
It seems like a bunch of people.
What does a telescope help us with? Yeah, no, we're going to gang up on you now, right? So what do you want to talk about telescopes for a minute? By the way, Mark's a big boy. He doesn't need you to hold his hand. Do you think Mark is not strong enough to...
Well, maybe I felt lonely and I needed Mark to hold my hand.
Okay, well, he's been muted now. Do you need help? Do you need a hero? Or is the globe going to stand on its own merits? Does it actually have physical reality-based evidence?
Well, look, we don't need another hero, as Tina Turner said, you know what I mean?
I knew he was going to say that. So you're stuck in
telescopes.
Just out of curiosity, just a side question, does anybody have a telescope here?
There's several people in here that have telescopes. I do not. What's the question? Other than that, is that it?
Have you looked at the moon through the telescope?
Yeah, what's the moon?
You said you don't have a telescope.
I can see it. I saw it last night. Chances are I'll see it tonight.
Have you really looked at it closely through a telescope?
Yeah, I have. What is the thing you're trying to get at? Why were you beating around the bush, dude? Let's get to it. Let's go.
Well, can you see that it's a sphere? Like when the shadows hit it?
I cannot see that it's a sphere. It does not present itself as a sphere.
Either.
No, it doesn't.
Have you had to adjust the lens?
Van Man.
From the
I want you to show me the Van Man.
Due to the fact that it falls out of focus.
There's something called libation. That does occur on the moon. However, what the moon does not have that spheres do is a specular highlight. Can you show me the specular highlight on the moon?
But you don't
Do
even
all
own a
spheres have
telescope.
specular highlights?
Yeah, they do.
A Van Man answer. Say again, Van Man.
I'm just a bit perplexed. He's asking me about specular highlight of the moon, yet
Yeah,
he hasn't
that's
looked at
something
the
that's
moon through a telescope.
necessitated. Yeah.
But you'd notice that when it actually refracts the sunlight, it gives
Reflects.
a
Oh, the
perfect
sunlight. Okay. How many
reflects
baseless
the
assertions are you
sunlight.
going to make? These are all baseless
You can
assertions. Can you
see
prove any of them? Van Man. Wow. Multiple scattergunned baseless assertions. I need you to go one at a time. Let's have an organized conversation here. Let's take it slow.
Can I ask a question, please?
No. Van
Okay,
Man.
no, I'll wait
One
for
at a
Batman.
time.
Batman was.
Van Man.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Okay, let's take this slow. You have made a bunch of assertions and haven't proven any of them yet. So we're going to have to go one step at a time with your fairy
Well,
tale.
if you were
Deal?
here, I'd set up the telescope. I'm gonna get an ocular piece, high definition, to attach to the.
Excuse me. Okay, you're done. You're bricked. Who's the new guy?
Can I ask a question, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so like part of me is like going, okay. Part of it is about the Earth being flat, but there is a much broader sense of the actual belief itself. The issue I have is okay, like in terms of the Earth being flat, like it's a concept that you can neither prove or disapprove, varying on what we're talking about in terms of concepts. In terms of the actual belief of like why the Earth is flat, why don't you guys expand more on that? Because for me, it feels like there's a lack of that versus more just trying to prove that the Earth is flat. You know what I mean?
I think that's an unfair statement because we do that all day, every day in here. No, it's okay. We describe how the Earth is flat all the time. In fact, you probably do it in this conversation. You'll probably admit to me that the Earth is flat.
I mean, I doubt I will, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm not convinced, but I'm more intrigued about not just the Earth being flat, but why it's flat. Like the
What do you mean,
concept
why?
around like us. Yeah, like not and I'm not talking about like the physical science of it. I'm talking about like the actual like belief around it. You know what I mean with that? Because I
do you
have
think
like,
this is
That's why I just said that to him. It's a false dichotomy.
Yes, but I'm trying to get to like why it would be a false dichotomy.
Right. So when we tell you why we believe the Earth is flat, that is an instance of giving the facts, right? We give the facts, the empirical data, the measurements, as the argument, the why, for why we believe the Earth surface is horizontal. That is the why when we give the empirical data and the facts.
Can I ask a question within this one, right? As far as I'm aware, at least, the reason why there is a belief that the Earth is flat is because the powers that be, let's call it the Illuminati, but we can call it many things, right? Is trying to hide the fact that we are actually innately special, and we might be the only living organisms
No,
that
it's
exist
because we
within
can't
this
find curve,
either
dude, and we
universe.
can't prove it's spinning either, man.
Yeah, I don't know why you're coming in here making base assumptions about people.
Why is it the case?
Ask yourself that question.
No.
Dude. What do you want me to speculate this bullshit? Like, fuck, man.
Kind of,
yeah. Well, let's say this. Let's acknowledge this. It is the implication of our position being true, which is a part of it. But the primary argument is the empirical observation and measurement of the horizontal surface of the Earth, and the falsification of the premise that its surface is
the Earth
curving.
being flat. It
Say
is just
again?
about the Earth being flat. I thought it was deeper than that.
Okay, hang on. Pause. Let's clarify this. That is not the only reason. It is one of the reasons. And after ascertaining the empirical facts, verifying the Earth's surface to be horizontal and not curving into a sphere, it of course is strongly indicative and implicative of us being lied to on an institutional worldwide scale for centuries. So that is a part of it. Yes, we want to know truth. We're not
But
trying to
why
know
the
the
lie?
Earth is horizontal, has a horizontal surface just for the sake of knowing it. We want to know truth. I want to know truth. I don't like being lied to. I want to know the truth about the world I live in. I want to be blessed. There you have it.
Yeah, but the question
Well,
was why you
my
think that.
question
Yeah.
is around like the why do you believe that you're being lied to? Because I don't really care too much about
No,
the
no,
science of
we're not
being
doing
flat.
this today.
I'm more interested in that side of things.
See, the
You
thing
want
is,
to
I
know?
already answered that. Now, it says who is moderating you.
I
But
don't
the
think
thing is,
you
I
are.
already answered you thoroughly as beyond just for the sake of seeking the geodesy of the earth. It's beyond that. Yes, it is beyond that. I just explained that to you. You just repeated the question back to me as though I didn't answer it.
No, you just said it was beyond it. I'm wondering why.
No, I said more than that the first time.
Hold on, Gregory.
I don't believe
Hold
you
on,
did.
Gregory. Hold on, Gregory. So, JT or whatever your name is,
Yes.
you want to know why we have come to the conclusion that there might possibly be, most likely be, some sort of, I'll use the word, conspiracy? Well, that's because we measured the Earth.
There's a big part of me that is
Okay?
also conspiratorial, and I want to relate to you.
You're not trying to relate to us. You're not trying to do that.
No, you're not doing that at all.
I can
Here's how
relate
you
to
could
you.
relate to us, JT. JT, this is how you would relate to us. You ready? Go measure the Earth and see if you can find it to be curving anywhere.
And after you do that, when we
Measure
answer
the
your
Earth.
subsequent
Oh, that's much
questions,
more
acknowledge the
interesting.
fact that we did it.
I feel it was like all right. Can I ask you guys? Well, actually, not necessarily ask you. Can I sort of give you a broad parameter of what I've been told by flat earthers as to
We
why
already
the
get the
Earth?
point. We already get that.
No,
We don't need to hear you repeat the point over and over again.
I don't think you do because like you're coming
We
at
do
me as
understand it. We've had this
when I'm
conversation
actually
with
trying
dozens of other
to
persons before you.
figure out.
Yeah, now you're trying to steamroll this.
Possibly, but I wasn't
What I'm
here for
saying to
that.
you,
So,
you're dragging this along, being uncooperative. I said to you exactly what you're asking about. I told you it's not just for the sake of ascertaining geodesy facts. It is for seeking truth. It is for knowing the truth about the world. It's for being blessed. I want to know the truth about the world I'm in, which includes the truth about the earth, which includes the truth about the political world order, which includes about the real way to live in this world so that I may be blessed. Yes, beyond just trying to seek geodesic facts. I answered that.
that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like the I want to ignore the flat earth side of things and all the other side of things that you have literally just said because I want you to expand on those because I find them thoroughly fascinating and part of me, a deep part of me massively agrees with you with that. I don't necessarily know not necessarily. I don't necessarily agree with the flat earth bit. Everything else, I feel like I might be able to find a rhythm with that. And if I can find a rhythm with that, then maybe you could convince me otherwise in terms of the flat earth. But I want to come from the other side of it, not just you, not just me coming here going, well, like if you shine a light, it does whatever reflective, whatever bollocks. I'm not a
No.
scientist. I don't know about that.
Hey,
The issue
guys,
that I have for me
you mind
is
if I step in here quickly?
about the actual theory itself, the belief of man, and whether we are actually better, or at least more special than we are in terms of what science says. That to me is thoroughly more interesting.
You guys mind if I chime in here for a quick second?
No, Beck, you have no
Go
place
right
in
ahead,
here.
man.
Of course you can.
JT, I'm sorry to be so blunt, but are you inebriated right now?
A little bit, yeah.
It's a worthy question.
No, it's very pertinent because
No,
the
can I
answer.
explain a little bit?
Yeah, the
Can I explain a
answer
bit?
in the
Sunday is my Friday.
So the answer in the affirmative is leading me to say, okay, you guys engage at your own peril. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, but are you guys not just interested in talking about like why though? Like I can't imagine how many people that believe in the Earth being flat that just get fed up with like trying to talk about like why the Earth is, how the Earth is flat, rather than why we're conditioned to believe that it is. Because
Well,
I
I
feel like
just told
surely
you
that would
the
be a
answer
more
to that
interesting
question.
conversation.
Listen, I engaged that question. So if you're saying that complaint, it cannot logically apply to me, moi, Gregory, speaking to you, because I do want to talk about those things. Those are worthy subjects, and I just did
Let's
so.
do it. Let's do it. Let's do it now. Let's do it now. Let's talk about it.
No, I'll tell you why. And that's because, number one, and I appreciate your honesty, you've already admitted to being a little bit tipsy, which will not be conducive to that sort of conversation. Number two, this particular server is not going to spend a lot of time talking about conspiracy or, why it would be that these conspiracies or the motivations of those conspiracies have something to do with our significance. They do, but we're not going to do that here. It's just not what this particular server is about. Number three,
the channel.
The only way that you're going to know. Yeah,
Where
number
can I go
three.
for that? Because I'd rather talk about that. Where would you direct me?
And this is not the server for that. This is not the. Let's say this is not the channel for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if somebody would want to give him a DM, bringing him to our, because my hands are tied right now.
Do you guys what? Okay, so I'll be totally fucking real with you guys. So I've had a long fucking week. That Sunday, I work customer service, man. So like my days are split up a little bit. Today is technically my Friday, so yes, I'm gonna have a few beers, watch the football, etc., etc. Right. So and that might not be necessarily pro your doctrine, but I just want to understand. I don't care about the Earth
You
being
don't have
flat.
to repeat this anymore. We
Care
heard you
about
say it already.
why that's the case, as I've already spoken about, and Gregory is sort of also kind of pointed that to me. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the interesting conversation isn't that. Right? It's I just want to know why, and I would like to discuss the theories. And as
JT,
someone
at this
who
rate,
is
you're
fairly
just repeating
religious,
yourself. We don't need to hear you say it again.
I am. Aren't I? I'm just repeating myself. I'm sorry, fellas. Sorry about that.
So look in your private messages. I sent you the link to the 24/7 Discord server.
I have a somewhat related question, I suppose.
Going to be right. Okay. Oh, Gregory's in there as well. Thank you, Gregory.
I am.
Bear with me 2 seconds, boys.
Yeah, I have a somewhat.
Somebody else has a related. Go ahead.
Sure. I just wanted to know what the mechanical explanation was behind the Earth being flat.
It measures that way.
Question.
No, so
but yeah, I know.
I was asking. Yeah, just to clarify, right? I understand like what evidentiary reasons I would have to believe the Earth being flat.
There's no curvature anywhere.
Yeah, amen. Yeah, there's no curvature. But that's sidelining the question, right? The question was.
No, that's exactly the essence of the entire, and of course I know who you are, Ham. So,
it's an answer.
Ham, you're going to go bye-bye because you're retarded.
He said it's a sidelining question. No, that was an answer directly relevant to your question.
No, it's Ham. He's just a troll.
So, sorry, gentlemen. I don't know if I should say this aloud. Hang on 2 seconds. Let me. Boys, FEX Rumble. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a channel on Rumble. It live streams.
If I join it, is there voice chat? Is it or is it all written?
Voice chat.
It's both. Oh wait, the 24/7 Discord?
Yeah, it's both.
Yeah, it's both. We have terabytes of laser tests, observations. Just us poking at the ball, trying to figure out if any of it has any tenability, which it doesn't. At the bottom, there's a bunch of links and texts and documents, and I mean, you won't scratch the surface, I promise. But we also have. Oh, he took off. Maybe he went over to the other server. Okay. Now he's back.
So, there he is.
So sorry, boys. Well, as soon as I clicked on the link, I was put into a chat, and not only was I muted, but the conversation was about someone like taking some cream for something. So it was a bit.
Yeah, well, you'll have to get VC
verified when you go in there. Yeah, you have to get VC verified. So if you go into the
Walk me
lobby,
through what I have to do, please.
okay, I'm doing that. If you'll just hold on a second. So first of all, go to the welcome page, okay, and read the rules because there are rules to that server, just like any other server. Read the rules, and then go to the lobby and ping somebody or see if anybody in there is available, or like a silver FE or something to get you VC verified. Once you get VC verified, you can enter the VC, the live stream, and talk to the people in there. And you can have more of your questions answered about, let's say, motivations. But I'm going to be upfront with you. They're going to have conversations with you, number one, about the evidence itself. And you keep using this word, I want to be convinced. We can't convince you of anything. But you're going to have to see for yourself with your own eyes that there is no curvature on the plane that you dwell atop. Number two, because it's already instinctual. Number two, your significance is also something that we cannot convince you of. That has to be also experienced, right? You are more than just a meat bag, that might get 80 years here, but I can't convince you of that.
I'll
You know what I mean?
Really silly question. Just a really silly question. There's a section here that says no spoilers. Is that like for instance, right? Like I can imagine that not all the time people are going to be talking about of conspiracy theories. As someone who watches live sports, like if I mention the result of a game or the result of a fight or something, is that going to get me kicked off?
I really actually don't know what that's in reference
I doubt
to.
it.
But actually,
Probably not, right? I should be all right.
Just be cool and don't spoil the game if you're watching it, right?
Did you say that when you joined the server that you heard weirdness in channels? Or
Yeah, no,
Well,
no.
that might have been.
I don't think it was weirdness. I think I think it was just like there was just a general conversation that was seemed quite private. Someone was talking about like a cream that they were applying to themselves, but I think it had more to do with like hay fever and eczema. And as someone who gets both of those, like I kind of feel the dog.
have you been a member of this server before?
No, never.
So then you couldn't join the voice channel then. You haven't been
No,
verified.
I can join it. I'm muted on it. I like literally, dude.
Unless
FE,
those who are not VC verified.
Space Rumble, join. I can join it right now. I'm going to disappear.
No, he's going into the VC. They can't talk, but they can listen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Says who? When you asked him if he was a member before, did you mean this one here or the other one?
The server.
Oh, that was Gregory. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, you. Okay. Because he said no, and for a second I was like, well, what the fuck? Because I've spoken to this guy before. Here. So, never mind.
No worries, man. I was kind of confused.
So anyone else who believes the Earth is a ball? Anyone in here? Says who? What else are they going to say? We observe the Earth's surface to be horizontal. We wouldn't see as far as we do if the Earth were a ball of the size that we're taught that it's to be. So either what we observe is illusory or it's not. Hence the appeal to refraction.
Yeah, well, I think Mark even kind of dug his own grave earlier. He said, well, it looks flat to begin with. It just looks more flat with refraction. I never see a ball when I go outside, ever.
atmospheric duct. It was just going to make it appear flat. Hang on. Yeah. Make what appear flat? The flat surface appear flat, or the curved surface appear flat? Because we've never seen the curved surface in the first place. So what you talk about?
Yeah, so it's presupposed to be curved, and then therefore the curve is flat, right?
Yeah, right. And we can see the flat surface without atmospheric ducts. So what you on about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you stop begging the question with them, it really makes it very difficult. Oh, well, if you go a certain distance, and then we look at this reification over here, according to the reification, you will have gone over this much curvature. Well, how about in reality? How much curvature did I go over in that 1,000 miles? Oh, well, you can't detect that. Oh, okay.
Given that we got the elevation angle of Polaris and all these other celestial bodies above the Earth's surface, which necessarily implies that the horizontal baseline is this Earth's surface, necessarily implying the Earth's surface is horizontal, therefore the Earth is a ball. With the that's curving, which you can't get an elevation angle up from.
Yeah, underlying everything I hear everybody say that comes in here to defend it, and I've done it too, right, earlier on. Underlying it all is basically what we've been told prior to actually doing any double checking that comes up as, backing any sort of statement that's made. But that implies that we didn't double check anything that we say. So, you guys are astute enough to pick that apart, right? So, no worries.
Say if they were half as determined to actually zetetically seek truth as they are with condescending and pretending to be confident and pretending to be unpersuaded and pretending to have a rock solid position that is unassailable, then they would know better by now. Gregor, why are you so aggressive? I'm only aggressive with people the likes of Mark G, people the likes of Jekyll, people the likes of AT, people the likes of Zanuck, people the likes of Omnivore.
Zanuck is the guy on Xanax or something? Hence his name?
It's a good question. It's arguable. I don't know. The way he talks 1,000 miles a minute and cannot help but multiply words without being succinct and actually engaging in a debate rather than trying to lecture everyone in the room for several minutes every time a question is asked to him or every time it's his turn to say a comment. He might be.
Hey, Neil, are you with your friend today?
No, I don't want to bring it back.
Okay.
I'll find another one. I'll find one that's less retarded.
Find some more friends there.
Yeah.
It was classic. It's okay. Whatever happened to Jekyll and Matt and the like?
They went away, which is good for me.
Voluntarily or?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Either way, I'm okay with that.
Right.
Fuck. These guys took me for
Either way, we're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, oddly enough, though, as soon as you whack a few moles or trolls, new ones pop up in their stead somehow, very conveniently. It's interesting.
It says who? It's such an apropos metaphor, right? That damn game whack-a-mole for these people.
Yep. They never go away.
One mole, whack one troll, 2 more take its place.
Yep.
The Hydra of scientism.
Oh man.
That's funny. There should be a Discord tag called Whack a Troll. That would be perfect.
I call it troll control.
I hope the owners of this server, whoever they are, and I think it's very likely that the top popularity of this channel is peculiar to them and provokes them to critically consider the matter.
For all we know, they're the ones sending in all the trolls. Right?
Mm. Mm. I'm talking in my microphone on my headphones, on my earbuds. They do sound clear, right? It's not difficult to hear me at all.
Not at all.
Okay.
All good.
Is the quality pleasant or displeasant?
I would never have guessed that you changed mic from any other time.
Interesting. Okay. Because I think there was a difference between talking on the phone mode as opposed to the wired headset mode.
Right. If anything, the treble is coming in a little bit clearer, so it's clean. But I wouldn't have guessed if you didn't mention it.
Oh, okay. So it's slightly better.
Yeah, it's a little bit more articulate.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Not that you need any amplification in your articulation, right?
With tears constantly streaming down her face, she began to develop hatred, especially after
This dude is crazy. Know that. At least be a good person, then I'll about to read a paragraph. I'm not gonna read no paragraph from no sycophant sophist. Not even in the voice channel, still doing it.
Sounds like Ham has something to say, all right? Are they in here? I guess not.
The person that I'm talking about, he's not even in the voice channel because he was muted.
Maybe for a reason.
For a good reason. Just a disruptive idiot.
All right. Sounds like Time Dash
Why are
is
you talking
having
so harsh? Greggy, why are you
Sounds
so
like-
harsh? Because that's what they're doing. Why else?
I was gonna say it sounds like Time Dash has is having a good time there.
Oh God, you heard that.
Rip it.
You weren't supposed to hear that.
Yeah, well. Your fault.
Being closeted about my usage. Not called out. Damn. Busted.
Is there anyone in here who believes the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, I do.
See, the thing is, you're caught in a dilemma.
Yeah,
What's
I
that?
think it's Bong Wizard
tell
Tom. So yes.
I'm ready to work my magic and brew my potions and ponder over my orb.
Look at the bottom of the open chat. If you believe the Earth is a ball, you're stuck in a dilemma. You cannot know the Earth is a ball.
Let's see what we got here.
She never tried to flick herself again because she came out of the darkness believing that she was meant to survive.
Yeah, by the way, Neil, are you watching TV or something?
Yeah, I just realized that. I turned my mic off.
No. All good.
According to him, all the fights they had were about her being sad about something. And he got really emotional if someone was worrying about something. And he wasn't. In his words, I can't think about nothing else. So I slept. something like that. His admission came 9 years after Tina initially revealed her harrowing experiences in a December 1981 demo magazine. And he had no access.
So, time to ask, you see how the spheroidal geodesy inescapably caught in a dilemma.
Damn. I'll have to take a look at this later. I gotta go.
All right.
Grab my
Peace to you.
kid. Hang out. All right. Later.
Anyone else in here believe the Earth is a ball? GTY, all. Peace to you all.
See ya, man. I'm gonna go check out the other room. See you guys later.
Hey, Alpha, are you there?
I am here, but I'm at work, so I have my machines on.
Okay. Oh, later. I just had a question about Enoch 34, how it starts out. It just kind of confused me. Because it's the exact opposite I've heard people describe, like how Earth is set up directionally. But anyway, yeah, just whenever you're able to, no worries.
Yeah. Sure.
Everyone went to bed.
Wait, so is it flat or what?
The Earth is flat. You guys there? Okay. Goodbye.